stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Tanta gente, non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica, fa un male cane.
Aïe, ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta, è finita.
Nice Côte on the UTMB World Series. There's the man.
Oh,
The world is watching. We're live.
Merci à tous d'être présents.
That gap is melting.
Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous et bienvenue.
Allez, c'est parti. What a race.
The mountains are calling now.
Il y a de l'UTMB index au mètre carré. And it is not over.
oh no.
Insane.
That was fast.
Welcome our champion. Oh man. Wow. Oh, one of the big jobs. Yes! Good work, Rod. Good work.
Hello, folks. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are chiming in from. Welcome to the 2025 edition of Nice Côte by UTMB. This is our second day live streaming this incredible event. Right now, you have images of the start line of the 50-kilometer race. It is going to be kicking off in minus 13 minutes, 25 seconds. You can see this crew of amazing kids getting ready to throw down over 50 kilometers. I have the wonderful Jackie Bell here with me. Jackie, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm excited for this 50K race. I mean, after following the first part of the 100-mile last night, this is going to feel like a pretty fast and, speedy sort of attack at race, seeing as it's just 50K. Not just, but you know what I mean.
Yes. This is a just and only free zone. Can't use those words out here. You are right. This is going to be rapid. It is definitely a chunky 50K, 55 kilometers with 2,150 meters of elevation. It definitely has some punch to it. They, again, start up in the mountains at around about 500 meters altitude, and they are going to be finishing down in Nice on the French Riviera, down there at the Mediterranean. Another mountain to the sea edition of this incredible event. So here we have a 3D overview of the race course. You can see it starts out with a very small climb, bit of a descent, then it really kicks up to the high point of the race, where they are going to be Col de Madone, and they're going to be heading back down, and this is going to begin the long rolling descent that is going to happen and take them all the way back down to the township of Nice. You can see the course there, almost like a bit of a lollipop loop, really. They head out and then they come back close to each other, making their way down. But you can see there, Jackie, look at the amount of small little climbs that are in the back end of this race as they make their way all the way down to the waterfront there down in township of Nice. That is the 50k overview flyover with the elevation profile. It is going to be a really tough race for these runners, but it's also going to give them an opportunity to really show up and throw down.
In New Zealand, they call those little climbs just a wee pinch in the hills, but I don't think it feels like that when you're out there.
A wee pinch in the hills. That is brilliant. Can't wait to.
And you could actually see.
Can't wait to say that.
You could see from the scale there how cold it still is on the mountains, all the snow, and it's not going to be a hot day out there at all.
Yes, we watched the 100-miler start last night, as you said, Jackie. We started watching it and live streaming from 1 p.m. Local time, and we saw it into the night, and they went through some really cold weather heading up to the high point of that race. That was pretty incredible to see that unfold. I remember this race last year getting taken out by John Alban, but it was a real tight race with him and one of the Kenyan runners out there, and this is, I reckon, going to be as fast, if not faster, than that 50k that happened last year, because we have some talent on the start line, and we're going to be able to have a bit of a flick through. But we're also got a lot of news to catch up on in the early part of this live stream. We've got a lot of news to catch up on with our 100-mile race that has been moving all the way through the night, and it's going to be great to get everyone a bit of an update on that 100-miler. But as you can see here, we've got some of our favourites standing at the front of the carousel there. Looks like there's some nervous energy bopping around there, Jackie, but I'm sure everyone's ready for the wee pinch in the hills.
Definitely. I think it's going to be a pretty tough day out there. A lot of big climbs and then a few pretty savage descents. So they've got a maximum of 14 hours they're allowed out there today. So the back of the pack are going to be pushing for that 14 hours, and then the front runners, they're going to be trying to get some of those running stones, which we were talking about yesterday. So it awards 2 running stones to finishers, and then the top 3 gain direct entry into it's a UTMB qualification race.
Yeah, these runners are going to have over the 55 kilometers. They are going to have 4 aid stations out there. So they're going to be able to make the most of those aid stations. And we can have a little bit of a look here at some of the top favorites here. Olivia Debern from France, 27 years young. You can see with a performance UTMB index 686. So Olivia Debern right there, looking pretty ready. Anna Mazel on the screen right there. 30 years young, UTMB index 701. Had a bunch of races already this year, so she's going to have the legs ready for this kind of a distance. And Kimi Schreiber, 30 years young, UTMB index 748. Ready to throw down. Again, a number of races on the calendar already in this 2025. 20th place at the recent Hoka UTMB Mont-Blanc, the UTMB World Series final. So she looks like she is ready to go in her element. The top three ladies. Moving on to the top three men, Yannick Noel, 39 years old, UTMB Index 882. Again, if you have a look at that, he was 7th at the recent Hoka UTMB Mont-Blanc, the UTMB World Series final. So that is going to be a big one to back it up from. 7th place at the recent UTMB, and he's out here again right now. Miguel Benitez from Spain, 23 years young lad here, 885 UTMB Index, and has also had a bunch of races already this year. He was out at the Hoka Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, which we commentated on back in May, Jackie. Loic Robert, 26 years old, 893, huge performance index there. And again, there's a list of races that he's been a part of already. I reckon he's going to look to really step it up at this event today. So, Jackie, what do you think?
I'm excited to see these guys race, especially Miguel, actually. I think he's going to have a good day out. I don't know why, I've just got a feeling, but I'm really excited to see what he can bring to the race. And I think it's going to be a fast one. I mean, last year, Jonathan did it in 4 hours and 15, and then there was only 15 minutes between the first male runner and the third male runner. And the females last year, the winner was Sylvia. She did it in 5:08, and the third female was in 5:20. So it's a quick race, and it'll be interesting to see how they go. The trails out there today, they're quite varied, technical in many parts, rocky. There's a lot of switchbacks, as we saw yesterday, through some of the 100 miles. So they're going to have to be having their wits about them with all the different footing. Apparently a lot of the past participants commented on the really tough hills and that technical difficulty. So if you're good with technique, then you'll be good today.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely a lot of trail that could catch you out there, but as you've seen, we've got a lot of experience on the start line here, and I don't think anyone's left their experience. No one's left their experience at home today. They've brought it to the start line, and it is going to be a great showdown here. Very excited to be here and be a part of this. The 2025 edition of Nice Côte by UTMB, part of the UTMB World Series of events, which there are a number of other events kicking off this weekend as well around the world as part of this World Series, and we can have a little bit of a chat about them later on. We are going to be here all day, folks. We're going to watch this race unfold. We're going to check in with the 100-mile finish, and we are going to check in with the 100-kilometer race as well. So it's going to be a full day of live streaming action, folks, and we have just over 3.5 minutes before the start.
You can see some of the runners getting in the zone a little bit there with their eyes closed down, maybe focusing a little bit. I know that energy management's going to be something that they have to sort of take a bit of care on. It's easy early on in some of these steep sections to go out pretty hard, but that can wear some of these runners down. So they're going to have to pace themselves and not go out too hard at the start.
Yeah, absolutely. It's as you said, it's a 55 kilometer race out here with 2,100 meters of elevation. It does kick into a more of an uphill at the very beginning, so it's going to be really important for those people to manage that effort before it really builds into too much lactate and they really kind of cook themselves early. So it's going to be interesting to see who starts fast, who starts hard, and how it all unfolds. But we'll be here watching as the day rolls. Good mix of they're going
to want to keep their quads fresh for the end.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to need it. There's a lot of running to be done in the back end of this course. There's a lot of climbs that have, that kind of runnable grade on them as you get closer and closer towards the finish. Finish is very flat.
Not long to go. Woo!
Yeah, it is going to kick off. All right, folks, get ready because we are going to kick off the Fast and the Furious event of the weekend here with the 50K. This crew of people are sitting pretty at around about 500 meters elevation, and they are going to get ready to have a big day out here. This course is going to take them up to around about 1,100 meters at the high point, and then it's going to descend all the way down into the beautiful township of Nice at the French Riviera. So, folks, I don't know if we're going to get a 10-second countdown here. We didn't have one last night for the 100-miler. They just kind of took off. So be ready at any point. These folks are going to get out of this gate in rapid style here today for the 50K. This is the emotive music that we come to hear and come to know as part of the UTMB World Series.
It's going to be exciting to see how these lead runners that, we mentioned before, how they kick off at the start of the race. I wonder if they'll take off pretty hard out of the gates.
Yeah, this is a tight shoot, and it is going to demand a bit of a sprint out of the gates, I reckon. And we have the right people here to show us how it's done. So, folks, the 50K edition of Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB is about to kick off, and we are off. Here we go. They are out of the gates. As we said, they are flying out of here, getting their positions.
It is a very narrow shoot, as you said, so they're going to head into nearly a single file pretty quickly there.
Yeah, they are definitely going to be jostling a little bit in these early parts, and some tight corners here. That hairpin, that right hand turn is going to catch a few people out, but we are underway here and out on the open roads alongside these incredible mountains, making everyone's way from the mountains to the Mediterranean, as they say in this unreal part of the world. We're going to have some beautiful views out there today, Jackie. The weather is going to be perfect for running. This is a perfect morning to get out and be running in a 50K, or get out and running at any distance. But these people have hit the nail on the head. We're 1 minute in, and we are rolling smooth along this road.
They'll be enjoying a little bit of this road running, and hopefully they can find a little bit of their pacing early on, and reserving some of that energy for the mid to late sections of the race at around 30 and 40K. It gets quite challenging, and they want to keep a little bit of reserves for then sending it down into the finish line there at the promenade.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they're going to be climbing up to 2,100 meters at the highest point today, I think it was, with around 54 kilometers total for this course. These guys are looking pretty comfy as they ease in now.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough course, as you mentioned, Jackie, with a bit of technicality within the race. However, it's going to be a welcome sight after all of that hard work when they get back down to the waterfront and that beautiful, beautiful Mediterranean Sea, which I'm sure a lot of these runners are thinking about and probably planning on jumping into very soon after they have a successful race here.
Now you're making me jealous. I wish I was there swimming in the promenade.
Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing the footage of when we get down to that part of the world, and we will most likely be able to check in and see our lead runners of the 100-mile finish along the promenade there in a little while. That's probably going to be some of the footage we'll be able to bring everyone.
It's interesting that it doesn't look anywhere near as cold the start of the 100-mile race. Would you agree? There's a lot less layers for this event. I'm guessing the mandatory gear is a lot less as well, so that probably plays into it.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember, the 100-miler yesterday afternoon. Everyone was in long sleeves. There was buffs on heads. There was a lot of gloves. Yeah, it looked a lot colder. You're absolutely right. And I think the elevation difference is quite significant. I think the 100 miles started at just over 1,500 meters elevation, and this crew here are starting at 500 meters elevation. So there's a little bit of a difference there, but it definitely looks a lot colder. It definitely looked a lot colder yesterday afternoon than it does right now, Jackie. I think it's you're spot on there.
It looks beautiful. They're seeing the sunrise as they're heading up this first climb here. You can see it just peeking through the trees.
Yeah, it's a pretty good way to start the day, isn't it?
I'm guessing this cameraman on the bike there is probably enjoying getting to do some of his filming on a bike and not on foot, because, they have a tough job out there capturing the race for us to be able to live stream it.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a team of pros out there behind the mobile cameras capturing all of this footage. Absolute team of professionals when it comes to navigating these trails on foot and on bike, and also navigating the roads. But yeah, what a beautiful way to start the race with the sun rising there. That's just incredible, isn't it?
Is that Loic Robert making a bit of a breakaway at the front there as well?
Yeah, it does look like he's kind of putting on the burners and getting out early. So that's interesting to see. Just kind of stringing it out early and just looking very comfortable and smooth, but not really waiting around for anyone, which I don't think you really can do out here.
Yeah, 50k, as we said, it's going to be over before we know it. So, Loic's a French mountain runner, and he's well known from the Pyrenees Trail Squad, I think it is. And he's recently... Oh, here we go. We've got the second wave heading off.
Here we go. This is where we see the real party of the race,
They did a pretty incredible Mexican wave yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah, they definitely know how to do a better Mexican wave than wave one. There's no doubt about it. This crew, a few more long sleeves going there. There's a few more people looking a bit chillier on the start line. But here we go, the second wave. You can see, they manage the start of these races with different waves. So obviously, when the race does get to some tighter single track trail, the traffic flow of that can be managed a lot better, and it just flows a lot nicer, and there's no kind of traffic jams, so to speak, with runners on the trail. I don't know if you saw, I watched a bit of footage from the World Championships, actually, Jackie, and there's just they just do one big start wave, and there is a lot of traffic jams in some of those early sections of those races, which is incredibly hard to avoid if everyone starts all at once, and it is something that gets managed by having different start waves in the races. So
yeah, that would make it a little bit stressful for the runners trying to break through.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is a question of positioning and getting out super hard and really making sure that you get a good spot when you hit that single track.
I mean, the 50K at this event today also has a lot of competitors. I mean, we're seeing the first, few elite runners. We've got the camera on them, but I know last year there was just under 2,000 starters, and there was about 52 DNFs. So 1,886 people completed the 50K event here last year, and I'm guessing this year's even more. So 2,000 people on the course, that's a lot of runners.
Yeah, absolutely. In that first start wave, we had just under 600 runners in that very first start wave. So that's what 600 runners look like. So we're looking at almost quadrupling that with having close to 2,000 out there. So yeah, it's going to be awesome to have so many people out there and being a part of this race and enjoying it. And it is very, 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 very cool to see this race unfold. We're going to have a lot of great footage, some awesome drone shots as well as these runners make their way from the mountains to the Mediterranean. We're going to get some really nice shots of them in this incredible part of the world. Jackie, I reckon you'll be booking your holiday to Nice for next year after you sit here all day and watch this race unfold.
Yeah, I'm quite jealous. I mean, yesterday we saw all those snowy capped mountains and everything, but I think when we hit the promenade and the water and the sun shining, I think that's really going to draw me in.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, folks, we know there's a lot of other sporting events happening out in the world today. We've got the AFL Granny, and we have the World Championships as well. So we just make sure, folks, that you keep this tab open and you make sure that you stick with us as this incredible race unfolds. I'm sure you're going to want to see this race go down. You can see that right now these three gentlemen are really taking it out hard and just kind of putting a bit of stamp of speed on the beginning of this race. And I'm sure they're happy that they're still in that morning shade and they haven't really got out in the full sunlight yet, because as soon as they do, I reckon it's going to heat up pretty quickly for these guys and gals as they make their way into the day. Beautiful morning for running, though.
Madge, have we got anyone active on the chat yet?
That is a beautiful question. Absolutely beautiful question.
I want to know if anyone's tuning in from Australia.
Yeah, who is tuning in from Australia? That would be great. We've got some good support there for Miska, which I can't wait to see get out there. We have our first our lead female here, rolling through, hot on her heels, is one of our favorites, Kim Schreiber.
So Kim is a German athlete. She's with Adidas Terex, and she's very experienced on the European mountain scene. So today will be pretty well suited to her. And as you mentioned earlier, she competed in the OCC this year and came 20th woman in the 61-kilometer event. And she also did the Eiger Trail in 2024. She was 12th. So she's had a few steady, strong results there, but she definitely thrives when things get tough.
I think she's looking to have a really strong race here. It's not, I mean, it's amazing how athletes are backing it up from the UTMB World Series finals at UTMB Mont-Blanc. So Kimmy being one of them. And she's running alongside Charlotte Mochette, right there. So these two ladies are taking it out strong. Charlotte's from France, 671 UTMB index. Taking it out strong.
She seems to
looking cool.
She seems to enjoy the 30-kilometer distance. She has had a few good races this year in 2025, but yeah, over about 30 kilometers. So 50k is a little bit further for her today, but if she can hold on, it'll be interesting to see. So she's quite speedy on those shorter courses, and yeah, we'll see how she goes over the full 50.
Oh, this is the lead male, Paul Shevink of the 100-mile. Paul has been running all night, 18 hours, 43 minutes. He has been running through the mountains. He's done 8,200 meters of elevation, and he is making his way onto the waterfront here down in Nice. He's only a couple of kilometers out from the finish line.
Incredible. I mean, his running gait and cadence, he looks fresh, don't you think?
Yeah, he looks very fresh. Looks very good after considering such a long night out in some tough conditions as well.
Do you think he had a pacer during the evening?
I don't know if paces are allowed at this race, actually. I don't believe they are.
Oh,
but,
okay.
But what we so Paul is he was the favorite. He had the highest UTMB index of the race at the very beginning. So, you know, there's no major surprise that he is here at the very end in first place, but he definitely had some company over those first 40 kilometers. Remember, he was running very closely with a couple of other guys, the pack of three. He did seem like he was kind of charging ahead, and they were holding on to him, but at one point through the night he just broke free, and he's really put in a huge gap on the rest of the field chasing him. They're significantly further back in this race. He's probably put over much more than an hour's gap on the rest of the guys chasing him down. But an incredible race by Paul Shevink here.
They've all stayed pretty consistent during the evening. I mean, the first few females and the first few males, they've stayed pretty strong. Stephanie Case is in second position, but not by far. But, you know, she was looking so strong for that first 40 kilometres after she left that third checkpoint. But she definitely had Michaela and Sophia on her tail heading up into that climb during the evening.
Yeah, she definitely had a solid lead there. Paul is looking super happy as well. It's he's obviously had a great race. It's easy to say and assume. I'm sure he's had some challenges along the way, but hopefully we can hear a little bit from him in the post-race interview. Look at this.
Wow, what a gorgeous shot that is.
How incredible is this? What a way to start your Saturday morning, running towards the French Riviera, up in the mountains as you make your way down to the sea. Wow, they've timed the start of this race pretty perfectly, I'd say, Jackie.
Especially because they're not feeling too fatigued yet and the exhaustion hasn't kicked in. I bet they're able to really soak this up. And from the looks of it, none of these guys run with any music, so they're probably really dialed into the moment. And yeah, I bet the scenes on foot are just phenomenal. Like, if you look out to the right-hand side there, wow.
Yeah, look at that.
And this first female is just flying.
Yeah, she's doing amazing here. That's Charlotte Moschette on the right-hand side of the screen leading the 50K, and we have our lead male of the 100-mile. He is got to be less than a kilometre to the finish of this massive race. It's so impressive, his time out here. 8,200 meters of elevation and, 160 kilometers. It's truly an epic accomplishment.
And it must be quite nice knowing there's no more major climbs to come. He gets to just roll into the finish line now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely a flat morning jog from here on in. And look at that ocean that's just right there, the sea, welcoming him back from a night in the mountains. That is got to be one of the greatest sights you could see, along with the finish line on the morning after you've run through the night. Still moving incredibly well as well, hey Jackie? He's still moving super smooth. Just looks really strong.
His legs are just ticking over so easily. I love how all these other people are just out on a morning run.
Yeah, it is. Well, Jackie, this is a sight we are going to have to get used to all day. This is going to be us. We're going to be welcoming in these runners, all of them along the same finish section here. This is going to be the site that we will be seeing, because every runner in the 50 kilometer, the 100 mile and the 100 kilometer, they all finish along this section along the waterfront. And they do that for quite a while. I think it's almost like it's definitely the last, say, 4 kilometers. They all is exactly the same, but I actually think it's a little bit more than that. I think they might join up all onto the same course a lot sooner than that. But look at this. Here are the safety cones that will be guiding him into the finish. Wow, look at that. He could just go in and grab a quick dip, get out, and still very much take the win here.
Is this going to be, I think, his first 100-mile win?
Trail earlier on this year, taking the win there at the 115 kilometer distance, but this is a massive win at a massive distance too, with such a huge amount of elevation that he's had to move through. And what a beautiful morning to celebrate winning a huge 100 miles here at the Nice Côte by UTMB. Looking at his watch, making sure that he definitely comfortably fits under that 19-hour barrier. Look at him go. He's just not letting off the gas at all.
It feels not that long ago since he was passing through that refugee at the top of the mountains there at about 30k in, and here he comes to the finish line after 100 miles through the mountains, from the climbs of the Mercantour to the descent into Nice. He's just owned this race from start to finish. 100-mile champion, here he is. Unbelievable.
Absolutely owned it. Yeah, big round of applause, folks. This is incredible. Bolshevik dominating this 100-mile race here at the Nice Côte by UTMB 2025. Your male champion rolling in here, looking like he's just had a morning jog. What an incredible victory.
The 100-mile winner of 2025. I hope Paul is taking it all in right now and savouring this moment. I mean, the promenade there really belongs to him today.
Wow, what a time, what a finish.
I'd be taking a seat as well.
Bravo Paul, on te laisse un peu récupérer bien entendu. On te poser quelques questions en direct bien sûr.
Boy, he is definitely looking like he ran 100 miles now.
Ça va, bon, il est tranquille. Hein. Je pense que Paul.
He's absolutely spent, and rightly so. I mean, 100 miles in the legs. He gave everything to this.
Une belle balade avec bien sûr un terrain difficile. Tu as masterisé jusqu'au bout. Tu as été premier tout le long.
Ouais, alors on a fait 50 km à 3. Moi j'ai eu un début de course, donc ouais j'étais devant mais ça allait pas du tout. Je savais même pas si j'allais aller au bout. Et puis au bout de 5 heures, tout s'est aligné. Et après j'avais plus trop mal aux jambes et même là sur la promenade des Anglais on était à 15 à l'heure donc c'était incroyable. Et ouais c'est extrêmement dur, mais extrêmement dur comme il y a énormément de démoins et c'est technique mais je m'attendais pas à ça.
Terrain très technique, ouais, on l'avait dit au brief technique d'avant-course. Et est-ce que le froid t'a handicapé?
Non, on a eu un poil froid au début au premier refuge là-haut. Moi j'ai mis mon kawaii pour la descente et après je l'ai jamais remis en fait. Donc à un moment j'ai enlevé les gants et puis tout bien. Et ouais, même cette nuit on n'a pas eu spécialement, enfin moi j'ai pas eu spécialement froid, faut voir ce que les autres disent, mais moi j'ai pas eu spécialement froid, ouais.
Et c'était redouté par l'équipe technique, bien sûr, de l'organisation. Donc nickel pour Paul. Alors c'était la deuxième grosse victoire, hein. C'est le palmarès qui commence à se fournir là, avec cette belle victoire aujourd'hui. Tu avais gagné sur le mute, bien sûr, le format 115K. Tu es un ex-athlète de haut niveau, bien sûr, canoë-kayak. Alors tes amis
We are going to give you a little bit of translation
ils nous ont dit que tu n'étais pas du tout
after
runner.
he finishes with the interview here, but just let it roll, and just in case someone hasn't found the French channel of the live stream.
Je faisais du kayak à haut niveau, j'étais en équipe de France, donc en fait la course à pied, ça n'existait pas quoi. Et quand je suis sorti de mes années moins de 23 en 2021, j'ai pris un job d'entraîneur sur la ville de Foix dans les Pyrénées. Et au début, je me suis vraiment mis à courir parce que j'aime trop le sport et je voulais faire ça. Et puis après, ça revient au galop en fait. Donc j'ai signé avec ASICS et puis là, c'était lancé après.
Impeccable, merci encore Paul, on va te laisser récupérer, retrouver bien sûr tes proches. On peut encore l'applaudir s'il vous plaît, Paul Cornu-Chauvin, winner donc de ce 100 miles, exceptionnel avec ce chrono donc de 18h52 minutes pour le lever de soleil en plus sur cette ligne d'arrivée. Rien de mieux pour accueillir donc cet exploit de Paul Cornu-Chauvin qui s'impose ici même sur cette promenade des Anglais. Bravo à toi. Et on fera un point bien entendu.
There you have it, folks. 25 100-mile champion. Cool, collected, and very happy to celebrate that win. That is such a big achievement, and it's such a big race through Jackie. We got a little bit of translation from that. He said it was extremely technical, and it was very cold at the refuge. But he kept his cool, and he wasn't that cold, but he said that the temperatures were very cold up top, and the whole race was extremely technical. But what an incredible achievement! He was
relentless all day. He was so strong the whole day, all the way through, and a race that long, 100 miles, it doesn't just take the physical strength, it's also just so much sheer determination, grit and resilience, and looks like he gave it his all and it paid off.
Yeah, he definitely took charge of that race and really made it his boss for the night. So it's going to be really interesting to see exactly what damage he did to the rest of the field, because at the moment it is significant. I don't think we'll be expecting our second place male into the finish line for another close to just under an hour maybe. So that would be a huge win by Polshevink, and we are cutting back here, folks, to the 50K unfolding right now. And they are moving rapidly. Absolutely rapid pace here as they are still making the most of this road.
Very runnable terrain so far.
Yes. Charlotte Moschette right here didn't have her in the top 3 favorites of this race, but she is definitely moving like she is in the top 3 favorites of this race right now. So Charlotte leading the women's race here and moving super well along this terrain, which is for the most part cool, calm and collected, but there are small sections there that could really cause some damage if you weren't paying attention.
Look at her go. She is just taking... I think she's going to overtake 4 of the males right here.
Yeah, she's moving.
Right, we're going to have a short break. We'll be back in a moment.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Tanta gente, non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica, fa un male cane.
Aïe, ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta, è finita.
All right, folks, we're back. Welcome. We are here live from Nice Côte by UTMB. We are following the 50-kilometer race right now, 7.8 kilometers into this epic event. Currently we are jumping between action here. This is Kim Schreiber chasing hard at the front of the women's race here. We believe she's in second position right now, and she is working her way up to the front as much as she can. This is the front 3 guys of the 50-kilometer here. They're moving exceptionally well, and they're moving rapidly through these early kilometers of the race. They've been together from the start, so it's been tight, and no one is breaking just yet. But as you can hear from our cameraman, he is working hard, and we do not employ lazy cameramen. They are all incredible athletes in their own right. So these it gives an indication that these gentlemen are moving rapidly. And look at the technicality of the trail that these gentlemen are moving through. It is just so windy and rocky, and it really is just throwing them kind of all over the place, making them work. Making them really work as they kind of move through that and navigate that terrain.
And it'll be interesting to see how Charlotte goes on this terrain, because Charlotte comes from a track background actually, but she brings a lot of sort of raw running speed into the mountains. So I think it'll be from that track background to bring the speed, and if she can handle all of the technical trail, then she should be in a pretty good space to hold that first position. And as we know, in 2025, she's done really well over the 30-kilometer distance. So it'll be interesting as well to see if she can hold on for the full 50 kilometers. But she's looking really strong at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, and what an incredible athlete. She was selected for the French national team and got a national podium as well. She was 19th in the French championships at the 50-kilometer distance. So that was her first 50-kilometer, which I think would be more so on the road than the trails. But she's definitely, and she's had huge success at a number of the, as you were saying, Jackie, a number of the shorter races. Saint-Jacques 20-kilometer, Eco Trail Paris 35-kilometer, Trail de Mouflons as well. She has won all of those, and she's obviously an incredible athlete, which is going to be awesome to see her at this distance on this kind of terrain. It's going to be great. I mean, she's absolutely taken it out of the gate here and is not waiting around for any sort of trail party. She's just out there rocking it solo and making the most of it.
She is running her own race, isn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great way to put it. And we have our highest ranked runner in the race going by the UTMB index, Kim Schreiber, chasing hard. These two ladies, I can't imagine any more than 90 seconds or a minute behind or separating them. So it's a very close event unfolding right now.
And I mean, Kim doesn't shy away from some tough competition, and she really thrives when it gets hard and on this technical trails. So you can see she looks very comfortable cruising through here, and she might make up a little bit of ground on that first position. So Kim's part of the Adidas Terex team, and she trains alongside the likes of Ruth Croft and Tom Evans. So she really has some strong training buddies, and that'll help her today, I think, push harder when the competition gets pretty strong.
Yeah.
And as we know, Ruth Croft has had a pretty incredible year, so I wouldn't mind running alongside her.
Yes. I actually think Ruth is probably chilling pretty hard right now. Can imagine. After both her and Tom had an incredible race at the UTMB World Series finals, those UTMB victories, one of potentially many for both of them, which is super exciting. But who are we going to crown as winners today? Charlotte Morchet is currently having an incredible start to this race here in the 50K. Really lace out fire, which is going to be awesome to see if she can hold on to, actually.
Where would you rather be positioned out of the males right now? Would you rather be the first male, or would you be sitting in third? Yeah.
Third, for sure. Just on the shoulder there, you know? Little halftime update, 36 all. Little halftime update there, Jackie. Little halftime update. So
yes.
we have first.
Yes, AFL.
Little halftime update, 36 all at the main break. First woman and second woman here. You can see here, there's really no distance between them, indicated that there's only 70 meters. So yeah, as we thought, it is very close. Even though we have two different cameras, which can give the illusion that it's there might be a bit more of a gap than just say 70 meters, but that's what we're working with here. And they are cruising, both of them looking super strong. You know, both of them moving very, very well on that type of terrain. But yeah, this is super technical. These early sections. Look at this. The rocks that they have to navigate. Whoa.
Wow. Look at that view to the right. But I don't think the runners are going to take that in very much because they're just watching where their feet are.
Yeah, this is just not the right trail for a good view. You're just not going to make the most of it, are you?
All right. I'm looking it up. I'm booking flights. Get me to Nice.
Well, you know what, Jackie? I reckon the race is going to be over by the time you get there. Well, that's what the schedule says here for us today. But next year, it's going to happen. Next year, it's going to happen. Oh, damn! Oh, ouch. Far out. He went down.
That was a quick recovery.
So fast and hard, but he got back on his feet and is at it. Wow.
That was a bit of a face scratch there too, wasn't it? Oh, and he has lost a little bit behind them. Damn.
He just went down so hard on that. Wow. When we get a replay that, folks, you can choose to look away because that was a hard head to the ground. And
ow.
Look at him getting up and just right back at it. Like nothing even happened.
He has not let them... Yeah, he hasn't let them create any space on him. He's really put his foot on the gas there, gas there to catch up.
Yeah, and you know, hopefully he's actually not injured at all, and he's just moving really well. You know, like after a fall like that, you can kind of be running on adrenaline, and then that something might actually have happened. But he looks like he's definitely doing all right. As they go through the first aid station here.
Is this one of the first four? Did anyone else stop? Only one of them.
Clement Lullaby. Clement Lullaby. That was him who took that dive. Unreal. So, wow, that really, that was a lot. So, folks, they are getting to the first aid station, Hors de Guerre, moving through here.
Oh, a lot of them are just running straight through.
Yeah, just under 10 kilometers into this race. So, just under 10 kilometers, they are moving through here, 9.5 kilometers, moving through this aid station. And they have so they're obviously well stocked up and don't need anything major. But we all saw that first pack of guys was very, very close. All of the top 6 guys are within 1 minute of each other. Clement Lubber was the gentleman we saw take a real big dive early on, just through this section here, actually. So let's hope that no one else goes down, because it's obviously a section you can run very fast on, but also there's a lot of obstacles to avoid whilst doing it.
And we could see Charlotte there heading down, that really technical, fast descent. Just before you dip into this sort of foresty section, though, the views are just spectacular. I mean, imagine pushing through the first, they're nearly at about 10K into the 50K race, and legs will be burning, but they're starting to find a bit of rhythm. And then you get to glance out and see those epic views of the water.
Yeah, take your mind off it all for just a split second and enjoy the nature and what we are really all out there for in many regards. Awesome comparison here of these two ladies at the front of the 50K, being able to compare their movement through this section. One is Kim is just behind Charlotte, really not that far at all, almost like still probably holding that 50 to 70 meter gap. Here we go. Yannick Noel, 7th at UTMB just recently at the end of August. So huge run for him to achieve 7th at UTMB and then be here backing it up.
And I mean, it's always interesting to watch the different... It's always interesting watching different athletes, how they move through a checkpoint. It's such a critical moment, not just in refueling, but a bit of strategy. Sometimes it's a reset, but every second counts, and some are in and out within seconds. Others take that time to reset. And you can sometimes read a lot about a runner's mindset when they're coming through these checkpoints on how they're going. I mean, you can see there Charlotte, she's really wanting to hold on to that first place. She was doing the classic look back. So she was wondering where that second position female was. And I don't think the second female is going to take any time. No, she's straight through. So Charlotte would have lost a little bit of time there.
Yeah. They're obviously feeling very confident about what they have on them already and what they have lying ahead of them, because it is approximately 8.4 kilometers to the next aid station where they would be able to receive some sort of aid. So if they've run through that aid station, they're looking at covering the first kind of 18 kilometers with just the supplies that they started with. So
I think this is the first time we've seen Charlotte break stride there, and she's gone into a little bit of an uphill hike.
Yes, absolutely. Which is really interesting to see.
My coach used to say to me, march uphill like a bear is chasing you. Because it's so easy when you transition from the run to the hike to end up in a bit of a dawdle. I mean, these guys at this level are not dawdling at any point, but yeah, she is definitely marching with purpose, which can make up a lot of time. And, it's interesting to see a lot of these amazing trail runners. You've got to be really strong across all of the disciplines, not just the climbs, the descents, but also, the technical stuff and those tough hiking moments. You got to be able to do it all.
Yeah, absolutely. It will pay dividends if you are able to increase your skill set along all of those mediums, fast, smooth running, excellent running on technical terrain, and obviously being able to efficiently navigate hills like this is going to be able to give you a really, really good chance of, performing as best as you can on a lot of these trail running races. But,
I haven't seen any of the lead runners with poles, actually.
No, I don't think I have seen it either, and I can't imagine that many people would use poles with, at the front of the race. I don't think, with 55 kilometers and 2,100 meters, I feel like it is relatively, I don't want to say flat, but it's not a 50-kilometer race with a huge amount of elevation. It definitely has some, but it's definitely an elevation profile that I think you could get away without poles, is what I'm trying to say.
Very runnable. Yeah.
It certainly looks technical too, and I think sometimes when you have really, really technical terrain, poles can be, the use of the poles can be a lot more difficult and a lot less efficient. So, but we'll be able to hopefully get some good insight to all of that terrain that these folks are going to cover. But yeah, look at that view out to the right-hand side there, Jackie. There's your holiday for 2026.
Charlotte is on an incredible section of the course right now. It's a bit of single track perched right above the water there. And, on one side you can see the ocean is just shimmering as that sun rises. And it's absolutely breathtaking. I wonder if she can look up and take it all in, or if she's just locked in. And, yeah, you can see her head's down, really strong marching. But those cliffs just plunging into the Mediterranean. It's pretty hard to believe how beautiful this course is from what we can even just see through the computer screen.
Yeah, it looks like a perfect day for it too. I don't think I've seen a breath of wind out there. It looks like it is very calm and it looks like a beautiful, beautiful day for running. I think it's probably going to step up a little bit temperature-wise when that sun really gets up in the sky, and it's going to it's going to be increasing that temperature quite significantly from the early morning time in the shade and out of that direct sunlight. So I think a lot of these runners are going to be pretty keen to get it finished off as soon as possible and escape that real harsh heat of the sun out here. I remember last year actually it looked like such a hot race in the 50K. The sun was out and it was just it was very, very, very warm for these runners when you're working at such a high intensity. But Charlotte's looking great in these early sections, just gone 10 kilometers into the race. Here we have Jackie. This is where our runners will come onto. There is a little path there in the rocks along the front of the water there.
Wow.
That pathway is actually on the course, and the runners all finish along this section here. They work their way along those rocks, along this front section of the water there, and then they make their way into the town following the coastline essentially as they move all their way into town. So we're going to get some really cool shots of runners moving along this section. And we have the drone pilot here doing their best to show us what it's all about. We might even here we go, folks. The first timing point, Loic Robert coming in first, Andre Prandani second, Clement Lauba, Augustine Kahadi and Anthony Krupka all rolling in the top 5 of the race in the 50K so far. Charlotte Mochette leading the women's race, Kim Schreiber following behind, Olivia Dubern in third, Anna Mazel fourth, and Vanessa Schatzel in fifth, rolling through. Jackie, how's the chat going? We need to get some people on the chat here because there is a poll up at the moment.
Here we go.
And we need to get the poll rolling.
What do you we'll chat about it when we come back.
We're going to have a quick break and then we will be back to chat about the poll, and see you on the live stream chat, folks, just after this quick break.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Hey folks,
Hey,
welcome back.
Back. Did you miss me, Madge? It was long 2 minutes.
That was a long 2 minutes there, yes. But we're back in the
I
sunshine,
understand.
living our
All right,
Nice holiday remotely.
We've got some action happening in the chat.
Excellent.
Oi, we've got someone watching in from Wagga Wagga, Australia. Hi, Neil. Neil, are you watching the AFL? It is 44 to the Geelong Cats to 43 Brisbane Lions. And it is in the third quarter. It is spicy football going on right now.
I believe it's Wagga Wagga. I believe it's Wagga Wagga.
What does it say? What is it spelled with an A?
Wagga Wagga. Anyway, thanks, Neil. I think it's Wagga Wagga. Correct. Who's got it right?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Wagga Wagga, or is it Wagga Wagga? Actually, it might be. It might be Wagga Wagga. Thanks for chiming in. It looks like some great gifts there on the chat. Really appreciating those, folks. Keep them coming in. What else we got there, Jackie? What else we got?
We've got what a performance from Paul. Yes, Paul showed us how it's done. Eileen, congrats, Paul. Few people are pretty mind blown by how incredible he was. He was flawless, honestly. Then we've got Charlotte pacing with the men at the start. And Paul looks fresh as a daisy. I'm not sure if I've cut. Oh, you still got me, yeah. Okay, now we have 4 minutes remaining on our poll. What are you grabbing at the aid station? This is a tough one. Fruit sliced just right, crackers for a carb hit, dried fruit for a sweet treat, that NAC hydration, or good old H2O. Oh, this is a tough one. I'm going to say fruit sliced just right. I always go for the orange if it's cut up.
Oof. I just feel like out of that selection there, I'm just going to have to go with the good old H2O.
Well, we are 50-50 split right now. It's 50% fruit, 50% water. So, sorry, I've just ruined it for anyone who hasn't voted. Oh no, you've swayed the chat with your vote.
Yeah, I think it's you, me, and we need to get some people on that chat. Who else is watching the granny that wants to chat online? Oh, here we go, Jackie. This is going to be our second place male of the 100 miler, rolling in here. Now, this trail here, Jackie, is going to take them right down to the waterfront, and it's going to, take them onto that trail that we were looking at, and it's going to be able to throw them on there. on that trail. Oh, so we have the second and third male together.
Wow. They look like they're working as a bit of a team there, don't they?
Yeah, and they look like they're having a little bit of trouble navigating the trail there. Nicholas Thomas and Theo Ledoc, first and second male in the 100-mile together in the final 4 to 5 kilometers of this race. Now, Jackie, what is going to happen? Are these guys running together, or are they going to throw down when this finish line gets super close?
I think it's an unspoken about sort of, camaraderie that once these guys hit that flat section where we first got eyes back on Paul, where it turns into the concrete road again, I think it's every man for themselves. I reckon they've worked together through the evening, but yeah, once they get off these trails, I mean, I'd be itching for second position. They've worked so hard for this. What do you think?
Well, it's been a long night out there, and I don't know. It doesn't seem like they're kind of chatting together or kind of working too closely together. So they might still be on their own program here and happy to just run this out and see and really just kind of race it to the end. So I feel like we might have a
race on our hands.
If one of them doesn't just concede if one of them doesn't just concede and allows the other to run on and take the second place.
I've been keeping a little eye on the world champs going on as well. We've got the long trail and happening today for the males and the females. Jim Walmsley's in second position for the long trail, with Benjamin Rabuli in first. And then for the females, Katie Scheid is in first position. So they've got a tough day out as well.
Yeah, look at this unfold. Jackie, Theo Ledoc is leading. Well, not leading, but he's in second position here, making his way down to actually this part of the course that we're seeing with the drone. We're going to be able to pick him up really soon on that drone shot. But this is Theo Ledoc in second place, having a look behind him every now and again over his shoulder to see where third place male is, Nicholas Thomas. So,
yeah, I definitely don't think that they want to finish together. And I saw Theo having a little glance behind his shoulder as well at where he's positioned. And, I mean, that means he's racing. He knows exactly where the pressure's coming from, and he doesn't want to let up second position. And, it's always tough in an ultra. He's been out there for 160 kilometres almost, keeping that competitive edge even when you're getting fatigued. 100 miles in, body's feeling pretty broken. You've got to keep your mind sharp, and you've got to know, how fast can I go to keep up this pace to the end and hold on to that second position?
Yeah, absolutely. Another one of our runners, actually, Theo, he's another one of our runners that used to play football, and then he got on the treadmill throughout lockdown and really started to get into running during that period of everyone's life. He works part-time as a park ranger, and yeah, he's definitely won quite a few races in and around his part of the world where he lives over the last couple of years, really. So really, really impressive. Someone who has definitely come out here with all guns blazing and put on a great show. So yeah, he's definitely in a position that he deserves to be in right now. But look how close they are.
It looks.
They're just.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
super tight. But if I'm making a guess, I think Theo looks like he's hungrier. Theo really looks like he wants it. And I mean, Nicholas is right on his heels. Both of them are probably pretty deep into the hurt locker. But Theo just looks like he has that hungry edge, and he's glancing back, trying to see how much space. Oh gosh, he's right behind him. Two athletes side by side at the end of 100 miles. It really shows that there's absolutely nothing in it right now for these guys, is it?
Yeah. And the only thing that separates them from the finish line is basically a 4-kilometer road race. So it's wild how that this event with 160 kilometers, 8,200 meters of elevation, like a very mountainous 100-mile race, is going to come down to a road race at the finish. I guess it's just the way,
and
the way it happens.
I could see then from Theo heading down those steps, it looked like he felt a wee pinch in his quads as he was, I think he was doing 2 steps at a time. But yeah, it comes down to this 160 kilometers, and they've got those last 4 kilometers on road. It's not just the legs now, but it's going to be pure grit. All the technical trails left behind them, and just incredible Mediterranean water views as they make their way into the finish. What a sight that is right there.
Yeah, what do you think of that, hey? From the mountains to the sea, literally to the sea. You just, without getting in the water, you can't get any closer than that right now, Jackie. That is just beautiful in the morning sun on the coast of the French Riviera down here in Nice. Like, what a way to finish a 100-mile journey from the mountains.
Pretty amazing watching Theo and Nicholas in 2nd and 3rd position here. Just a few kilometres remaining, and they're single file along that water's edge. And
Yeah,
I bet the emotions are running high. Yeah, all the preparation they've put into this, and now it comes down to these last few kilometres. The scenes look absolutely spectacular. No longer about tactics or anything. It's just about who can dig deep and who really wants it the most. What would you be thinking right now? I mean, if you were sitting in 3rd position, would you just be hanging out for that last kilometre and then going full send and giving it your all?
Well, it's so hard to tell, Jackie, because I think over the last 19 and a half hours, I'm sure that these guys have been able to understand in regards to, who moves better on the uphill, who moves better on the downhill, who moves better on the flat, on the road sections. So it's going to be, I think they would have a lot of intel about each other. And with that information, I feel like that the answer would lie within there. But I'm an engineer, so I just need all that information to make a decision. To answer your question simply, I don't know. Have they been running together for all the way through the night? Have they built this trail friendship where they just want to finish together and have a good time, crossing the line and sharing that moment together? Or have they not said a word to each other this whole evening, and really they're racing in absolute silence? And
Nicholas is just right on Theo's tail. I think Nicholas is nearly waiting.
Pass him a bit.
He wants to pass him, but I guess the trick is to choose the perfect moment when you want to go for it and go for that overpass. Because if you go too soon, then you risk blowing up, right? But you don't want to leave it too late as well. But it's pretty incredible watching these two guys, along the Riviera right now. The ocean right there. They were down by the water's edge, and the water was nearly spraying up alongside them. We can't see any of the crowds just yet, and it is still quite early in the morning, but I'm sure for these two guys, they can feel the energy rising, and every step they're getting closer to that finish line. And it's going to really come down to who wants it most.
Yeah,
the lactate would just be burning for Theo, I think. You know when you can feel someone right on your tail.
Ouais, je vois qu'ils essaient de se repasser, mais ils attendaient à mon avis le dernier flop.
Yeah, I feel like.
And you can see Theo looking
here
back.
He goes. Now he goes. He's just put in a move. He is not waiting around. This is a race unfolding. Look at him go. He just put in a absolute surge on this downhill, putting in the effort. So these two guys are racing.
Yeah.
How's he going to respond? 3.1 kilometers to go. Wow, look at that. Here he goes again. He's putting in another surge on this flat section.
Yeah.
Look at him go. He's
absolutely like, screw this, I want it.
Yeah, he is for sure. And now he's backed off. You can see him just going hard, backing off, going hard, backing off. Now, is Nicholas Thomas going to be able to respond to this kind of attack? I wonder if this is going to be his strategy all the way to the finish. Just put on the burners for 50 meters and then back off. Well, he's still close.
You know,
he's still close.
He's got experience in 100 miles. He did attempt a 100 miler in 2025, the Grand Raid Ventux, and he unfortunately had a DNF. But in 2023, he won the Istra 100 mile race. Must have been a flat one. He did that in just under 10 hours. So he's got 100 miles in his legs. He knows what he's doing, and I think he wants it bad today. So he is just going for it now. My money is on Theo. He's going to hold strong.
It is definitely not a friendship in this final section of the race. Oh, what's going on? No. Keep going straight, I think. There was a bit of spray paint on the ground. What's going on?
That is not where you'd want to get lost. That could be a make or break.
Yeah. I thought I saw some spray paint on the ground that suggested that they go straight ahead, but yeah, definitely misread that. Back in the shade, away from that early morning sun. Look at Theo just looking over his shoulder consistently. He just doesn't want to give in here. Doesn't want to give in.
I mean, there's a little bit of a difference in prize money too. That'll be giving me a little bit of a kick into gear. I mean, first place is €20, second place is €12,000, and then third is 8,000. So I'd be really pushing hard for that second place. There's a few dollars in it.
That is true. There's definitely some money on the line. So that is interesting.
This is so exciting to see, like, this level of competition towards the end of 100 miles. I was not expecting this at all.
It is absolutely going.
I've just jumped into the chat. Who here is tuning into this? I mean, this is as exciting as the AFL Grand Final in Brisbane right now, and it's neck and neck. I don't know which is better, but what have we got here? Is the mullet more aerodynamic? Yeah, I think Theo's onto something with the mullet.
Oh, it's happening right in front of us, folks. These two are going to go to the wire. Just under 20 hours of racing, and they're just going to continue to throw down at each other. Whew. Tell you what, this is almost as exciting as the Premiership quarter that's just gone down and the AFL Granny. Far out. Hold your breath, folks. We have got some competition unfolding right now. It is no joke here. Nicholas Thomas from Belgium racing the Frenchman to the finish of this 100-mile race. Like, Jackie, they've got 8,200 meters of elevation in their legs right now, and they've had more than that in downhill. And so this is really, really incredible to see.
You can see his legs have a little bit of a sting in them on those down steps. Is he going to take another little look back? He's going to have to glance, I think.
Oh, he's always on the glance. Gio's always on the glance here. There he is. He's in sight. Yeah, he's right in sight. Look at that. They're just 20 meters, 30 meters are separating them.
What do you think? Do you think Nicholas has it in him to go for a pass?
I don't know. He's definitely. Look at him. He's still right on his tail. So you can see here, Jackie. They pass through this section of town. It's just flat along the waterfront there, and they take this all the way to the finish. So, I mean, Theo looks a little stronger. He looks a little smoother, but I think it's just deceiving because Nicholas Thomas has stayed on his tail, and even though Theo's made some moves and put in some big surges, he really hasn't put that much distance into Nicholas Thomas as they get closer and closer to the finish. Just 1.7 kilometers to go here. Less than 2K.
Oh, I'm nervous.
Look at this. Theo's even just putting in a bit of a gap on the joggers here. Yeah, there you can see Nicholas Thomas still taking the little shortcut, cutting the corner there, making sure that he kind of makes the most of every opportunity. And you can see here, Theo, I think, is putting on another surge. It's just running with that intensity, you know?
He's moving so well.
And I think if this is Nicholas running with someone that he knows, that's going to be a huge boost for him. I think that gentleman was kind of running alongside him, but an unreal race here.
It must be a bit of a morale boost as well with the sunshine. I mean, these guys have been running all through the night, and we obviously couldn't cover that section of the course, but they're in pure darkness on some really tough terrain. So it must be a real lift having the morning light and now this flat road where they can hammer it into the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's really looking back. He wants this bad.
Yeah, he really does. This is such an incredible... I've got to say, Nicholas Thomas does not have a whole lot of results to go by off the... He does not have a whole lot of results to go by off the UTMB index. His last race was UT4M, which is a 100-miler with 9,400 meters of elevation. He did that on the 18th of July. Really, a couple of months ago, he did a massive 100-miler. And now he's back out here at Nice, having the race of his life. He's just putting on an absolute show here. And he's coming back hard. Look how close he's getting to him again. This is just awesome.
On est à 3,45 dans la montée là. Voilà.
Right, the camera runners are going to be working. Oh, here he goes now. He's putting on a surge. Yes, come on. This is it. He's putting on a charge. Nicholas Thomas is making a move. These guys are racing to the finish of this 100-miler. Nicholas Thomas from Belgium putting on a move here to pass Theo Lebedoc in the last section here. Look at these two, neck and neck. They are both going for it here. Unreal. 19 hours, 48 minutes of racing through the mountains. 8,200 meters of elevation in their legs. And they are just stride for stride here along the French Riviera. This is incredible. Look at these two guys go. Less than a kilometer to go. 700 meters. They're dodging the locals. They're dodging the traffic. They're dodging everything. And they are throwing down. Looking like they are going. I mean, you can't go any more full steam than this right now. And this is going to come down to a sprint finish. Who is it going to be? These two gentlemen are about to see the finish line in sight. There's going to be nothing separating them when they get into this final finish shoot. And it's going to be an absolute sprint to the finish. What an incredible effort by these two gentlemen. Neck and neck, no one's given up. It is going to be an absolute race to the finish here. Look at these two guys. They're racing the clock to get under 20 hours, and they are racing each other. Nicholas is on his shoulder. Theo Lebedoc is working his absolute heart out here, not wanting to let this drop at all, not wanting to succeed for third place at all. He wants to go to the line, and he is willing to put it all out there. These two gentlemen are not going to back off, and they haven't backed off this whole race. Here we go. Theo is putting on a charge now. You can see him step it up just a little bit. Nicholas covering that right on his shoulder. This is a track race unfolding at the end of a 100-miler right on the French Riviera in this incredibly infamous township of Nice. Such an endurance mecca of the world, and this is exactly why, because champions like this come and throw down. Look at the crowd they are getting. Here we go. Nicholas is right here covering Theo. They are both seeing the finish line now. They're both seeing the finish line, and they are getting after it. Look at this. Theo's putting on a move. Is Nicholas going to be able to cover him? Look at that. What a sprint. He's absolutely going for it. He does not want to let go of this second place. Theo is absolutely in the chute. He's doing it. Can he cover it? I think he's done it. Theo Lebedoc, second place here at the Nice Côte by UTMB. Look at him go. He's absolutely putting on a last-minute ditch effort to cover Nicholas Thomas from Belgium. Theo Lebedoc from France, second here at the 100-mile distance. You can't believe it. He's just been able to get it done. And Nicholas Thomas, third place here. Well done, sir. That was a freaking incredible run by you. An incredible effort by you, sir.
Exceptionnel final après plus de 159 km entre
Wow,
et Nicolas. Oh là là.
What a finish by Theo.
Yeah, he threw down that last section and he just was able to He's able to pin it to the line. He was able to pin it to the line. Nicholas Thomaso, young man, you just had an absolute incredible race. Take a huge bow, sir. That was an absolutely incredible race.
It's rare that you see such a strong competition right till the end.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And I believe this must be Jeremy Nyon on the left-hand side of the screen, fourth male coming along that coastline that we're going to get to know very, very well in the next little while.
Le podium à la 3e place, Nicolas Thomas, qui nous vient de Belgique. Nicolas.
Nice work, gentlemen. That is how you just dig deep and find something in your heart and your soul that you just never knew you had at the end of 100 miles. So big shout out to those two gentlemen for putting on such an incredible display at the end of 100 miles. That was pretty impressive.
Et ça marche pas, hein. Ça court, ça court. Ouais. Ça va être route là jusqu'à la fin.
All right, folks. So this is the waterfront pathways road, and this is the final kind of 4 kilometers of the 100-miler. It's also going to be the final stretch of the 50-kilometer and also the 100-kilometer races too. So this is what we are going to be getting a lot of footage of as the day unfolds. It's going to be, this is going to be the finish that all of our runners are going to be navigating. And what a beautiful welcome back to the sea this is. The podium of the 100-miler right there.
Un peu plus de 18 heures de course pour Paul et un peu plus de 19 heures pour nos amis Théo et
Nicolas. Thierry Lebedoc and Nicolas Thomas. 1, 2, 3. Reliving the dreams that they had out there. That was a huge, what an unreal race by Paul, winning the 100-miler there, basically in an hour ahead of basically like spot on, just under an hour. He beat those guys to the finish. So that's a huge win by him. Covering that type of terrain and beating second and third by an hour is massive. Huge run. And as we said, Jeremy Nyon here coming in first male of the 35-39 age category, and he's going to have a little bit more of a chilled run than the other two.
I don't mind having a bit of a push for the finish though. You feel like you really give it your all in that last bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it is one way to get it done. That's for sure. one way to get it done. So really, really awesome to see Jeremy finish off strong here. He was right up there at the first 40 kilometers of the race.
2 ans que j'habite à ma compagne sur Venançon, dans la vallée de la Vésubie. Donc on s'y plaît très bien. Donc on peut dire que j'étais à domicile, je connaissais bien certains sentiers. J'ai tenté la GTM, donc la grande traversée du Mercantour l'année dernière. Donc pareil, de Rabions en fait jusque chemin de l'énergie, chemin de l'énergie et Rabions, je connaissais bien. Donc voilà, j'étais pas trop dépaysé.
On a vu sur ton palmarès que tu avais pas mal de perfs dans le coin, sur cette région donc de la Côte d'Azur. Tu as fait une grosse perf également du côté de l'UT4M. Et non, en Alsace, ouais. En Alsace, ouais, tu as remporté le format du 100K, un terrain donc tu connais par cœur. Et tu es parti un peu prudemment ou...
Ouais, c'était voulu. Puis bon, ils sont partis comme des brutes, hein, de toute façon. Hein, on en parlait avec Paul à l'arrivée. On était entre 1100 et 1300 mètres/heure dans la première bosse jusqu'au Rabions. Enfin, moi, j'étais comme ça. Je me suis dit, si je les suis jusqu'à Isola, je vais exploser. Donc, j'ai temporisé, mais finalement, je restais toujours un petit peu au contact. Et puis, j'ai pris un ravitaillement trop long. Et donc, du coup, j'ai perdu le contact avec les gars. Donc, après, derrière, j'ai fait ma course. Donc, j'avais pas de très bonnes sensations. Mon ventre s'est vite serré, peut-être à cause du froid, vers le Rabions. Mais donc, voilà, en fait, je me suis pas très bien alimenté, uniquement liquide. Et finalement, j'étais plutôt assez frais jusqu'au kilomètre 100, donc une fois arrivé à Utel. Et une fois à Utel, j'ai commencé à envoyer, puis j'étais 4e un petit peu en chasse-patate, j'ai passé la nuit tout seul. C'était pas évident, parce qu'il y avait les deux Lascars qui étaient juste devant, donc du coup ils se tiraient la bourre dans les descentes. Et moi je revenais pas, j'ai toujours entre 20 et 25 minutes de différence. Et finalement, je me suis mis un gros tempo juste après le Vince, et puis j'ai réussi à revenir sur une petite portion de 2h30, donc j'étais content, puis la fin ça a été... J'en perds mes mots, quoi.
T'es un habitué de ce final au sprint, il me semble.
Oh ouais, c'est pénible. J'avais dit cette année terminée. Il y a eu l'Alsace, il y a eu l'UTCAM, il y a eu le double KV de Reims. Et puis on met ça aujourd'hui. Donc c'est vrai que c'est prenant mentalement. J'aurais préféré être dans la position de Paul, qui était lui dans un siège, mais il a fait une course waouh, remarquable pour un premier 100 miles. C'est ce que je le disais. Hein, c'est un chouette type, il est très humble. Et je pense que là, donc, du coup, il a validé son ticket pour l'UTMB l'année prochaine. Ça va faire mal.
Ouais, c'est du costaud du côté de Paul, donc il a explosé les chronos. Toi aussi, moins de 20 heures. C'était un peu calculé ou c'était ton objectif?
Non, moi je partais plutôt sur 21h30. En fait, je m'étais tablé sur les temps d'un copain, donc Christopher Clemente, qui a gagné l'année dernière. Et puis j'étais bien dans les temps jusque Roure. Juste avant Saint-Sauveur sur Tinée. Et puis finalement, ça s'est un petit peu emballé quand j'ai décidé de mettre en marche. Et puis en fait, sur les 40 derniers, ça courait partout. Moi, c'est ce que je dis, en fait, la première portion, c'est 80 km de montagne. Et puis les seconds, on peut un petit peu les comparer à un Templier. Donc c'est très roulant, il faut tout le temps courir. Il y a un petit peu de technique, je me suis pris 2-3 pelles. C'est vrai que quand on n'est plus trop lucide et puis que on essaie d'aller vite, les pieds râpent le sol. Donc non, franchement, c'est une chouette journée.
Bon, impeccable. Merci à toi, Théo. Donc, le Boudec, qu'on peut applaudir, deuxième de ce 100 miles qui a livré ses impressions. On te laisse récupérer. Bien entendu, on te retrouve pour la remise des prix, bien entendu, sur la scène de ce village, donc, du Nice Côte d'Azur, UTMB. Merci à toi.
Well, thanks a lot. That was the finish line interview with second place, Theo Lebedoc. He mentioned that he was alone through the night and he was able to put some gas pedal down to the metal when he was at Levens and he caught up to the podium. He still doesn't have any words for that crazy finish he did mention, and he said he was on 21 hours and 30 minutes for his timing, but he pushed the last 40 kilometers because he was feeling so good. And he kind of broke it down as 80 kilometers of mountain technical race, then 40 kilometers a little bit more closer to the French race, Le Templier, and he was able to get away with second place there. He was targeting the winning time of last year's race, being 21 hours 30 minutes. I'd like to thank my
Il n'y a plus d'escalier. Traverse à gauche. Je vais allonger le port.
Madge, can you hear me?
So, folks, I just shout out to my translation AI bot, and Alexi. Greatly appreciate it. All right, folks, unreal. That's super impressive to hear a little bit about that race unfolding as it did. What a tough mountain race that does sound like. For the most part out there, it was a tough race out there. But he obviously managed himself really well. If you feel great in that last 40 kilometers of a 100-mile, then you've done something right throughout the day.
Vraiment plus rien, mais bon, j'ai quand même essayé pour jouer
We
la
have a
deuxième clope.
little bit insight now. Third male Nicholas Thomas
On a vu
interview at
sur
the
les
finish
images
line.
au mano à mano, tu l'as même doublé du côté du port. Tu as essayé de le faire craquer, il n'a pas cédé.
Ouais, je sais que c'était là que j'avais une chance, quoi, parce qu'au sprint à plat, je suis vraiment pas rapide, donc j'ai essayé dans la dernière bosse, quoi, et puis voilà, ça n'a pas marché, il était plus fort que moi, et puis voilà.
Et pour toi, c'était une découverte, donc ce Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB, j'imagine, ce coin de France également.
Une découverte l'UTMB, oui, mais le coin de France, non, parce que j'ai vécu quelques mois à Biot, donc c'est pas très loin d'ici. Et puis quand je faisais du vélo de route, je venais m'entraîner ici quasiment tout l'hiver, donc je connais quand même pas mal la région, quoi.
D'accord. Et le froid, ça a été cette nuit?
Oui, franchement, je m'attendais à avoir plus froid, donc on a eu froid au refuge au début là. À 2600 mètres là, mais sinon le reste ça a été
impeccable. On va te laisser récupérer tranquille et on te donne rendez-vous tout à l'heure pour la remise des prix. Je sais pas exactement l'horaire, on te donnera toutes les infos, bien entendu. Profite du calme pour l'instant sur cette ligne d'arrivée et on se retrouve tout à l'heure. Merci à toi. Donc cette 3e place avec un chrono donc pour Nicolas de 19h52 minutes.
Awesome to see. So a little bit of translation there. I've got this awesome AI bot helping me out. So he said there was no more gas on the finish. He tried one more time in that last uphill against Tio, but he was so strong. And he said, I know this place, living there for a few months and training during his cycling career. So Nicholas Thomas, a bit of a cycler back in the day. But yeah, he said it wasn't too cold, except for that the Refugio de Rebons up high, which is interesting to hear. A lot of these guys aren't saying that it was overly cold.
Maybe because they're moving so quickly.
Yeah. And so yeah, it's awesome to see. But I mean, unreal race there by Nicholas Thomas. That was something truly incredible.
Here's Jeremy. He's coming in 4th male, and he's only got about 1 kilometre to the finish line. A little bit of a different race for him compared to the 2nd and 3rd male who went head-to-head all the way till the end. That must have been really mentally fatiguing as well for the 2nd and 3rd guys to be Theo and Nicholas to be going so hard, even through the whole evening. I mean, they've been neck and neck the whole race.
Yeah, unreal to see that kind of a finish at this point of a race. Some accolades here from Jeremy Leon, age 38, and he's definitely done a couple of events already this year, which is awesome to see him getting out for one last big run with a bib on a Dussart in this end of the year. Maybe it's his last race. This might be just the last training run for his next and last race of the year, but it's a big one, so maybe he'll take a bit of a break going into Christmas.
On peut, hein. Prends de l'avance, C'est plus marrant.
Wow, that water looks incredible. I wonder if any of the runners have jumped in yet. What do you think?
I don't know. Don't know. I haven't seen anyone get too involved just yet. But...
How long did Theo end up getting on Nicholas? I had some technical difficulties, but was it a couple seconds or how long was it between?
Ah, le live, j'adore. Ah, c'est beau, j'ai suivi là.
How long was...
Il y a mon boss et mon cousin, ils sont plus loin. Ok, incroyable.
Sorry, Jackie, what was that question?
How long was it in between Theo and Nicholas in the end?
6 seconds.
6 seconds? Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, 6 seconds in the end. That's what separated those two gentlemen. And they were both 1 hour back off pole. He won the race. So Paul put on a bit of a clinic. Well, he put on a big clinic and a half and got that done. So
Et vous vous relayez pas là sur les...
very, very
on fait
impressive.
2-3, là moi je fais 4, après on fait le course, on fait 50 après. Ah, il y a le 50K qui est parti là déjà. Il y a d'autres collègues qui font 50.
This is the fourth male. I'm excited for when the females come in. I'm eager to see Stephanie Case, Michaela. Overnight as well, I was chatting with a few friends who are runners from the UK, a guy Charlie and his girlfriend Anna, and they run with Ellen. Remember there was a lot of hype in the chat about Ellen and the Clapham Run Club that she has, so everyone was really getting behind Ellen.
Yeah, the Clapham Chasers Run Club. Yep.
Yep, exactly. So a few of my friends run with Ellen and they were really rooting for her.
Oh, that's cool. That is cool to hear, that's for sure.
So Ellen's currently sitting... She's sitting in third position. That's exciting. So Ellen Cheatham from the Clapham Chasers, she was sitting in fourth most of the evening, but she's snuck into third position. And she's got about a 17-minute lead on the fourth female, Sophia. So there's Michaela in first position, Stephanie Case second, Ellen in third, Sophia fourth, and Kristen with no poles, in fifth. So it's an awesome race shaping up to be for the 100-mile females.
Yeah, it's going to be great to welcome them in, just as it is great to welcome in our fourth place male of 100-mile here, Jeremy Nyon of France.
Had anyone on his tail, but he still pushed all the way to the finish line, and he's given it his all. Incredible time, not far behind the second and third males, and it looks like he's really emptying the tank as he comes into that finish line.
Yeah, he's just finishing off super strong here. Jeremy on 20 hours, 12 minutes lap. Yeah, he's going to keep him fourth place here with a huge and incredible time.
What a journey, 160 kilometers, so many tough climbs, big descents, and he even sprinted to the finish line there. And he probably hasn't seen anyone for too long. Hasn't seen anyone for a long while through the evening, so it'll be nice for him to catch up with the fellow competitors now.
And here he goes. He picked up a stop flask on the journey. Picked up a stop flask and has carried it all the way to the finish. And he's just asking these other guys if they own it.
He's looking pretty good, isn't
Amazing
he?
how, yeah. All of these guys are super coherent and they're just having a chat. You know, they're like, it'd be hard to tell that they've just run 20 hours in the mountains.
Wow, the ocean there looks unbelievable.
I don't know, Jackie, it wouldn't take long before I got in that ocean after in that kind of a race.
Technique de UTMB World Series. Bien joué, Jérémy. Alors, une place qui a été trouvée.
Really determined to find the owner of this soft flask, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, his guiding mission. His guiding mission for the last 20 hours.
On va la garder avec nous, on fera un petit point. Comment s'est passé, Jérémy, cette aventure du 100 miles? Une découverte pour toi ou déjà acquérie sur ces distances?
Get a bit of insight to his time out there.
J'étais parti mais sans ambition et j'étais parti vraiment très prudemment. J'avais juste ambition de finir. Puis au fil du parcours, je me suis senti de mieux en mieux. J'ai ramassé les morts et puis là ça galvanise et puis on se sent de mieux en mieux. Donc j'avais pris une incroyable 11e place. Et là j'ai fait tout l'inverse. Je suis parti beaucoup trop vite. Je me suis explosé dans la descente d'Isola. Et voilà, c'est fini comme j'ai pu, mais je suis content du chrono, un peu déçu de la place, mais bon, il n'y a rien acheté. 20h15, moins de 20h15, c'est très bien. Pour un plan de course en dessous des 22 heures. Donc...
Ouais, t'as fait comme les trois devant. C'est parti très très vite avec une allure dingue. Nous a dit donc Théo sur les montées. Et donc toi, t'as réussi à quand même quasiment à tenir l'allure.
Bah oui, j'ai tenu. Théo, il nous rattrape, c'est quel ravito je me rappelle plus du nom. Tourette, non? Tu nous rattrapes? Ouais, c'est Tourette. Puis après, moi, j'explose. Je sens que je peux pas suivre Théo, je peux pas suivre Nico, avec qui j'ai fait beaucoup de kilomètres. Mais moi, je le savais que j'étais limite depuis j'ai eu déjà pas mal de kilomètres. Donc, j'ai pas cherché. Et voilà, j'ai fini comme j'ai pu.
Les conditions météo, ça allait? Le froid annoncé, ça n'a pas trop dérangé pour l'instant la SCAR de devant?
Non, après on était prévenus, on savait qu'il fallait se couvrir pour le passage de Rabions et tout. Et puis après, non, dans la nuit, il n'a pas fait froid finalement. On était bien, les manches longues. Et puis,
peut-être plus dur pour le reste du peloton, on va dire, qui a passé.
Ceux qui sont passés plus tard, le Rabions et tout, ouais. Nous, j'ai un peu de brouillard. Ouais. Ceux qui sont passés de nuit, ça va être compliqué, ouais.
D'accord, merci Jérémy. On te laisse récupérer, retrouver bien sûr tes proches. Et on te retrouve bien sûr, j'espère, pour une prochaine édition sur ce Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB. Bravo à toi, Jérémy Mignon. On peut l'applaudir encore, 4e place en 20h12 minutes et 18 secondes.
There we have it so far, folks. The top four. Paul Chavnik coming in hot, 1 hour ahead of Theo Lebedok and Nicholas Thomas in that sprint finish, and Jeremy Nyon rounding out the top four so far, just gone 20 hours and 16 minutes. And we are waiting for our fifth male to roll through here, and look at this for a finish line and a beautiful township down here, the waterfront of Nice. So folks, we are going to have a quick break after seeing all of that action, and we'll be back with you shortly afterwards.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Nice, France, located on the shores of the Mediterranean Sea and at the foot of the majestic French Alps. A legendary backdrop for the nearly 6,000 runners from 79 nationalities experiencing the wonders of the French Riviera as part of Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB. An event part of the UTMB World Series, the world's ultimate trail running circuit. I am David Kudinek, Project Manager of Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB 2024. We offer 4 race formats. For those new to trail running, there's the Saint-Jean-Cap-Ferrat to Nice, a 22-kilometer course with 700 meters of elevation gain, finishing at the iconic Promenade des Anglais. Next, we have a more challenging option starting from the legendary Col d'Aise. Runners will follow the stunning Mediterranean coastline to Cîmes-du-Boudon, then descend through the charming villages of Paix and Payon, making their way to the Promenade des Anglais. For ultra enthusiasts, we have 2 formats as well. The 100k category begins in Roubion and covers 107 kilometers. And then there's the main event, the 100-mile race starting from Oran, which takes runners from the Nice hinterland down to the Mediterranean and finishes at the Promenade des Anglais. This is a truly unique course. Runners start in the mountains and make their way to the sea. There will be some climbs, with the first occurring in the early part of the course as they ascend to the Refuge de Rabion, reaching an altitude of 2,700 meters. They will then take the Sentier de l'Énergie, a breathtaking trail offering impressive views of the Vésubie and Tinée valleys. Runners will pass through perched villages like Utel and descend to the picturesque Val de Blore, a gem of the Nice hinterland. At one point, they'll reach a small rise known as the Plateau Saint-Michel, which serves as the last aid station. From here, they'll catch their first glimpse of the sea before descending to the Promenade des Anglais, where the finish line awaits just a few kilometers down the road. Among the 576 participants in the 100-mile race, Clara Lalard is the youngest runner registered on that format. My name is Clara Lalard and I'm 24 years old. I started running a few years ago, beginning with a 20-kilometer race, then moving on to a marathon. After that I thought, all right, now I've completed a marathon distance, let's dive into the ultra. I had one goal in mind, to take on the UTMB and reach the next level. And when I set a goal, I make sure I have what it takes to achieve it. So I decided to tackle 160 kilometers and see how I feel about that distance. This race seemed perfect. In early October, it combines the mountains with the beauty of the sea, ideal for a 100-mile challenge.
Idéal pour se lancer sur un 100 miles.
Let's not get too carried away, but my goal is to avoid spending a second night outdoors. Running alongside Clara are some of the world's top ultra runners. Hello, I'm Isabelle Dragon. I'm 46 years old and I work as a foster caregiver for the elderly and individuals with mental disabilities. I'm on call 24/7, providing full-time care. When I see what my patients are capable of, they truly teach me valuable life lessons. I give so much to my family and my work throughout the year, so when I put on my bib, it's all about me, just me and no one else. It's not every day I get to race alongside Courtney Dauwalter. I'm both excited and proud, but I also know I'll be doing my best to keep up with her. I believe she's someone who can definitely go for second or third overall.
My name's Courtney Dauwalter. I'm 39 years old from Colorado. This was my first time to Nice and to exploring these trails and these mountains. It was part of the motivation for coming to this race, is to see a new area with my feet and then get to experience the community and the food and just the whole atmosphere of a brand new part of the world for us. So for 100 miles, I think you never know what is going to happen, and my goal is always to just give it my very best and make sure when I cross the finish line that it was everything I had on the day.
The 100-mile race starts from Oran and quickly reaches the highest point of the course at more than 2,500 meters above sea level. The Refuge de Rabion and its unique landscapes along the Chemin de l'Énergie. Facing a rocky terrain and a brutal and technical descent, runners then reach Isola. After winding through chestnut forests and following the meandering Tinée River, runners venture into the Mercantour Massif and then cross Saint-Sauveur-sur-Tinée after 60 kilometers of racing. They pass by the Fort de Ramplace and continue their ascent up to Kergros, which connects the Tinée and the Vesubie valleys. A long downhill section takes them to Utel at the 100-kilometer mark. At Levas, they turn left to take on Montferrion. As they continue their journey, they head south through more Mediterranean landscapes. After crossing Drap, a last effort to cross a series of hills, and at the bend of a steep staircase, runners find themselves by the sea. The final stretch along the coast takes them to the coveted finish on the Promenade des Anglais. A few minutes before the start, the pressure is building up. And they're off for 159 kilometers and 8,200 meters of elevation gain, running through the streets of the village of All before making their way into the Mercantour Massif. I'm Christopher Clemente. I'm from the Canary Islands, specifically from the island of La Gomera. Oh, it's me who has to do it. Wait, how old am I? 35? Hello, I'm Enrique de Mateis, and I live in a small mountain village called Aurore in the Vareta Valley in the Italian province of Cuneo. I'm Agathe, 35 years old. I'm from the Oakville Plateau and I'm a yoga instructor. Hello, my name is Nicolas Cerisier. I'm a trail coach and guide. Hi, I'm Vincent Fabre. I'm 27 years old. My first race over 100 kilometers was the Trail du Baou, and I managed to win. Honestly, I started at a strong pace. During the descent, a runner passed me, going a bit faster than I wanted to go. I didn't want to get into that competition. We were just starting the race, only about 8 kilometers in, heading to the first aid station at Saint-Étienne. After 8K and 40 minutes of racing, the leaders reached the first aid station at Saint-Étienne-de-Tinée. I was quite calm, I felt a good rhythm, I was doing well. I started off calmly, and as I went along, I felt great. I descended well all the way to Saint-Étienne. After just under an hour on the trails, Clara is the 16th woman and the youngest to pass the aid station. It was a bit tough on my legs at first, but I'm good now. We're in the race. The famous ascent of Sellas that leads to Rabion. I know there's a significant elevation gain there. And from that ascent, I knew it was a long climb. I'd seen the profile, I didn't know the course, but I had studied the elevation profiles. Régis Ruchot, who started strong, is chased by Christopher Clemente and Courtney Dauwalter in the first difficulty of the race. Before reaching the aid station at the refuge, I caught up with an opponent who had got ahead at the start. I took the lead there. Taking the lead, Christopher Clemente discovers a breathtaking landscape at the Refuge de Rabion, the highest point of the course. Courtney Dauwalter is 5th overall. I thought, wow, look at the world you're in. It's magical. I didn't expect it to be this wild, and the views are just exceptional. The rocks. Honestly, it really inspired me. Stunning views bring demanding trails, testing every runner on the descents. The course is indeed tough, especially on the descents, which surprised me. It's limestone, a very technical exposed white stone. As I always say, falling is not an option. You really have to stay alert at all times.
I found this course to have a lot of tricky terrain, steep descents, but also very rocky and technical parts.
It's very technical, narrow, and filled with loose rocks. It's rarely used. It's a very long descent and very demanding, but it was a good downhill. I handled it well, so I'm happy.
For me, managing parts of a course like that goes best if I just stay in the moment and do the best I can on that section, not worry about how fast or slow it is, just manage that portion of the course. So any of the steep descents, it was taking my time, trying not to destroy my legs, and not worrying that maybe I slowed down a little bit to do that part of the course.
Christopher Clemente increased his lead in the descent and reaches Isola aid station 13 minutes before his competitors. The chase group consists of Régis Ruchot, Vincent Fabre, and Patrick Melata. As anticipated, Courtney Dauwalter is the first woman into Isola and 9th overall. Enrica Demetais is less than 10 minutes behind her, while Agathe Labelle is keeping her 4th position. The positive elevation gain is less than the negative, but I'm not surprised. The race has some tough ascents, making it quite a challenging and technical course. I tried to manage the whole race because it's a very demanding course. Most of the elevation gain is done in the first 70 kilometers, and the climbing is really tough. I didn't take any risks. I really stuck to what I know best. It's going to be tough because I'm already in a pretty worn-out state. So for the remaining kilometers, I expect it to hurt in every direction. But I'll grit my teeth and push through.
Et je vais y arriver.
Clara is tackling the tough terrain down to Isola to meet her parents before spending the night on the trails. This section feels never ending. It was still quite wet at the top. I slowed down a bit, but I'm trying to pick up the pace. I'm slightly behind my goal. Descending isn't my strong suit. Training with elevation in Paris isn't always easy, so I make do with Montmartre and its little hills here and there. I'm less comfortable on the descents, so I plan to push harder on the climbs and ease off when going down. The goal is to avoid injury, so I'll take my time. First, let's get dry, eat well, and hydrate. Then it'll be time to go again. I'm going to change my shoes. The rain, hail, and snow have been intense. How are you feeling? Better than at the start of the race. I struggled to get into it at first. My legs felt heavy, but now I'm good. So, what do you want? I'll put on that one too. Having support on long distances is incredibly important, especially having family around. For me, my parents are essential because I know I'll hit some low points during a race like this. No blisters at all. Take care of yourself. Watch your footing. Yeah, I will. All right, let's go. Bye. I think it's after the night section that they're a bit more apprehensive. But with live tracking, it'll be fine. They can call me and I'll answer without a problem. Now that I'm dry, I'm super motivated for the night ahead. That really boosted my spirits.
Merci.
Now it's just about pushing through. I'm feeling great so far. The night will go by quickly, and we won't notice the elevation we need to tackle. We just have to keep moving forward. Night is starting to fall. This was the moment I was a bit anxious about. I think I mentally prepared myself for this. My mind was ready. Noodle soup. I knew I had to manage the night well, the solitude and the staying warm. The temperatures were quite low. I had a good support crew who gave me updates. They let me know I had a 20 to 25 minute lead, which was reassuring since I was maintaining a strong pace while my competitors were a bit slower. After 62 kilometers and with a long night ahead, Christopher Clemente leaves Saint-Sauveur first. He is followed by Patrick Milata. Nicolas Cerisier is now third. And by sticking to my pace, I slowly climb the rankings. Courtney Dauwalter is back to 4th place, only 1 minute from the podium. There are many crucial factors that can either keep you in the lead or push you out of the race. We often talk about the body, but the mind is actually the most important. I made sure I was mentally recharged and ready to face so many hours outdoors. Focused on our effort, Agathe Lebel is now in 3rd place in the women's race. We know we're all going through a tough time. How's it going? So far, so good. We're just waiting for what's next. I think it's crucial to take care of your mental state. We shouldn't forget about it. The conditions were constantly changing. It started to drizzle, then turned into sleet and snow. It was really cold, so staying warm was essential. As I always tell people, the challenge in this sport is to stay as composed as possible. You need to focus on staying hydrated, well-fed and warm, which can lead to a successful race. I did well up until 70 kilometers, but then I fell, unfortunately, and hurt a muscle in my left leg, which was a lot of trouble. But it went well after all. Everyone wants to run with Courtney if they can, but I honestly didn't see that coming. We passed each other 3 times, and she overtook me on every climb. She's like a metronome, so incredibly consistent. We already knew Courtney was the top rival if she had a good day. But when I started asking for updates and realized she was closing in, I thought this is going to be tough. I could see her right beside me, and I knew things were about to get really interesting. Competing head-to-head with someone like her is incredible, but she's gotten us used to that. She's absolutely amazing. Utel, 100-kilometer mark. In the middle of the night, the competition is at its peak, with a thrilling duel between Christopher Clemente and Courtney Dauwalter. At one point, the one in 4th was just a minute behind me. I had to fight to create some distance. So it became a bit of a struggle. I love seeing how far we can push the human body. In such long races, nothing can be taken for granted until the end. The unexpected can happen, and the race may go wrong. Enrique de Metais is the second woman to leave Utel, nearly 3 hours after Courtney. At around the 120 to 130 kilometer mark, I hit a small energy slump. Fatigue began to set in as dawn approached, and I could feel myself losing steam. But I knew all my competitors were facing the same challenge.
It was very cool when the sun came up. I was getting closer to the sea so I could see kind of the landscape view of what I had been running in all night, and that felt really special.
With 20 kilometers to go, Courtney Dauwalter continues to close the gap. She's only 11 minutes behind Christopher at Drap. Offering a race for everyone, the Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB also includes shorter distances like the 20k format. I'm Maxime Scouflair, 33 years old, and I live in Nice. This will be my first trail race. I've always run on the road. I didn't expect the UTMB to offer this kind of course, since it's a shorter distance. But when I saw the 22 kilometers on the website, I thought, why not? Living in Nice and working for Renault and Dacia, I was excited to participate in this race. I can't wait to start and enjoy the moment. On this early morning in Saint-Jean-Cap-Ferrat, top elites and trail running enthusiasts like Maxime are all lined up together at the start. It's definitely challenging, but beautiful. I'm trying to enjoy it, though it's not easy for my first trail. I'm really glad to take in the views of my city. It's also about sharing the values of sport, which I think is very important today. Back to the 100-mile race where the battle for the podium is tight. My feet were sore because they were soaked. So I really struggled in the last third of the race.
Sur le dernier tiers de la course.
At the end, it gets really tough. Having my family and friends there really boosted me for the final stretch as I approached the promenade. It was quite a spectacular sight. The bay at dawn really surprised me. I could see the sea from about 20 or 25 kilometers away, and I thought, we're getting closer.
Descending to run next to the sea to finish the race was very beautiful.
The coastal views were beautiful, and I enjoyed watching as we neared the water's edge. It was emotional knowing that we were almost there.
La verdad que muy emotivo.
I was thrilled to be there. I couldn't wait to stop running, but was for sure soaking in the views.
It was a mix of many emotions. Excitement for achieving a great result. Everything felt so meaningful.
Emotivo y la felicidad de que has podido conseguir hacer una...
Especially knowing I'd completed a fantastic race. And today, I performed my best.
El mejor.
After an intense race, Christopher Clemente claims victory in 21 hours, 22 minutes and 14 seconds. The result was beyond what I ever imagined. I dreamed of it, but making it happen was the real challenge. In the end, she led a really strategic race, starting slower and finishing nearly at the top.
Casi que me coge.
Courtney Dauwalter makes history by taking the second place overall in 21 hours, 35 minutes and 57 seconds.
I think one of the coolest parts of trail running is sharing moments out on the courses with the other runners. You feel this bond because you're all out there doing the same hard thing in the same conditions, just trying your best to get to the finish line. And so even if you don't share any words, at the end, you might share a hug because you know what the other person went through, and that connects you forever, I think.
At that point, I tried to fight until the end to maintain the second place, because the third female was not that far back. Enrique de Matais and Agathe Lebel refuel and get the support of their relatives at Drap to continue their journey to the sea. Having my children and my partner there was really important. They support me every day, and this moment was incredibly special.
C'était quelque chose de très très fort, vraiment.
I can hardly describe it.
Donc finalement,
It was only from the port that I truly started to savor the experience. I thought, okay, I'm in third place, and crossing that dock felt liberating as I approached the finish line.
puis de franchir la ligne.
Nicolas Cerisier takes third place overall and finishes second in the men's race. The last 20 kilometers were very, very tough. Seeing them at the end of that long straight stretch really moved me. Vincent Fabre completes the men's podium. In the meantime, Clara Lala continues to push herself after a tough night. This morning, the first thing I did when I woke up was check my phone. She was all the way up the mountain. There she is. It's tough.
nuit très compliquée.
Last night was really challenging, extremely cold with snow. At one point, I broke a pole, which was frustrating.
Relou. Et puis,
The elevation change in this race is intense and very technical.
C'est hyper technique. Donc bon.
I'm happy to have reached the 100-kilometer mark, but there are still 60 kilometers to go.
Ça va le faire.
I can handle it. My body is in pain, but now it's all about the mental strength.
Maintenant, il y a le mental qui prend le relais. On va y aller step
We'll
by step.
take it step by step and make it to the finish line. It's important to see my parents and they motivate me. I know the end goal is to see them again on the Promenade des Anglais. When you see the sea, you say to yourself, it is done. We have reached the final stretch. I felt a surge of emotion when I reached the little stairs leading down to the sea. I thought to myself, you'll make it. I was determined to finish, and it was a mix of so many emotions. Enrique de Metais finishes second in 26:33:34. It's an emotion that you can't even describe, but it is something great, and you probably only realise all that you have felt and experienced after the race is over. I thought, wow, you did it. I couldn't believe it. Agathe Lebel rounds out the women's podium less than 5 minutes behind Enrique. Maintaining her fourth place, Isabelle Dragon also reaches the famous Promenade des Anglais. Every time I cross the finish line, I get emotional. I think of my kids watching the live stream. I hope they're proud of their mom. Here are the rankings for the men's top 5. Here are the rankings for the women's top 5. Back on the course, we find Clara again. Surprisingly, my feet hurt less than the rest of my body. I think I can hold on until the finish. I'm in a mindset where I'll arrive when I arrive. I got a bit carried away and underestimated the course profile and elevation. I thought I'd be in Nice by 9 p.m, but that's not happening. My legs are really feeling it, so I have to take care. I'm exhausted. but I'm so proud of myself for not giving up.
Bien lâché. Déjà, je suis fière de moi parce que
I'm proud of myself for not quitting, even when I was in pain by the 60-kilometer mark. That's what trail running is about, pushing your limits and building mental strength. Honestly, I'm not sure I could have crossed the finish line without their support. There were tough moments, and they were there for me. I'm truly grateful for their support throughout this journey. Thanks to her determination, Clara crosses the finish line and achieves her dream of becoming a 100-mile finisher, like many other extraordinary runners.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Actuellement troisième, le Pyrénéen donc des Escotes d'Azin, Loïc Robert, troisième, Miguel Benitez, l'Espagnol, quatrième, cinquième, Augustine Girardi.
Hello, folks, and welcome back here to the Côte d'Azur UTMB 2025 edition. Joining you live from the seaside here of the Mediterranean down beneath, watching some of these incredible athletes finish a 100-miler right here. 21 hours, 7 minutes elapsed right now. And we have
such a strong finish time, isn't it?
Finishing pilot yes, out there and finishing this off. Actually, ready to believe
Et ouais, le public, je vous demande de faire un petit peu de bruit parce qu'il a fait 159 km. Et la voilà, elle vient d'arriver. Le bisou, forcément.
It's great. Just
À
on
l'assistance, c'est
21
Maxime, c'est bon, tu l'as fait finisher 5ème.
Yeah.
Et Maxime, c'est
Jackie.
Still a
21
fantastic finish time, isn't
12
it?
secondes pour boucler ces 159 km. Ce sera la deuxième place en catégorie 35-39.
Running with what we see as impulsion nutrition. So impulsion nutrition must be working for him. Coming in 5th place overall, an hour back off 4th place. So very amazing and good run there. So we are swinging back here. We hope you did like the documentary we had of the Nice Côte by UTMB, a little 45-minute documentary there. Here we join Loic Robert at the front of the 50k race, first male, 23.5 kilometers into the race here. He's just gone over halfway, and the longer part of the race in terms of time is behind him. There is definitely a lot less climbing ahead of him, and he is moving really, really well, looking incredibly smooth on this little bit of technical terrain, but obviously it's pretty free flowing a lot as well. So he's looking very good and very comfortable in this position right now, Jackie.
He looks like he's going very smoothly. Oh, and you can see the camera guys on this course are getting a little bit of reprieve there on the mountain bikes. You know, we saw yesterday the guys were running along behind the competitors for a long stints at a time. So it makes it a little bit easier for them when they get on the bikes, depending on the sorts of trails. But yeah, wow, Loic Robert is looking so strong, isn't he? So strong.
Yeah, and he is going to be heading into the aid station Luget at 32 kilometers into the race. He hits this aid station. So he's expected there imminently. So are a number of the top 3 guys. So he's expected there imminently. That will give us a good indication of where he's sitting when those timings come through from him and the rest of the crew. So I feel like that indication there of 22.9 kilometers into the race might be just a little bit off, considering that we're expecting them into this aid station, which is at 32 kilometers imminently. Looks like he's running with his flask in his hand, ready to fill up. And I reckon this looks
so
like
there mustn't
Miguel.
be much time. Yeah, are they all very close to each other, I think?
Yeah. This is Miguel Benitez from Spain.
Okay.
Having a great run out here.
And then we've got Loic Robert, Clement Lalba, Andrea. They're all very close, the first 5 males, aren't they?
Yeah, it's still a very tight race at the front there. I think they're all going to be expected into this next aid station very soon.
And for the females, Charlotte is still punching ahead in first place. Kim is just behind her. They were both very strong when we were watching them earlier. And then there's Vanessa coming in third, Vanessa Schatzel from Germany. I'm really looking forward, Madge, to the
Look at that. making use of the local facilities. He just couldn't wait to get into that aid station. He had to just use that fountain there. So he must be pretty hot, considering he just made the effort to stop and get some of this, get some water on his head and have a quick drink. And here we go. Here's
And
the
it
aid
still
station.
says it's only 6 degrees, but it definitely looks warmer than that, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, it must be a lot warmer than that. So let's see what he does. He dumps a bunch of trash. Needs to fill up these soft flasks. Oh, he's got crew here, so that's great. He's got crew. He's going to.
This is the type of aid station. Oh, that's hands down. That is the best one I've seen. You know, yesterday it was grinding my gears seeing the ladies at that 100-mile aid station, but that was flawless by him just now.
Yeah. He's moving
He didn't even need a reset. He grabbed those 2 new water bottles for some more fluids. He was a grab and go in seconds. And, you know, you see some guys take the time to sit, refuel and regroup, but that was a Formula One pit stop right there. And look at him starting straight out of the checkpoint as well. Sometimes people take a little bit of time as they're refueling to run and eat, but he's gone full send. And I guess it's the runners who can really stay focused through those aid stations. They can save minutes. And in a race like this, minutes can decide the podium. So he's running very well.
Yeah, he's having a great day out there. So that's a really positive sign.
Mais je roule pas mal. Ouais, ça va. Non, ça va. On a encore un peu de marge.
Getting a bit of intel there.
Ce qui est sûr, c'est que je suis loin de courir à vos allures. Ouais, allez.
And we saw him glancing at his watch. You know, I'd say at this point in the race, he's not worried about going too hard. I mean, this is probably the pointy end of the race where he's kicking it up a gear.
Moi, je te lâche d'ici un petit moment là.
He might be checking his heart rate. But yeah, maybe a quick check on how many kilometers down, how many still to go.
Tu peux nous dire un peu ce que tu ressens là sur ta course, comment tu sens? Tu disais que tu avais un peu mal aux jambes.
He could also be looking at his vertical gain, how much climbing's behind him and how much he still has to come. Knowing that this is a flat section, I'd say he's looking maybe at the vert.
Il préfère rester concentré.
Seeing how long he's got running on these flats where he can really open up his legs and go for it before he's hit with those climbs again. Madge, I used to think that in a race sometimes being naive was nice, but I definitely think knowing what you've got coming up really is a big advantage of knowing where to reserve your energy and where to really knuckle down and go for it.
Oof. Look at this for a rocky bit of trail. Damn.
Would you say he's been out here and trained on this exact course, Madge?
31, ça va couper 3 secondes.
I know, he definitely seems to know it.
Mais c'est bon. C'est bon, je l'ai pas perdu.
I'm impressed with the mountain biker on that. That would have been challenging on the bike.
These camera team are pros out there, absolutely. So, yeah, it's hard to know who has managed to get out on the course and train. Sometimes we get a little bit of insight, but yeah,
Joey, le petit passage technique, il arrive très vite. Bravo, bravo. Joey, le petit passage à éviter, il arrive très vite après le ravito. Fais gaffe, il revient sur la route à droite.
So, that is a good thing.
It's so deceiving watching this though, isn't it? Because he looks like he's out there completely by himself, but in reality he's only got a matter of seconds between him, second and third male.
Yes, that is true. It is tight up there. So, you know, the gap on that Loic Robert had 1 minute up on Miguel Benitez, and then another minute back on that was Andrea Brandin from Italy. So the top three guys have gone through that Loget aid station at 32.5 kilometers. All of them just a minute back off each other. France, Spain, Italy in a showdown. So that's pretty cool to see. Oh, wow, you can see him here walking, hiking, as you said, Jackie, with purpose. Marching with purpose. Sorry.
Marching. There is a bear chasing him.
Yeah. So that road must be damn steep for him to break into that kind of a hike. Well, he's just making the most of that little moment to get a hike in. Damn, he's back on the run now. You can hear the bike working. When the bike's working on the uphill, it's pretty steep.
It's the thing that isn't spoken about a lot, but toilet breaks. You're not seeing any of these lead guys stopping to go to the bathroom. I mean, they've probably got their nutrition really dialed in and everything, but when the human body needs to go, it needs to go. But these guys just don't have time for it at the moment, do they? Because even that quick stop could really change up the positionings.
Yes, absolutely.
Do you reckon these guys are just all gels?
I reckon they're definitely a mix of gels and maybe even a sports drink. Carbohydrated sports drink would be my guess for these gentlemen up the front. 21
we spoke about it yesterday. We spoke about yesterday a little bit how numbers around 90 grams of carbs per hour to even up to 120 grams of carbs per hour sort of thrown around, which takes a long time to build up to for these elite guys. But I mean, if you're racing for about 4 or 5 hours, to get that many carbs through just gels, that's about 12 to 15 or even 18 gels, which is a lot to be taking in during the race, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an incredible amount for sure. It's unreal. I have a friend, and his record for taking gels in a race was 72.
What?
Yeah.
How far did he run?
I think it was 100-miler, but it was
Wow, that's a lot. That's also so expensive.
Yes, expensive day out. Loic Robert here, making the most of this beautiful bit of a greenery and making the most of this cruisy trail coming along here as he gets closer and closer back down to the seafront, the water's edge, the finish line, all of the good things. We saw him stop at a fountain briefly earlier before, down a bit of water all over his head, and then crack on. So that is a sign that it is certainly heating up out there, and the runners are feeling the effects of it. Here's a bit of a recap, folks, from the early hours of the morning. Not too early. I think this was kicked off at 7:30 local time in the morning down there.
Such a
the
unique
business
start
end of
line,
this
that
race
one, isn't it?
quickly. Yeah, it's and they had the sun rising as they moved through those early kilometers. What a beautiful, beautiful scene that was, Jackie.
Yeah, I mean, the coastline there, just absolutely spectacular. The ocean and...
Ooh. That was that fall that we saw as well. Oof, that's the first time I've seen
we never got a replay of that. Yeah.
Oh, That was brutal. That was brutal.
It's been really smooth transitions today for the 50k runners. They've been really in and out pretty quick, and then getting to see the lead lady here running along that single track around the cliff face with the stunning turquoise waters honestly just sparkling to the side there, where I'm currently booking my flights to Nice as we speak.
Multitasking whilst on the live stream, that is definitely allowed here.
So this is Loic still on the screen now, isn't it?
It is,
Loic Roberts?
yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So a little bit more about him. He's only 25 years old, so he's quite a young gun. And he's in the Kip Run Trail team as one of the 2 male lead runners. And in 2017, he actually survived a very serious road accident. He spent 3 months in a coma, which was, he said, a turning point in his running life. So that's an incredible comeback. 3 months in a coma, and now look at him. And he competes actively in trail events. As we know, he has a really good UTMB index score, and yeah, he gets some strong results in the middle distance and mountain trail races.
Yeah, that is unreal. So was that a cycling accident or something?
I'm trying to find out. We can see here a little bit of reprieve from the technical trail as Yannick Noll is coming down the concrete road there.
Hey, Yannick Noll, 7th today right now in the 50k, sorry. He is in the 50k. I'm getting confused with his 7th place finish at UTMB, at the UTMB World Series finals of UTMB Mont-Blanc. He also came 7th at the end of that very, very big day out there. Yannick Noll, former football player, used to play a lot of football before he turned to running. You can see there, he's got football legs. They are legs of a footballer right there.
Strong.
Strong legs of a football man.
I found out a little bit more about Loic's accident, Loic Roberts. So it was actually a scooter accident. It was a scooter crash, and yeah, he spent 3 months in a coma, and he said it really became his turning point, because coming out of that experience, he decided to really get after running with a bit more purpose, and I guess he stopped flailing around and really committed himself to it. And he actually had to balance his trade as a baker. So he's a baker in his other life, or in the other part of his life, whilst training. But yeah, the resilience and I guess discipline he needed after coming out of that coma is what's helped shape him into the incredible athlete that we can see here today. And I mean, as we've seen, he can really push it on those ascents. He was marching so strongly, but then he just flows on these descents. He just is so capable of opening up legs and really going for it.
Yeah, and he had a DNF. He had a DNF at the recent OCC, so I bet he is after a bit of redemption for that, and having come undone there. So Notre Dame d'Alleget Sanctuary, just a few kilometers from Nice, the city unfolds along the Paillon Valley. You follow the watercourse, cross the squares, and the facades catch the light. This is the incredible Sanctuary du Laget, and it's a 17th century Notre Dame Delegate Sanctuary, built after several miracles. Among French's most frequented sanctuaries, it welcomes pilgrims from all horizons, a place of contemplation right beside everyday life. The ex voto collection of the Lagette Sanctuary, which gathers more than 4,000 pieces, is one of the richest in Europe. So that is a bit of insight here to this beautiful, beautiful building we have before us. A bit of a pilgrimage stop for a lot of people. Jackie, I reckon you might have to get yourself a room there and contemplate a little bit of life after a couple of days on the French Riviera.
Here we go, second male. Wow, he's flying as well.
Yes.
Luckily, Loic Robert is not taking his foot off the gas because he has people on his tail.
Miguel Benitez from Spain is Poland. 105 half marathon for this very young gentleman. I don't want to say very young, but he's young. He's 22 years old. And really, having some great results across the board when it comes to his trail running career. So he's looking very, very strong and very, very composed. And bingo, he is catching Loic Roberts right there. He's going to make a pass, and this is going to change things up as we lose a bit of reception in the tunnels. Oof. The tunnels have got us. We are... Here we go. That's cool. They're having a little bit of a chat. And he's just confirming if he's first or second or what position he's in. So I think Miguel has now found out that he is passing first place.
Wow.
Miguel
He just
Benitez
went for it then. He absolutely surged.
And look at that. He's
Loic there for a little bit.
And
He
it's
had
just
a little
all
bit
on
of
an
a chat
uphill.
with him now, yeah. You
Look
can
at him
see the
just putting
determination in his
distance.
stride. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was not someone who just is content by being in the pack. He definitely is wanting to go for that podium today. And, I mean, that was a big move. He went
That's
for
a
it hard
huge
there.
move. He's just absolutely buried him on that climb. He's put 100 meters on him already.
That would hit Loic a little bit as well, morale-wise. You'd feel a little bit buried after that.
Holy Jesus, he's just absolutely put him to the sword here with
Go.
with the fast part of the race to come. Wowee.
Well, he is
Miguel
not here to mess
Benitez
around.
from Spain has just put on the burners and said, Loic Roberts, I'm not here to have a stroll along the Riviera with you, my friend. I'm going to throw down. Unreal. Yay.
Here we go. Another 100-mile finisher. 21 hours, 21 and a half hours. Still an incredible time, isn't it? I mean, that is a time to be proud of.
Yes. Kevin Rock. Another Frenchman. Kevin Rock, welcome back. You are a finisher here. 2025, Nice Côte by UTMB.
Happy to have that one complete.
Well done, sir.
21h32 minutes 22 secondes.
And you know, Jackie, that is just gone past the finishing time of last year's edition of the race.
Ça s'est passé, raconte-nous cette nuit et cette journée, ce début de journée.
C'était un peu difficile, je suis parti, j'ai jamais eu la grosse patate, alors j'espère un petit peu mieux, mais j'ai géré mon effort tout le long pour pouvoir arriver au bout et faire quelque chose de correct. Donc voilà, c'est pas si mal, même si à la base j'étais venu pour mieux, mais bon, quand on n'a pas ce qu'il faut, il faut savoir faire avec ce qu'on a.
Ouais, ça va quand même, 6e, et puis on va surveiller les côtes, puisque tu passeras pas à la qualif pour les 3 premiers, mais tu peux passer à la côte. Il y a une chance, il faut faire 740, donc vu ta place, ça peut jouer.
Ouais, ça on verra.
Bon, et juste une dernière question, si tu as pour donner envie, regarde à tous nos amis qui sont là, qui courent peut-être, de prendre un dossard l'année prochaine, une image que tu garderas de ces 159 km, moment particulier.
Il y en a pas mal. Après, c'est vrai que c'est tellement varié quand on part de Oron qu'on arrive jusque-là. Il y a tellement de paysages différents, de temps différents aussi, parce qu'on a eu la neige, on a eu le brouillard, et là on a le grand soleil, la mer. C'est vraiment extraordinaire.
Eh ben, que des beaux moments. Alors bravo à toi, tu termines 6e de cette ultra.
Well, that was Kevin Rooks, and I mean, he had a fantastic race. Crossing the finish line in 21 hours, 30 minutes. You can see how much that meant from him. We haven't had our AI bot translate that interview just yet, but he's brought the mountain grit with him, and this isn't new territory for Kevin. He has raced quite a lot in the trail scene, and he comes from a family of athletes, actually, with his brother who also races in trails, and yeah, they're pretty heavily involved in the alpine scene. So Kevin also had a 5th place in TDS in 2024. So he's had a pretty good day out today.
Obviously no stranger to the mountains, Kevin.
Kevin Rue.
So Miguel Benitez has taken first place here in the 50 kilometer, just gone 3 hours and 5 minutes into this race. He is absolutely putting on a surge as he went past Loic Roberts from France. He was on a mission and he just passed him like Loic was standing still. And he's just not let off the gas now. He knows he's in first place, getting confirmation from the people around him.
I wonder if he's a little bit fatigued after that big push.
Yeah, we'll see. I think one thing that Loic and Miguel both have in common is they both had a DNF at the OCC race at the UTMB World Series finals at the end of August. So they are both going to be wanting to get a little bit of redemption back from that performance, which I'm sure they are both not very happy about. Just under 18 kilometers to the finish. So can Miguel Benitez from Spain hold on as he charges? And we have also got a new leader in the women's race, Kim Schreiber. This looks like she is in the lead according to all our information coming in. 23 kilometers to go for her.
I mean, we knew that Charlotte is stronger over those 30k races, so maybe the distance got the better of her, whereas Kim has a lot more experience in the longer stuff.
Yeah, we'll see how it unfolds though. It could be very interesting. Yeah, what a What an awesome race unfolding here. It's going to be great. Kim is due into the next aid station, which would be Luggett imminently. So we are going to be able to get an idea of timing when she passes through there and understand what kind of a gap she has put on Charlotte Moshe as she passed her. So a couple of changes here in an exciting 50K unfolding. The race is only just beginning.
Miguel is really working here. He wants this win, that's for sure. And I mean, he's on the home straight now. I'd say he's got, what, maybe an hour or so to go.
Look at this. Some locals out for a stroll as Miguel Benitez blows the steam off the morning trails. There is no frost on the ground where Miguel Benitez is running right now because he is on fire and he is evaporating it off into the sky. Look at him go. He just hasn't walked a step on this whole climb since he hit it. And I believe he's just working as hard as he can right now, which might sound obvious, but there would have most certainly been opportunities in this climb to back off and maybe hike at some point. But he's just, look at his stride. His stride is super small. He's just making sure he's got a strong rhythm. His arms are still moving, and he's just making every opportunity he can of that climb.
Yeah, he is a force to be reckoned with today. And you can see how much ground he actually, he really he got between himself and the other males, because the fifth male was a lot closer before, but yeah, he's, oh, here we go. We've got another aid station stop here.
So Kim Schreiber in the aid station and out of the aid station. Leggett in first place, overtaking Charlotte Moshe at some point in the last few kilometers, because Kim was not in first place at the last checkpoint.
She looks pretty composed, even heading through the aid station there. Very efficient and steady. But yeah, there was no wasting time. She grabbed those water bottles, refilled up, and she was out of there.
Yeah, the benefits of a good crew, as we saw play out just there, Jackie. A good crew is invaluable in a race like this where you just can't lose any seconds. We are going to take a quick break and we'll be right back with everyone.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, folks, we are back here at the Nice Côte resort by UTMB, here with the man of the moment, Miguel Benitez, as he is charging in first place of the 50K race, really taking control of this race as he passed Loic Robert earlier on, approximately, kind of 10 minutes ago, and he is just absolutely on a tear. Ever since that moment, he's been on an absolute tear. He received confirmation that he was in first place, and he is just not slowing down at all. Damn, look at some of this technical trail. There's not much of a trail there at all. They're just kind of hauling ass through the forest, which is cool to see. Kimi Schreiber here also taking first place here in the 50K. And you can see the distance in between the first male and the first female of this 50K. There really is a huge difference in speed that those two are going at. But Kimi Schreiber here, not easing off the pedal either, making the most of this road climb here, just getting in a rhythm, getting it done.
She is so efficient and steady. She looks like she's just cruising up this.
Yeah, she looks like she's having a good day getting this done, that's for sure. Very composed, very tight.
Apparently when the terrain steepens or it gets really tough going, that's when she likes to make her move. So maybe she had her overtake on that technical terrain because, she's known to make her move when the terrain gets more tricky. She's got pretty good endurance in those legs and she's got a lot of experience to get her through a race like this.
Yeah, absolutely has the experience behind her at these distances. So she's going to be taking that into the final stages of this race. Definitely not one for a lot of smiling. I haven't seen her smile a whole lot out there today, but hopefully by the time she gets to the finish line, she's going to be in a position that she's happy about, and she'll be full of the good emotions, as we've seen a number of people cross the finish line today. But look at Miguel Benitez on the right-hand side of your screen there, just flying down this section of trail, jumping rocks, making the most of it.
Yeah.
Miguel
really...
You can see how much he is kind of double checking his directions when he is moving along these trails. He's he's always doing a little double take to make sure that he's on the right section, or he's pausing just briefly. But he's absolutely flying on this trail right now. Look how tight that is.
He must have just had a moment, it was about 20k to go or 17k to go. He must have just had a moment where he thought, I'm going to go for it, and he made his move. And, he came absolutely gun-ho, and he hasn't left the screen for a while now since he made his pass on Loic Roberts. And yeah, when he pulled away from him and he just made up so much ground, that was very impressive. But it's going to be interesting to see if he can hold on to that breakaway. Oh!
Yeah. Yannick Noel there, just making sure he catches that sharp left-hand turn off the road. Well signposted that is, so hopefully no one blasts past that.
Miguel really sort of made a bit of a stance for being like, this is my race and I want to win it, when he ran past Loic as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he I don't think he understood that he was definitely moving into first place. I think it was a bit of a... I don't think it was 100% clear to him that Loic was in first and he was taking that spot. But yeah, ever since he's made that pass, he's just looked so controlled and so intentional about staying on the gas and just working as hard as he can to put in a gap and maintain this lead. It was great having him out at the Hoka Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB earlier on this year in May. He was such a nice dude. He'd never really been out of the country before. It was the longest race that he was ever going to do, doing the 50K, and he just had such a great day out there. He came second there in that race in the end. So
he was impressive to watch, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was really awesome to see. Second to Dan Jones as well, and you know, Dan Jones is just such a world-class athlete that it would, you know, would have just been so difficult for anyone to beat Dan on that day. And Miguel came second to him, which is nothing to sneeze at.
What was Dan Jones then gearing up for? Was that he was then getting ready and prepared for UTMB Tarawera or Western States? How did he end up going?
Dan came 5th at Western States this year.
Oh, amazing. So he would have been pretty happy with that, I'd say. Yeah.
Yeah. Dan's been 5th, 4th, and then 5th again in the last 3 years at Western States. So, yeah. Big shout out to the Kiwi. But, yes, as Miguel Benitez takes on this race, he is making the cameraman work as much as he is. So that's what we want to see. That's what we want to hear.
Do we know, has the kids' race happened yet, Madge?
I am unsure of the kids' race schedule, but I dare say that it's probably going to happen. I'm not sure exactly. I'm not sure, but we can have a quick look and have a find out about it.
It looks like the camera guy is back on foot. Had to ditch the bike. Yeah.
Actually, it does look like the kids' race was on last night at 6 p.m. Friday the 26th at 6 p.m. So that happened.
We're dangling the carrot. We're teasing everyone with the info of the kids' race. It could be the next Kylian Jornet, the next Courtney Dollwater in that kids' race.
Yeah, that's the plan. That's how we like to recruit. Get them in early and then get them on the books.
I think it's so cool how they have kids races at all of these big events these days. It really makes it a whole sort of family affair. I mean, I know a lot of these runners have kids who have grown up around the trails with them, and it's second nature to them seeing their parents compete on the course.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very cool to see that youth come through.
So they call the kids race the mini UTMB, and it includes 3 races of varying distances. So the mini OCC is for kids 4 to 6, and they run 400 meters. The mini CCC for ages 7 to 9, which is 700 meters, and the mini UTMB for the ages of 10 to 14, and they run 1200 meters. So there's a few different races for the kids, which is a lot of fun. And I mean, they take it seriously. I've seen the videos and there's no messing about.
Yeah, I mean, they have taken all of their trail running advice from Miguel Benitez, those kids, because you are right, they don't muck around out there. It's all about business and throwing down, just like Miguel Benitez is doing, and also Kim Schreiber, who is in first place. And we are going to get a little bit of an update there. So Kim had basically a 2-minute lead on Charlotte Mochet as they went through Luggett Aid Station. So Kim, yes, at 32.5 kilometers, Kim had a 2-minute lead on Charlotte. So she's definitely put a little bit of time into Charlotte, who was in the lead there for quite a while in the start of this 50K. And no other women have gone through that aid station at 32.5 kilometers. So those two are very much having a bit of a race out in front by themselves. This Miguel just running everything. Running absolutely.
I mean, he can taste the finish line. It's not long for him to go. Once you get into those single digits,
he just needs to, I mean, he's still got 14.5 kilometers to go, so he still needs to make sure he just like takes on his nutrition, he keeps drinking, you know, he can't get too carried away with just racing hard, because there's still a bit of time between him and the finish line. And if he doesn't take on nutrition properly, or if he doesn't keep hydrated, he could just, you know, pop and really kind of cook himself, or have a massive low if he doesn't keep up the nutrition and the hydration. So hopefully he's got one eye on the throttle and one eye on keeping himself in good shape.
Yeah.
she looks
There he
like
goes,
Kim's got a
change
little
up
bit
there.
of music there. Oh, I think I nearly saw a smile. And you know, Miguel, he hasn't had a first place win in 2025 so far, so I bet that this is going to mean a lot to him. He's had some great events. He came third at the Arc of Attrition, that 40K race, fourth in some other sky races. He seems to love the 30-kilometer sky races. Sixth place at the Marathon de Mont-Blanc, and then second place, as you mentioned earlier, at the UTA, but no first place. So it'll be exciting for him to hopefully, if he can hold on and get that win, that'll be a nice way to round out 2025 for him.
Yeah, it would be a massive win here for him today if he can hold on to this. We are going to be able to get another timing point from him at 45 kilometers, and then from there it is going to be 10 kilometers of a lot of running for these runners as they get to the finish line. So we'll get another estimate fairly shortly and then get an understanding of what kind of gap Miguel Benitez has put on Loic Roberts at the later stage of this race, which is it's going to be incredible to see. Unreal to see these two folks just duking it out here.
She's just in the zone, Kim is. I wonder if these guys have a bit of a holiday afterwards. So they hang out in Nice, get to enjoy the beach.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or they're straight back into it. I mean, as we know, Kim's gone from one race to the next. Her body must just be so accustomed to recovering. To be able to go from the UTMB in Chamonix to this is pretty incredible.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's what it's all about, finding, using these opportunities to explore these parts of the world. Great timing there by our cameraman. So we have our 7th male coming over the line here, Camille Tominet, in the 100 mile. We spent a lot of time watching Camille navigate the early parts of the course in the 100 miler last night. We had a lot of time with Camille Tominet, and he is just scraping over 22 hours for this race, which is a awesome time and an incredible run. Camille, former cyclist, just out here to have fun and get it done.
Yeah, he calls himself just your ordinary guy, but I mean, he's doing pretty extraordinary things, and he's had a fantastic race out there. We had the camera guys following him for a long way up through the snow-capped mountains and up near the top of that freezing cold refugee yesterday. But yeah, he was so consistent through that race. I think he was sitting in about 5th before the evening, and then to finish in 7th, he's had a really, really good day out there. He looked pretty exhausted and emotional there, but I'm sure he's very proud of himself.
Yeah, I think that is going to be a very... I feel like he said that he was trying to be out there just for fun, and I reckon that he had a fair bit of fun out there getting it done, which is awesome to see.
It's going to be interesting over the years to come. You know, some of these kids who are competing in the grassroots and I mean, starting out at 4 to 7 years of age, getting around the atmosphere and everything, I feel like it's a really bright future for trail and ultra running. You know, at the mini Chamonix Mont-Blanc, there was, I think it was about 1,000 kids competing across 7 different events, from as young as 3 all the way through for 200-meter races up to 3,000 meters for the older kids. And none of it was about the results or the rankings, but it was about having a lot of fun and sharing the same passion as a lot of their parents that are feeling out there on the trails. So it's going to be interesting to see these kids come up and through as they get older. If they stick with the sport of trail running, then yeah, there's going to be a lot of very talented runners. Because a lot of these runners we're seeing now didn't start out till they were a lot older.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of them having...
What age did you discover running?
I think I really discovered running when I was about 23. 23, 24? Yeah.
Mm.
You know, getting into that road marathon scene. Running some...
Did you go for the road marathons to start with? Nice.
Yeah, road marathons. Just getting it done.
You've run a marathon. So you've run one before.
I've run a marathon, yeah. I've completed a marathon.
Congrats.
Big day in my life. Thanks. Yeah, long time ago. But I did it. Yeah, I did it. Hey, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with more of Jackie's incredible jokes in just a moment.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, folks, we are back here live at the Nice Côte by UTMB. We are rolling here between camera shots of our lead male, Miguel Benitez, and also our lead female, Kim Schreiber. They are both on a bit of a tear getting this done, so we are going to maintain as much contact as we can with them as they move through these later stages of the race. Miguel Benitez with just under 12.5 kilometers to go. Kim Schreiber has a little bit more than that as this race rolls out for her. Damn, Miguel just not holding back at all as he gets rolling. So I wonder, yes, so the next timing point we're going to be able to see of Miguel is going to be 45 kilometers into the race, and he's estimated there in probably around 18 minutes or so. and then he has just over 10 kilometers to get himself all the way back to the finish line.
Do you think he has any chance at giving it a push for the record? Is it 4:15 for the record by Jonathan last year?
It is, yes. I'm curious to know if any of these courses have been changed dramatically since that race. So we will see. We will see.
You thought that the conditions this year were better than last year to break a record, or?
Well, I thought that this year the weather was a little bit more challenging with the cold. However, the numbers, the finishing time of last year was way longer than this year. So I'm just wondering if there was a course change or something, because obviously our finishing time of this year for Paul Chauvin was 18 hours 52 minutes, and last year it was 21 hours 22 minutes. So yeah, it's a big difference.
Wow.
A couple of hours.
Paul was 3 hours quicker.
Yeah. So.
And then for this race, though, I mean, for Miguel to beat the record, or to beat Jonathan's time of 4:15 last year, he's still got 12k to go. I mean, he'd be needing to do a 3:10 pace for the rest of the race. So I don't think it's realistic for him to hit 4:15 today.
Yeah, I don't think that is going to be on the cards, considering what time we have left. We're just coming up to, that would make it 35 minutes he has to cover, kind of just over or just on 12 kilometers. So that would be very rapid. And we're cutting back here to Kim Schreiber leading the 50k for the females.
This is a wee pinch in the hills she's experiencing, wouldn't you say?
Definitely on a bit of a wee pinch in the hills right now. Yeah. Just over 17.5 kilometers out from the finish line. So Miguel Benitez is, well over 5 kilometers ahead of her at the moment, just to give you an idea of the spread from the lead male to the lead female of the race here. But she's still moving uphill, even if you're hiking, you're moving. You got to just hike with purpose and act like a bear is behind you, is your advice, Kathy?
I mean, 17.5k to go. I always find that sort of no man's land, and you're starting to feel the race. There's still a long way to go. I mean, you're feeling that you're a bit tired. You've run over, 30k. Yeah, for me, I need to get into those single digits before I get that sort of relief of the home straight.
And we have I think Miguel is running like he has a bear chasing him. So that's a good sign.
Honestly, I think the camera guys are sort of like a pacer almost for the runners. It must give them a little bit of kick up their bum to keep up pace.
Yeah, I think it is an interesting situation for these runners to have a camera on them for so long.
I think knowing the world, or family and friends are tuning in to watch, can give a bit of a surge in the legs to push that little bit further, or especially push through those rough parts.
Yeah, it's definitely, as you say, Jackie, definitely the world watching. So
Look at that, absolutely stunning. I mean, the contrast of those rugged trails and then looking out and seeing the Mediterranean, the sun is shining. Pretty wild sort of mountain running for Miguel right now, and he's just flying down the side of this cliff face. It's rocky and technical, it's pretty, unforgiving.
Yeah, you've got the cool, calm, glassy water of the Mediterranean, and then you have the arid, dry, rocky trails of the hills above it. It is a stark contrast. He's just really moving well down this trail, allowing his body to navigate these rocks and this terrain. He's just kind of, you can see how much his arms and his hands just are kind of flying in any direction to help counterbalance his legs below, which are also equally kind of moving pretty dramatically as he navigates some of that technical terrain.
What an incredible race, though. I mean, to have the snow yesterday and how freezing cold and, it's just insane to see how cold it was and literally snow everywhere. And then today, the beautiful Mediterranean and the ocean. It's just such a contrast.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it would have been a very crazy situation for some of our 100-mile runners as they navigated through the night. They had snow up high, as we saw and as you mentioned, and then they find themselves down here in the French Riviera, rolling through the town of Nice. Beautiful sunshine, morning rays hitting them. Yeah, it's a real stark contrast. One of the awesome things about this sport is you can experience so much in such a short period of time, really. And that's why they say this race is the mountains to the Mediterranean, the journey that you get to take as you partake in one of these incredible events. Hence why you are booking your 2026 holiday out here, Jackie.
I'm on Skyscanner right now. Wow, you can see Kim here. She's just flying down these single track trails, and she is in what you would definitely call a bit of a flow state right now, I'd say. And I'm sure the views are a real reward for her. I mean, she hasn't been out there quite as long as those 100-mile runners, but she is giving it her all, and she looks like she's just moving so smoothly right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I
folks,
love.
if you are,
sorry.
I was just going to say that if you head to the chat, we do have just one poll going on in the chat right now. What do you like listening to in your headphones on the trail run? So make sure you jump on the chat. Let us know what that is going to be. And also drop in a comment. Let us know where you're dialing in from.
What do you like listening to in your headphones on a trail run? Pop music to pump me up, electro for the vibes, classical keeps me going, some good rock music. Give me all the podcasts, no tunes for me, only nature. Wow. I'm going to have to lock in pop music.
Nickel. Ça fait cossu l'allure là.
Got a few shout outs here. David, we are watching. You're both doing amazingly. Well done. Keep going. Paula, go Andrew. Marlene, success Thomas, go. Got a few gifts. Go Miska. Final stretch for the cheetah. Yes, we've got some more supporters of Ellen. I can't wait for us to flip back to seeing how some of the female 100-mile runners are going. We got to see 40 kilometres with them yesterday, which was really great. I feel like we got quite invested in all of the 100-mile runners yesterday, don't you think, Madge?
Yeah, they definitely sucked us in with the early parts of their journey that they were undertaking out there in the high mountains. But sucked us in as well is Miguel Benitez here from Spain, young gun, having an absolute blinder out here. He overtook our French runner, Loic Roberts, quite a while ago now, and has just been surging strong ever since. So this is cool to see. And he has just gone through the last major station of this race. He's gone through that last major A station, the Plateau Saint Michel, and he has less than 10 kilometers to go till he hits the finish line down on the waterfront there. And it is, for the most part, downhill and flat. Well, it really is downhill and flat for the majority of his remaining 10 kilometers. And he is going to be able to really stick to his tempo and haul along that section. He's so strong on that kind of terrain. So it's going to be awesome to see. We are going to get hopefully a bit of a timing update on when... Oh, no. Look at that. Loic Roberts has now looked like he's withdrawn.
What?
So that's interesting. Yeah. I don't know where he would have done that, because he either just got to the aid station of Plateau Saint Michel and pulled out immediately, because I don't know where else he would have withdrawn from the race. That's quite strange, because he went through the Laguet aid station and he was moving. So if that is the case, Miguel Benitez... Oh no, here we go. Loic Roberts is here right now on the screen, moving well, in second place. So there must be a bit of a mistake there on the live.utmb.world website where it has him withdrawn. So folks, if you are looking at that website, please know that this is Loic Roberts on the screen, and he is still very much looking like he's in the race. Coming into this aid station here, which we just saw Miguel pass through. So
Yeah, you did panic there.
Well, I panicked too. I'm panicking now. I'm panicking now because his timing chip hasn't updated on the website. So I wonder what is happening there. So, Jackie, run us through what he's doing here and how he's moving.
He's doing a pretty quick water refill. Clearly he doesn't have any support crew. This always hurts my soul a bit. It's just unnecessary time taken. But looks like he needs a bit of a reset and he's trying to cool down. They say if you put water on the back of your neck... Oh, bit of confusion. Water on the back of your neck and on the inside of your wrist. That helps cool your core body temp down as quickly as possible. Yeah, I think Loic Roberts must sweat quite a bit because he seems to be hydrating a fair bit more than some of the other runners. Hopefully he can hold on to this second position.
So the race is still on. These two gentlemen, Miguel Benitez and Loic Roberts, are dueling. Miguel certainly has some time up his sleeve, which he's worked hard to get and is still working hard to maintain. But these guys are really going to have the best chance of going 1 and 2 as Miguel Benitez navigates a bit of the local traffic here. Let's hope that he doesn't have to deal with too much of that once he gets down to the waterfront there. because that can get busy down there. I don't know if you've been on a holiday to this part of the world yet, Jackie. I know you've got one planned for 2026, but it can get really busy down on that waterfront. And you can see here an awesome
I've loved
shot.
being out down there.
So this is an awesome bit of an aerial overview of the course, what's left to go, and you can see there's a lot of green there. There's a lot of space to. There's a lot of space for fast legs and a lot of fast running.
And we've seen quite a few times with these runners in the last few Ks of the race, you can tell that they're mentally fatigued because they've almost taken the wrong turn a few times and luckily have resurrected their course and stayed on track.
Yeah, it gets pretty tight in some of these sections in the later part of the course. A lot of sharp turns, a lot of navigating some of the footpaths and things like that. So, you know, big shout out to some of the camera crew that are helping out these runners at some of these critical junctions. But yeah, unreal. Look at that view down in the distance. Not a bad place for the incredible sport of trail running. This is our third trail. Andrea Grundy.
I think that's what ultras and trail running's all about, is that feeling of getting to absolutely fly down the mountain. Hopefully a bit of wind in his hair and getting to take in those insane panoramic views of the Mediterranean. I reckon Miguel can nearly take the finish line here. He's so close. He's probably got about 30 minutes, I'd say. And you can see at the very top of the screen there, the course profile, and he doesn't have a lot of big ascents to go. Loic looks like he's struggling a little bit, doesn't he? Compared to earlier.
It's hard to look fresh when you compare it to Miguel, because Miguel is absolutely moving.
This is the first time, though, that I've seen Loic Roberts sort of pull back a little bit, because he was flying for the whole first 35k of the race as well. Maybe the heat's gotten to him. I mean, it says it's only 7 degrees, but it does look pretty sunny.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to assume that little weather station down in the bottom left-hand corner is not going to be our friend, and I feel like we very much need to assume that it is a lot warmer than 7 degrees, especially in the sun.
Mm. Back to the lead lady, Kim. She's got one more big ascent to go. She looks like she's still charging along pretty strong. She's just transitioned from her march again into a run, and now she gets to open up the legs a little bit for a stride. She's only got 10.6k to go to the finish. Wow, Miguel really is just flying.
Yeah, you can see he's not mucking around. He's incredibly focused. Whoa, look at him navigate this steep terrain. Half skating, half flying, half trail running. He's just doing it all. Jumping these rocks. Look how quick his feet have to move at some point.
Yeah, smash it, come on.
A bit of encouragement for the camera guy. I'm sure that view takes a little bit of a sting out of the legs.
Andrea Prandi on the screen right now, third male in this race. First Italian. I've got Spain, France, and Italy in the top three right now. Let's see how quick this transition is, Jackie. Run us through it.
I love watching the aid station stops. So they mustn't be a loud crew here, so they're all for themselves. These water setups are very good. Everyone must be pretty hot out there because everyone's going for the water refill and also a bit of water to cool themselves down. I agree, it's definitely not 7 degrees. Well, Andrea has gone in and out very quickly there. That was a smooth transition. So Andrea is Italian. He is known for his trail running, mountain and vertical events, and he also really enjoys ski mountaineering. He's a ski mountaineering athlete, actually, which I'm guessing he does in the winter season, so off season of the summer running. Yeah, he grew up in the Italian Alps, so these mountains and the terrain won't be foreign for him.
Right.
He's done a lot of shorter sort of stuff and vertical.
Yeah, so a very strong athlete when it comes to the mountains. Miguel
Yeah, and he's
Benitez
quite young as well.
I mean, these guys at the front of the race are the young bloods coming through. Miguel has an amazing co-pilot in this cameraman with him right now. So big shout out to the camera crew getting it done on the ground. Not an easy morning. Yeah, wow.
I'm having a bit of a read up. A bit more here about third place Andrea Prandi, the Italian. He has a bit of a habit of going pretty strong later in the race, so he doesn't always make the biggest sort of noise early on. But when things get a bit testing for his other competitors, that's when he can really make a push for it, and he's got a pretty good engine. So if I was Loic Roberts in second position, I would not be letting up because, yeah, Andrea's going to be there to really give it to him, I think. So it could be a really exciting race between the second and third males if Andrea can kick it up a notch as well.
Yeah, so passing through that last aid station, Plateau Saint Michel, it was Miguel Benitez that went through in 3:46, and then 4.5 minutes back on that was Loic Roberts running through that in 3:50, and then we had Andrea Prandi running through that in 3:57. So Andrea is about just over 11 minutes back off the lead, and Loic is 4.5 minutes back off the lead. So Miguel, you can see he's just still moving so fast and so smooth. He had a 4.5 minute lead at that last checkpoint, and I don't think he's going to lose any of that because he is just moving so well when you compare it to the other two gentlemen that are following him.
He wants a
Look at him. Yeah.
He wants it bad for sure. As we were saying earlier, Miguel's had some really good race results this year, but he hasn't had a first place yet. So this would tick off a nice first place position for him if he can bring it home today.
Yeah. Definitely could do with a victory in his 2025 calendar, which has already been full of some big highlights and some, I would say, disappointing performances. He had a DNF at the OCC, part of the UTMB World Series. UTMB Mont-Blanc, so it's he's going to want to get a bit of redemption from that. At the epicenter of trail running. Kim Schreiber here, back on the screen, looking strong at the front of the women's race, doing a good mix of hiking, running, making the most of all of the terrain and her strengths as she moves through.
I've got the fourth man here on the screen as well.
Clement Lalba. We saw Clement take a massive spill earlier on in the race. We will be able to see a bit of footage of that from the race recap and the race highlights, but Clement, he took a huge dive, but he just got up and got back on with it. So big kudos to this man for still getting after it, running strong in fourth place. But I don't think anyone's going to be catching this man here today. It's hard enough for the cameraman to keep up sometimes, so it's going to be very difficult for anyone else to catch Miguel out there today.
Straight in here, pretty quick bottle refill. He's gone for the NAC hydration instead of just water. Yeah, it must be hot out there because every single runner has done that, haven't they?
Et team 29, vous pouvez prévoir qu'on fasse 1, 2, 3 femmes ou qu'on suive le 4e homme jusqu'à l'arrivée?
Yeah, they're definitely making the most of this water stop.
Okay. Ça dépasse là, 4 et 5.
So I think that might have been the 4th and 5th male, actually.
Right. Okay.
It's hard to understand.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think that might have been. Our 4th and 5th male jumping in and out of that aid station. It looked like one of them just kind of didn't even get in there. Just wanted to pass the timing point and then get out.
I mean, Clement Lalba from France, he's not one to mess with either, who's sitting in 4th position. He's had a really good year and he's definitely someone who has the engine to push hard in the back end of the race. So, I mean, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th and 5th are all pretty close. So it'll be interesting to see who can hold on and get it done. But yeah, Clement, he won at Tennessee and he dominated in the Tarn Valley Trail. Yeah, he's been very consistent and I don't think he's just aiming for top 10. He's pushing for podiums these days. But uphill is usually where he absolutely goes for it. So there's a bit of uphill to go, which might work in his favour.
So, again, another runner passing through that last aid station of the 50K, getting a lot of water on their head. So it's definitely hot out there, Jackie. It is definitely heating up, and a lot of these runners are making the most of that water source and getting that water onto their skin, because that is the way to cool down out there. Oh, look at this. A little bit of a homemade aid station there. Loic Roberts.
Well, I didn't get to see it. What did they have?
Looked like they had some sort of tart and some cups with some liquid in them. So I assume it was just maybe water. But yeah, I wonder what the rules are with getting outside assistance from an innocent aid station. I guess it's available to all the runners, so maybe it's okay. And Jackie, a little note that at 10 a.m. local time, so that was 1 hour and 38 minutes ago, we had the start of the 100-kilometer race kicked off, the Roubaix Nice. So the 100-kilometer event kicked off and it is underway. There was 1,117 starters of that race, and they are absolutely getting on with their day as well. This is Yannick Noel. Incredible to see him out here, 45 kilometers done after he placed 7th at UTMB Mont-Blanc at the end of August. The first runner here to go for the Coca-Cola. Now that is a true ultra runner strategy right there.
It's such a neat looking aid station. Do you see all the sweets set up there? It looked amazing. It's like a buffet.
Yeah, definitely an aid station I wouldn't mind having access to right now. My aid station here is looking a little less supplied, than the one on the race. But I'm the only one to blame for that.
Quite a narrow bit of the course there.
The difference in movement from Miguel to Loic is
oh
shit. I think they're just navigating that trail. A little bit of difficulty, but looks like we are back on course for Andrea. Look at this, 17, almost 18 kilometers an hour, 19.3 kilometers an hour. And you can see here, it's just tight township as they make their way closer and closer to the seafront. We've seen this footage. We've seen this location of the race a couple of times now, Jackie, and we're going to see it many more. But this is very, very close to the runners hitting that beautiful waterside pathway that they get to navigate all the way to the finish line.
Isn't it insane how much the terrain changes from just each few kilometers? They're running on different sort of paths and trails and very varied.
Look at Miguel here, just no care about any sort of footpath or road rules. He is just charging on through. I'm glad he's just running on his feet and he's not driving a car right now, because he would be a lot more dangerous in a car. He is doing his country proud right now, getting this done.
Everything just must be feeling so good for him today. Everything's working in his favour. Oh. Come on, Loic. It's looking a bit deflated. Keep going.
Yeah, he's definitely got a different energy level than Miguel right now.
Looking so
Such a strong running column.
He's at 50 kilometres in and he's... Oh! Wow!
Yeah. Told you, it's easy down there.
Carnage down the skinny steps, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's another one of those days in Nice where the locals really have to just kind of watch out for the endurance athletes that are taking over the town. We say that in the nicest way possible. I'm sure that there's a lot of very polite manners being shared out there as well. So I think I'm sure that they are all being very courteous, and we might just not have heard the please and thank yous and excuse me. But here we go. This is Miguel Benitez hitting the waterfront. This trail, Jackie, would be such a welcome sight, and watch him navigate this and just float across this trail, or this path really, along the water
looks
edge.
So clear as well. It just looks absolutely beautiful, doesn't it?
Yeah. Stunning part of the world, the Mediterranean Sea. Famous because it is absolutely beautiful. But Miguel Benitez has just put on the burners even more. But look at this. See, he's got to have to navigate a lot of people in the public. He's going to have to pass by a lot of people on this very, very tight footpath.
I definitely want to go running there. That looks unbelievable.
Hopefully the local traffic is well aware of the race and is able to just make sure that they have a little bit of awareness and courtesy for the runners, and I hope it goes both ways with the runners being courteous of the local crew. Look at that water, folks. Look at that for a welcome sight after running 50 kilometers. Looking very strong, moving very well. So this is Kim Schreiber, and as we mentioned before, she had just a 2-minute lead at the last aid station, and then that was to second place, and then back to third place she had a 6-minute lead on the other German, Vanessa Schatzel. So if she can keep up this rhythm and keep up this flow, she's going to maintain that lead and be very, very happy by the end of it, I would imagine. However, it is still a decent way to go for her. She's going to be passing through the final aid station in approximately 18 minutes. And hopefully, for her sake, she's been able to grow that gap. It's good to see Miguel still taking on some fluids there. But he is charging still. Beautiful stride. Great cadence. Miguel Benitez making sure he's on track. 4 hours, 18 minutes elapsed in this race so far. As you have a bit of an aerial shot here of the front of the women's race.
I wonder how much distance Kim has now got on Charlotte, actually.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a bit of an update at the next timing point as they move through.
What is happening in the chat?
What is happening in that chat?
Oh, we got a few gifts. Good morning. Got a few people cheering their friends on. Oh, how cool is this shot right now on screen? You've got the two different angles of so what Kim is able to see and then where she's actually running gives a bit of perspective.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Kim looks like she's hunting down this guy in front of her, so we'll see if she's able to catch up to him. Just incredibly fun, this section of the course for the runners, the free-flowing trails make their way down into Nice and to the promenade where they'll be finishing with those epic views of the ocean. It couldn't be better weather for them today. Still pretty rocky technical trail through here though, so you don't want to lose your footing at all.
No, it's pretty tough going here still, which really this race just doesn't let up until you get down into the town. Here we go. Miguel Benitez, under 2 kilometers to go, 1.7k for him. He's going to be feeling a small sigh of relief, I bet. I wonder if he knows what gap he has on second place. I wonder if he knows.
He's just running so well.
Yeah, and remember how quickly he was descending these stairs in comparison to Loic. Oof.
Oh,
Navigating
foot traffic's definitely
the locals. Look over his shoulder there, trying to get a gauge to see if anyone is in distance to track him down, like that incredible sprint we saw at the finish of the 100-mile race between second and third place. But Miguel Benitez has nothing to worry about because he has put everyone to the sword out there. And when he put on the burners as he moved into first place, they just haven't turned off. And he has been absolutely tearing this up ever since that moment. 4:23 elapsed.
I think he's getting quicker, honestly.
He's got a great style moving through here. He's looking really in control, and he still looks relaxed enough.
Not long now until he can get that first win of the year in the bag.
Absolutely. As we see on the split screen here to our left, Loic Roberts is our second place male, and he has hit the waterfront. Moving along that, you want to make sure he doesn't twist an ankle in this late section of the race. He's on the waterfront now. A lot of flatter ground to cover as he makes his way to the finish with probably just under 5 kilometers to go for Loic Roberts on the left-hand side of the screen on the waterfront. And we have Miguel Benitez just having the race of his life right now here at Nice Côte by UTMB. Having an absolute day out here.
He's charging right now. And you know what, Loic's held on as well really well. I thought that he might have the third male on his tail, but he's been able to hold out so far. And Miguel Benitez is charging down the promenade. He's been absolutely relentless today, and he made his move with authority earlier, didn't he? And he ran past Loic and was like, I'm going to win. And he's about to seal the deal. He's navigated this 50k course so well, and he's just really had an incredible back end of the race. It looks so smooth, and he's got less than 500 meters to go. Hopefully he's absolutely soaking in these spectacular views out to the left there of the Mediterranean.
Yeah,
got Kim, the first female. She hasn't got long to go either.
Yes, so Kim is just about to go into the last 10 kilometers of this race as Miguel Benitez hopefully is soaking up a bit of this atmosphere and a bit of these final few hundred meters and this victory. I think he's going to be really, really happy at the finish line. I can't wait to see his expression. I can't wait to see him celebrate, because I feel like he's really worked hard for this one, and it's going to be a big, big moment for him.
What a run. It was pretty exciting to see him.
Cool.
It was exciting to see him make that big move, and he's been able to hold on really strong.
And he's not taking any prisoners out there. He doesn't want anyone in his way, which I think is fair enough. And he's going to be able to see that finish line very, very soon.
He must have less than 100 meters to go. What a huge performance by him. He has been so solid all day, and I'm sure he's going to be absolutely stoked to get a victory for 2025. He's had a lot of other great results, but to get the win here in this and conquer the trails will feel very good. He checked his watch. Knows he's almost there.
Yeah, incredibly strong run from this lad. This is the finish line. Amos Miguel Benitez, UTMB champion. Look at him go. There he goes. Breaks into a smile. Gives a wave out. Real, what a great run. Miguel Benitez take the Bowster. This has been a strong, super strong performance. Yeah, there he goes. Enjoying it now. What a run. Look at this sense of relief. The emotion, the celebration. Let's go, Miguel. Yeah.
Your winner of the 50K here in Nice.
Let's wrap you on.
Made his move when it mattered. Oh.
Absolutely.
After he made that move as well, he just didn't look back.
So well executed in the back half of this race. Such a well executed run.
Moi, je l'accompagne jusqu'à où? La première plage, troisième
Second at UTMB in Australia, now getting the win here today. I'm sure that's a great feeling for him.
Yeah, what a...
You see Luke smile? He looks like a happy chappy right now, doesn't he?
Quand je prends la deuxième panne?
Just navigating these streets of Nice. Navigating the streets of Nice, eh?
Ah ouais. Toi, tu l'as su jusqu'à l'arrivée?
Jusqu'à Lucas.
Ah ouais, c'est Lucas qui reprend. Après ça, tu pars sur autre chose?
Enfin là on sera bien. Alors où va s'installer Miguel, le vainqueur.
Miguel de ce format 50K, une belle bagarre. A very interesting battle with Loic in the first kilometers. Can you tell us about this race and this battle?
Yeah, thank you. I started like really behind because it was really fast. Yeah, I wanted to follow my own pace and yeah, at kilometer 38 I think I caught Loic and I thought he was second, but he told me that he was leading the race, so yeah, I take the lead in the moment and then until the finish line, very happy.
Une belle bagarre, ah oui, effectivement il est parti, il s'est battu avec Loïc, il l'a dépassé au bout de quelques kilomètres et puis il s'est battu jusqu'au bout, il a essayé de suivre son instinct jusqu'au bout et puis il est vraiment heureux d'en terminer. What time do you think I'm going to win the race?
Yeah, I saw last year won Jonathan Albon, but I think this year is a bit longer and with a bit more of elevation, so I thought that 4:30 and I think it's more or less what I did. So yeah, good time and yeah, happy to be here.
Il avait calé ses prévisions sur les temps de Jonathan Albon et voilà, il a bien géré. You speed very fast. Do you have time to enjoy the sceneries, the landscape, beautiful in this area?
Yeah, it was beautiful at the beginning with the sunrise and the views of Monaco and all the bay. And yeah, it's a very complete race with technical parts and with runnable parts, so I enjoy a lot.
Je lui ai demandé s'il avait le temps de profiter des paysages, et oui, il a profité, et notamment le lever de soleil sur Monaco, où il a pu profiter et se régaler. Vous allez pouvoir l'applaudir une fois de plus, c'est le vainqueur de ce Nice Côte d'Azur version 50K, monsieur Miguel Benitez. Thank you so much.
Magnifique performance, applaudissements pour Miguel et notre second.
Here we go, we've got the second male, Luke Roberts. He has really fought hard in the back end of this race, hasn't he? We could sort of see his demeanour change a little bit. He had a bit of a tough time through the last few Ks, but it looks like he's gotten his stride back.
Yeah, it looks like he's still finishing strong, so that is good to see. He really was pushing hard there and had a really strong lead in the later stages of the race here, which obviously Miguel was able to take away from him and take it all the way to the finish, but Loic has put on a incredible performance here as well. So I think it's really important to celebrate his run and look at him finishing so strong that it's very it's very admirable to see him finish like this. He's obviously looked after himself well and just managing that effort all the way to the finish line. Solid run in here, like Robert.
He's got that
France.
extra wind in it, extra sort of energy in his legs now as he comes into the finish there. Second wind, that's what I was looking for. Second wind of energy.
Yeah, he really does look like it, doesn't he?
I don't know if he's smiling or hurting.
Yeah, I don't think it's a smile. It just doesn't look like it. It's been a smile. And I reckon we might have our second woman there on the split screen on the left-hand side of the screen. I think that is what our intel tells us. Charlotte Mochet is on the left-hand side of the screen and descending down to the last aid station of the race here. So we have our second male coming into the finish and second female making her way down one of the last remaining kind of technical sections of the race, as she gets closer and closer to that final aid station.
Not long to go here for Loic. He's on the home straight. You can see those cones, and yeah, the foot traffic's definitely picked up a lot around Nice today. A lot of people out and about. Bit of a boost in morale having a few more people around, even if they have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, you can see it's definitely a lot busier than what we saw in the very early hours of the morning for our lead 100-mile finishes. These runners, though, are a little fresher than they would have been as they finish, so they can navigate a few extra people, I'm sure.
Well, he's got less than 300 meters to go.
Still looking at his watch.
Making his way into the Promenade des Anglais now. What a run that he has put together today. He got overtaken, but he's been able to hold strong, and he's flying into the finish line. He's fought hard all day, and he's held on to that second place, which I'm sure he's going to be stoked about. And no better reward than getting that second place position.
And look at that. What a wide berth he's taken. He's just jumped straight onto the bike path. And he's thought, you know what? It is just way too busy on that pedestrian footpath that I'm not even going to bother with it. and I'm just going to jump right off into the bike lane until I can see that finish line, and then I'll get back to it as he has done.
Look at that stride. He has just opened up and he is giving it his all into that finish line now. Such grit and determination from Luke Roberts here today, and he's had a fantastic run. He's still dodging all the pedestrians. You can see he's
It is
really
a minefield out
for
there.
it all the way to the end. Yeah. I'm sure he's feeling the energy now as that first archway and he's going to make his way through to the finish. Not able to do the rest of it. He's so strong from home. What an incredible run by Luke Roberts. I'm sure he's going to be absolutely well. Having his thumbs down after his second place. What a day. Now, all the way down coming out here. And he's so fucking incredible. And the blue over there, he was for the first year after his but he's made it 4 hours.
Yes, Nice Côte d'Azin, qui vénère Loïc Robert, qui boucle son 50K. Ah, il a tout donné. Il grimaçait sur les images tout à l'heure sur le port. Et oui, il a tout donné, Loïc. Et je pense qu'il doit être, même si ce n'est pas la victoire, c'est la deuxième place, mais il doit être satisfait, Loïc, lui qui avait un gros objectif cette année, c'était aller France. Malheureusement, ça s'est pas très bien passé. On vient chercher un podium ici à Nice. Et on va bien sûr recueillir ses impressions avec toi, Clément.
Alors, on va le laisser souffler parce qu'il a donné. Hein. On l'a vu grimacer sur ce final. Il finit donc en 4h38 minutes et 40 secondes. Belle performance pour Loïc. Alors, bienvenue à toi Loïc, c'est tout bon? T'as récupéré assez pour nous dire quelques mots, un petit verre quand même. Bravo à toi Loïc et bienvenue sur cette ligne d'arrivée donc ici à Nice. Magnifique performance, une deuxième place. Miguel était trop fort peut-être sur la partie finale.
Ouais, Miguel était bien plus fort sur la partie finale. J'avais fait le choix de partir un peu fort, donc ça avait bien éclaté le groupe, mais après je l'ai payé un peu aussi. Au 35e ça commençait à tirer, au 40e j'étais cuit, il n'y avait plus rien. Donc j'ai fait 15 bornes en souffrance. C'était long et puis je voyais le dénivelé. Je m'attendais à 2100, bon finalement j'ai quasiment 2006. Donc je comptais, je me disais ça manque beaucoup. Mais bon c'était un très beau parcours, plus technique que ce que je m'attendais. Donc vraiment un magnifique parcours, super.
Ouais, les finishers du 100 miles nous disaient donc un maximum de technique et surtout du caillou. Hein.
Ouais, bon moi ça m'allait bien, mais ouais je m'attendais pas autant, donc c'était une agréable surprise, c'était bien.
Et tu as pu profiter des panoramas exceptionnels, nous qu'on voit sur le live bien entendu, mais j'imagine, bon, tu peux peut-être pas lever les yeux trop fréquemment.
Pas tout le temps, au départ. Pendant 15 secondes, on a admiré un magnifique lever de soleil, là, bien orange au-dessus de la mer. C'était vraiment sympa. Puis après, on avait la tête un peu baissée, donc on a moins regardé.
Merci à toi Loïc, on peut encore le féliciter. Applaudissements s'il vous plaît pour notre deuxième de ce format 50K. Bonne récup. Bien sûr, les lots de finishers.
Right, folks, that was our finish line interview with our second place male of the 50K, Loic Roberts. He said that he felt really good on that first 40 kilometers, but he was exhausted in that final 15 and he really suffered and paid the price. But yes, it was a long and tough day out there for Loic, but an incredible story from him. As you mentioned before, Jackie, he had quite a severe and serious accident back in, was it 2023? And he was in a coma for
2017.
almost 3 months. 2017.
Yeah, scooter accident. Mm.
So just amazing for him to be able to come back and perform at such a high level after such a serious incident such a long time ago. So yeah, I'm sure he has a lot to be grateful for, and I'm sure that he is very grateful. As we've got a new sign up for the water, I think a lot of people must be asking for the water sign. So third woman now. So Charlotte Moshe has moved into third place, and we have a Vanessa Schatzel, also a German, moved through that aid station about 6 minutes prior to Charlotte, and Vanessa is now in second place. So Tim Schreiber, Vanessa Schatzel, Charlotte Moshe are the three top women of the 50K race at the last aid station. So they are all running within the final 10 kilometers of the race as well. And we will no doubt be able to pick them up pretty soon. Right here in the final kilometer, Andrea Brandi is moving strong, as you were saying, quite an accomplished ski winter athlete. But Andrea having a great and solid day out there.
Yeah, he's the Italian mountain specialist, and I'm sure he's going to be very happy to claim the third position here today. He's been pretty patient early on. He's just run his race by the looks of it. He's been super strong on the climbs, but held it together and has been really consistent. I mean, he was going up against two very strong runners. Miguel and Loic had fantastic races, so he had to be really, really consistent and strong to be able to snag that third position. But he knows the mountains very well from his ski mountaineering in Bormio, where he grew up in Italy, trail running across Europe. He's got a really big engine on him, and he's had that on display today. So not long for him now. He's got about 500 meters to go to snag third place at the Nice Côte Diaz, I can't say it, 50K, and this will be a real performance to be proud of for him. We've seen a lot of runners in this race, don't you think, Madge, who have a lot of experience in other, so they're cross athletes. They come from canoeing or ski mountaineering or cycling, and they've found themselves in the world of ultra and trail running.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see the background of some of these runners, some of these athletes. Absolutely, yeah. I've had ex-professional cyclists, had ex-professional canoeists. Would you even say canoeists? They're not canoeists. They're like ex-professional.
Canoe slalom. I can't say the word, remember? Oh, we've got Beth McKenzie with us.
Slalom.
Hey. Beth's going to be here
Beth,
with us.
I'm good. Can you hear me?
We can just hear you.
Very faintly. We can hear you very faintly.
Very faintly.
Some kind of delay. Maybe I'll try to call back on a computer.
Yes, headphones maybe.
Okay, I'll give that a try. I'll see you soon.
See you in a sec.
See ya.
Good job. All right,
Andrea, Brandy, rolling along the promenade here as he makes his way to the finish line.
What an incredible day out. You'd be happy with that, wouldn't you? Third position.
Yeah.
Allez, on finit pas le public. Allez, ça. Et les amis, regardez là-bas au bout de la ligne droite, les derniers 200 mètres de ces 55 km. L'émotion qui va être à son comble pour notre Italien qui va couper ce Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB format 50K. Allez, le public, c'est à vous, on va faire un maximum de bruit des applaudissements, s'il vous plaît. Allez, merci public de Nice. Pour accueillir comme il se doit notre ami italien qui prend la 3e place. Donnez un applaudissement pour Andrea Ragni. Les félicitations avec Miguel, avec Loïc. Et on va pouvoir faire la petite photo de famille qui va bien sur
There we have it, folks. Our top 3 with all the atmosphere of the French Riviera finish line here down in Nice. Spanish, French, and Italian. The trio. Trail trio. Here we go. Look at these gentlemen. Side by side after 55 kilometers of racing, 2,100 meters of elevation. Unreal. Congratulations, guys. Miguel Benitez, Loic Roberts, Andres Landin. 1, 2, 3 from the race today. Starting out just under 5 hours ago.
Pour que le public puisse vous applaudir, regarde. The same picture, but yeah, le public.
Thank you. Keep pushing. There's a lot happening down on that finish line, folks. It is all happening down there. It's all happening.
Kim getting it done, long to go for her.
Andrea qui prend une très belle 3e place. Alors on va voir s'il pense que c'est le meilleur résultat possible ou s'il a commis quelques erreurs. You make a very beautiful 3rd places today. Do you think it's the best result possible for you, or do you make some mistakes during the race?
Yes, today is my first 50k race. This year is the first year on the trail, and I'm very good.
Alors c'est sa première expérience sur 50 km. Vraiment heureux d'en avoir participé. Il ne court pas depuis très longtemps. What sport do you make generally?
Eskimo athlete.
Et oui, c'est un skieur de montagne et je crois qu'il a été champion d'Italie. I know you was champion of Italia one relay.
Yes, in 23 I win the under 23 World Cup in the Eskimo, and now only race and the Eskimo for the moment stop.
Alors oui, effectivement, un champion d'Italie en relais, en ski de montagne. Et maintenant, il va arrêter le ski de montagne pour se concentrer sur le trail. Et je crois que c'est un bon choix. Et that's a good choice, I think. Félicitations, vous pouvez l'applaudir. Notre 3e de ce Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB, monsieur Andrea Prandi.
Un sacré athlète, bien sûr, athlète de haut niveau en ski alpi.
Hey, bravo, monsieur.
Ces deux sports complémentaires, hein, hiver et été, ça se passe pas. Qui maintiennent leur cardio.
I think we're going to take a quick break folks, and we will be right back. So we'll see you on the other side.
Bien entendu, pour soulager un peu les articulations.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
It's really good. Yeah, she's smashing it. All right, we are back, everybody, and we have a special guest with us, Beth McKenzie, which we're super excited about to finally have someone on to chat to. Beth is a former professional triathlete turned trail and ultra runner. She's the 2024 Ultra Trail Australia 100 kilometre champion, and then this year as well, she placed second, and this year she also was over to Europe for the OCC at UTMB, and more recently she's been CCC, sorry. More recently she's been here in Europe training and running, and she knows this course very well. Beth, you've just been running around Nice here, haven't you?
Yeah, well, you know, every year we visit Nice for the Ironman World Championships because running's for me a hobby and my real job is working in triathlon. So there's always the Ironman World Championships in Nice, but I'm always trying to get my training in. So I have explored these trails just 2 weeks ago. I did some runs from Ez down to Nice on these exact trails. I know it very well, and it's really cool to see the end of this race. It's amazing to see how well they're still running at this point. And look, now these guys are coming up over the stairs. They know they're in the final kilometers here coming down into the port. And it's cool to see. Oh, and look at Kimmy. She's smashing it and she's nearly done.
And I mean, we've seen a lot of different athletes who have been professional in other sort of sports and like cycling, kayaking, and then they've come across into ultra and trail running, which is quite similar for you. How do you find the transition for something like triathlon into, you know, this sport, and especially coming from Australia? You know, we don't have the technical terrain that you're faced with in Europe. So did you find it quite challenging this year with the terrain element?
It's been a huge challenge, especially, depending on where you come from. In Australia, we don't really have the huge mountains and real technical terrain that Europe has. However, I think a lot of triathletes are starting to come over to trail because it's so exciting, it's so dynamic, and you really just have the opportunity to explore something new. And triathletes are very familiar with a 10, 11-hour race. if you're Jan Frodeno, who's actually racing this race right now, have you guys talked about that? It's, you know, only an 8-hour race for an Ironman, but this is his first 55-kilometer race, and I've been watching, seeing how he's going as well.
How is he tracking, Beth?
So the funny thing is, I sent him a message last night because he had done like a flat lay, and I saw his bib, and he was only in wave 2. So he didn't get to start with the front runners, which was interesting. I said, oh, maybe next time they'll let you start in wave 1. And this is hilarious because he is a 3-time Ironman world champion. He's an Olympic gold medalist and a 2-time 70.3 world champion. And even he has to start in wave 2 in his first UTMB race. So I think that's really exciting that he wanted to do it. He's doing really well. He's right around the top women. So I'd love to see, I bet we'll get a glimpse of him around when they finish. I don't know how far, do you know how far back wave 2 started?
Was it about 30 minutes, Madge?
Oh, I don't know if it was 30. I believe it might have been like 15.
Maybe 15.
Yeah, so it'll
But that is unreal.
Interesting to see. Yeah, so at the finish, it'll be interesting to see where he is compared to, say, some of the top guys. He was in 22nd place when I just looked a few minutes ago, but I'm not very technically advanced, so I don't know how to have that up on my screen while I'm talking to you.
Oh, yeah.
And Beth, we were... Oh, sorry, Madge.
I know.
Well, he is...
It's like a little reunion here.
He's 16th overall, so he's... Oh, man. He's just absolutely worked his way up in the field. But he's 15th overall, 16th overall, 15th male. Kim Schreiber is just ahead of him. And yeah, he's due into Nice he's due at the finish line in about 35 minutes. But it's going to be so interesting to see what time he drops.
Yeah, and you know what's really interesting, a little piece of triathlon history, is that Jan's final Ironman was in Nice just 2 years ago at the Ironman World Championships, but he came about 19th. He didn't have the race of his life, but he knew it was time to retire. And yeah, so it's really great to see him do this finish line again on the Promenade des Anglais, but actually the Ironman finishes the other direction, so he won't be used to running from the port. They come from the airport, not the port.
And Beth, you're now, we were chatting about it yesterday when we were covering the 100-mile race because we were following closely with Stephanie Case. I'm not sure if you're super familiar with her or not, but she's incredible. I mean, you know, you're talking about your friend who started back in the second wave today. Stephanie Case started back in the second wave in the Snowdonia race that she did earlier this year, and she came through and won the event, which is so badass, and she was breastfeeding along the way and everything. And yeah, are you familiar with Stephanie?
Oh, Jackie, you know me. I'm such a huge fan of the sport, and I'm very familiar with Stephanie for many reasons. One, she's a mom. Two, Stephanie is 43. I know she doesn't look it, but she's well into her 40s and just had her first baby, and now she's already on the comeback. But Stephanie and I also share a coach in Megan Roach. So we have the same coach. We are like achieving the same types of things. So I'm a huge fan. I was on the treadmill yesterday, and it was actually a surprise to me that this was on, and I'm in my friend's beautiful gym, so I had this huge screen in front of me, and I got to watch Stephanie Case for an hour because the camera ended up being on her most of the time. She is incredible. I see she's moved to second place, but holding strong, so that's really exciting.
And we were chatting yesterday when we were following along with Steph how you're now preparing for the, can I pronounce it correctly, the Javelina 100? Was that better?
That's you. Yeah, that's better than your pronunciation of Promenade des Anglais. So that's impressive. Yeah, I'm gonna do my first 100-miler. I may just do 100-miler, but I want to tick it off the bucket list, and it makes sense because I'm going to the Ironman World Championships in Kona for work, and then this is 2 weeks after that. So I'm just training around the world right now while we're on a little holiday with our kids. Look at these women, they're making it back. This is the top, I think this is Mount Boron, and then they're just going to go down into the port. it gets.
So you and Luke were running these trails very recently, right?
I did this exact section two weeks ago. So it's, yeah, you have to go through these little stairs. Then there's a trail off to the right. Yep, there she goes. And then she's going to go down. It doesn't look that technical, but it is quite technical. There's a lot of rocks. It's not very quick going, but you descend pretty quickly down into the port. And then you run around the port, up over the I Love Nice sign, and into the Promenade des Anglais for a beautiful finish. This part would not be my specialty. I'm more of a runner. So once I hit the pavement, I'd be pleased.
Do you get to take in the scenery of this course a lot? I mean, all of this back 5 to 10K, yeah, you can see the views of the ocean, but are you sort of looking at your feet?
Yeah, in this part, you see these rocks, they're quite sharp. And so you really need to look down at your feet, but you can occasionally get a good view. And once they come along down from there, they'll have all the coastal views and the coastal breeze. But man, as you saw, that Promenade des Anglais gets so busy. So there'll be people dodging the last few kilometers, and that might be more frustrating than even just heading down the trail where there's no people to worry about.
Can you see yourself signing up to this 100-mile race here in Nice?
I was thinking about it when I was there 2 weeks ago. I was like, why don't I just stay on and do the race? But, we had other plans already. So maybe next year. We'll see how I go in my first 100-miler. This is just a little tester. And, I just finished a 25-mile run before talking to you guys, and it went all right. 40K for the people like us. But my coach and Stephanie's coach, she's American, so she gives me everything in miles, and then I convert it to kilometers. Oh, look at this. These women are coming towards the finish line very quickly. And is Charlotte in third now? Okay.
Madge, do you have any
Beth,
update
what
on
are
that one?
what are your hopes and dreams for a big 100-miler? I mean, you've definitely, have you? Sorry, I haven't done the research on this, but 100 miles in terms of time out on the trail, have you done a race of that equivalent time, or will this be the longest race for you in terms of distance and also time out there?
Well, that's interesting because as Jackie knows, I had quite a disappointing CCC for me this year. I think I was in better shape than I ended up showing out on the trails. So it did take me a long time. It took me just over 14 hours. But this Javelina 100 is quite a fast 100-miler. There's only 2,600 meters of elevation in the whole thing. And the winning woman last year did 14 hours and 19 minutes. So I think if I could do sub 15 hours, that'd be amazing. But that's a long shot. So we'll see.
That's moving.
Yeah. I don't know if that's in my wheelhouse, but I do love to run fast, and I love running on trails, but I'm just not, my technical skills aren't where a lot of the top women's technical skills are. However, my speed is. So this could be a great course for me. I hope it is. I'm getting excited about it. Like every time I've done, a bigger race, like in Tarawera, UTMB, that's such a beautiful 100K race with Ruth Croft this year. I was actually leading for the first 55K before it got technical, and then it gets really technical, and not really technical for me. And then Ruth and Caitlin Fielder passed me around the 55K mark and just put some time into me. So I think I've got some good speed to compete with the top women, but it just depends how things go on the day, really. I don't have the technical skills, though. Look, Kim's almost done. Oh, my gosh, you guys.
Have you crossed paths with Kim before? Because I think Kim runs in the same team as Ruth.
Yeah, I have not personally. As you know, I am quite new to trails. Not new, but 2 years in, I've done 5 100Ks. but I haven't crossed paths with her, but I've heard a lot about her. She is an amazing runner, and I listened to a podcast once that she was on, and she's just seems like a really great chick, as we'd say in Australia. Great woman.
Ah, j'ai pas trop compris, je dois aller à finish du coup.
Beth, what do you think of Brizzy winning the granny?
Of what?
Yes!
Oh, I didn't
AFL Grand Final, Beth.
Oh,
What do you-
I
what
don't
do you
know
think of
anything
Brizzy?
about AFL.
Oh,
What do you think of Brizzy taking out the granny? It's pretty big news.
You guys are speaking
You
straight
Queenslanders.
Australian now. Even this transplant doesn't understand. But Kim's got about less than 2K to go. I do know about
Yes,
trail, and this coming through the port here, and it's going to get busy.
Do you think she's
Yeah, Kim
thinking
is.
about all of these super yachts?
She's moving. Look at her.
I think she's definitely thinking about getting this done. So, yeah, you're right, Beth.
Yeah.
Kim is in the final 2 kilometers, so like 1.7 to go. She's moving super well on this, I would say, terrain, but this path, and she's going to be able to take this all the way to the finish line. So, you know, we can see there, second place female on the right-hand side of the screen, Vanessa Schutzel. She is also in that section of the course where they are hitting the road and they're working their way along the promenade there. So, or working their way towards that promenade proper. But Kim definitely has a little bit of space and time to be able to work with as she finishes off this race. And I can't see her letting go.
No, she's definitely
She's
got it
currently on
now. Like,
par,
she's looking strong.
So she's just on par now at the 5 hours and 8 minute mark with the female winner from last year, Sylvia Nordiska. And then the second
Sylvia
female last year
Nordskar,
was
she was
5
just
hours
second
13.
in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, what was that, Beth?
Yeah.
Oh, Sylvia was just second in CCC, so she's like top. She's amazing. So this is a
Wow.
really good time
Okay.
for Kim. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the guys was saying that this course is just a little bit different. Miguel, who won the race, he said that this course is a little bit different. Not much, but he did say it was probably a little bit slower. And so, yeah, and when you compare that and include the time and the change in the course a little bit, it's a really strong run by Kim. Wow, this is going to be a whole lot of people dodging as they get closer and closer to the finish line. You were saying, Beth, this Promenade des Anglais is pretty busy this time of year, or is it always busy?
I think it's pretty much always busy, and it is like there are so many people out there for fitness and running, which is great. But she's going to come up right now to the last. It's a tiny hill, but I'm sure it'll still sting. And she's going to come around the corner, and the big "I Love Nice" sign is there, and so there'll be tons of people there just taking photos and stuff that she's going to have to dodge around before she does the final little descent into the Promenade des Anglais.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty cool finish, I'd imagine. Beth, is this the same finish as the Ironman World Champs is when they have it here in Nice?
It's in the same spot, but the Ironman, it finishes in the other direction. So they're coming from the airport on their last lap. And I actually did the full Ironman there back in 2012.
Wow. Well, that's
How do you
it's quite a long time ago.
I know.
How do you compare the
Pretty old,
feeling
Nige.
after
I'm
a
45.
full? How do you compare the feeling of a full Ironman finish to an ultra?
You know, actually, I'd say 100-kilometer trail run and an Ironman are fairly similar. For me, they're quite similar in time. An Ironman would take me around 9 hours, and a really fast 100K would take me around 9 hours. But something like CCC, I found a lot harder than an Ironman. Like the UTMB World Series finals is just another level because of all the climbing and the elements. You just don't get that in Ironman. It's a lot more unpredictable.
Beth, when you train for hilly races in a more flatter part of the world, what do you do outside? Like, what are the things that you make sure that you do to be prepared for hilly races if you don't really have the same hills to train for?
Yeah, so one thing I was doing yesterday when I was watching you guys on the live feed is an uphill treadmill session. And I'm sure Stephanie Case, who's in the 100-miler, well, she lives in Chamonix, but she would also be doing these from Coach Megan Roach. And we just set it and forget it at 15% and do anywhere from 30 minutes to 2 hours on the uphill treadmill. And that's a staple, usually twice a week.
And are you running that whole time, or are you like doing a mix of running and hiking? Do you get poles out on the climb?
I'd like to try it with poles, but I am running the whole time, but it's really slow. So it's around I do between 7.5 and 8 kilometers an hour. So you're only covering about 4K in 30 minutes. It's quite slow. It's quite a grind, but I'd say you put it at the lowest speed at which you can actually run to keep that running form, and then move on and progress from there. So anything above 4 miles an hour is really beneficial.
What's your incline set to at that?
15%.
15%.
But a lot of the top athletes, like I was listening to some podcasts with Ruth Croft and Tom Evans, I think they go up to 20% when they're doing similar sessions.
Wow.
And they're probably running faster.
So, folks, let's just tune in here to welcome Kim Schreiber back in the last couple hundred meters of this race. She is really just not letting off the gas here as she finishes super strong.
What a run she's put together here in Nice. She's been so strong on the climb, smooth through the technical sections, and she's about to be rewarded with the best thing of all, the win.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing her crack a big smile at the finish line. She's definitely one of the more serious looking runners you see out there on the trail. So hoping that she has a moment to celebrate and enjoy the moment and enjoy this victory, which is massive for her. A really, really solid run.
A smile! She's barely cracked any emotion today, but I just saw a smile. So she's definitely proven herself on these trails today, and she can handle anything. I'm sure the emotions will start flowing now as she hits that first archway. Last 100 meters. She raced really smart and strong today, and she showed us what she's made of. Hopefully she's soaking it up as she crosses the finish line now. Unreal weather, a few people around now to celebrate her.
Such an impressive race and lots of smiles now.
Yeah. Oh. Fantastic race by Kim, the Adidas Terex athlete. First place for females. Looks like she left it all out there today.
So that will gain her automatic qualification into the finals next year, right?
yes, into the OCC, she will have automatic qualification as the top 3 in all of these races do for the equivalent distance in the UTMB World Series final.
Cool.
Yeah. So she gets another shot at the OCC, which she did run this year, but she said she was pretty disappointed with that. She came 20th, and she said she got cramps and was pretty disappointed about her race. And she also ran OCC back in 2024, but DNF'd that year. So I'm sure she's pretty happy to get another chance at lining up on that start line at the end of August. Beth, do you have plans on returning back to UTMB Mont-Blanc?
I'm not sure yet. We'll see. I think I did qualify this year again at Tarawera and Ultra Trail Australia. So if I want to go, I can, but we'll see. I think I need to practice more technical skills as well. I'd love to go. The environment was second to none. Just incredible. The best experience I've ever had. But I think I need more training before I line up again.
That's massive coming from someone that's done a lot of races in a lot of places and also in different sports as well. That you had such a pleasant and memorable experience out in Chamonix.
It was huge, as I said, coming from Ironman, like my big world championship type experiences at Ironman Hawaii in Kona, and both Luke, my husband, who's an ex-triathlete, Ironman champion as well, we both said that Chamonix, the entire event at UTMB, was bigger and in a lot of ways better than in Kona. So we head to Kona next week so I can match up, again in 2025, but luckily from the sidelines this time.
That's cool. Yeah, that's interesting to hear. Really interesting to hear.
Just like the buzz in the town throughout the entire week with all of the events, like I know you did the TDS this year, right? But there's so many huge events with so many big accomplishments that there's something to watch, and there's so many people in town for a week straight. It's actually insane.
Yeah, I did see the TDS. So just feel free to ask any questions.
Ooh,
all right, we can move on. We can move on. That's fine.
You actually had a killer race. No, but you had a killer race. Had you trained pretty?
Ooh, here's an interview with Kim.
Hard for that? Oh, here we go.
Can you tell us about this race?
Yeah, I am stoked. I think in the first 2 hours I didn't expect myself to win today because I felt super heavy and cramping, and there was this girl, she was flying in front of me. But then at some point I overtook her, and then I was like, okay, now I want to bring it home, and I'm glad I did, and I'm super, super happy, super proud. Yeah.
Très fière, très heureuse de ce résultat. Elle a poussé, elle est allée jusqu'au bout, elle a forcé. Difficile dans les deuxièmes heures, elle s'est sentie super forte aujourd'hui. Can you explain us one picture of this day? What picture do you keep of this race?
Well, I think I take my happy face on the finish line. Of course, it was amazing to run through this blue finish arc. I have to say, this last kilometers of this race, they are brutal. I was so glad I had this cameraman in front of me. Thanks for him. Otherwise, I think I would have been gone. Like, it's so brutal.
Je lui demandais quelle image elle va garder, et elle me dit ce que je vais garder, c'est mon bonheur, mon happy face durant les derniers mètres de la promenade. Elle a vraiment profité, elle s'est régalée avec son caméraman sur les derniers mètres. Thank you, Kim, congratulations, and see you next year.
thank you guys, and thank you for cheering. It was amazing, and also the crowd here and on the last kilometers. Thank you very much. It wouldn't be the same without them. Thank you.
Elle vous remercie, le public, elle vous remercie pour les encouragements dans les derniers kilomètres. C'était incroyable. Merci Kim. Rendez-vous l'année prochaine.
Well, there we have it. A few words there from Kim, and thank you to the finish line commentator with a few questions there to understand a little bit more about her day. Pretty interesting that, isn't it, Beth, how some days you feel awful at the start and then you have to just hang in there and things might turn around.
Yeah, you know, it sounds like that's a race strategy that works really well for her, and something that a lot of us can probably take into consideration in our own race strategies, because I'm more like the girl that she passed. I'd be the one going out really fast and then sort of dying. So I think she paced it really well. And it's incredible to just see that like knowing that once she caught the other woman, that she had the upper hand and really just was able to push from there is really cool.
Yeah, we have our second female here, Vanessa Schutzel, coming in, another German as well. So 2 German ladies at the very front of the race here at Nice Côte by UTMB. So that's going to be. It's not often that you see 2 German women sit at the top of the podium at a French race like this, but today it's going to happen in the 50K. Which is definitely them getting the rewards for the hard work out there. And you can see that strategy there, I guess, with Vanessa just pulling the t-shirt up over the water bottle to get a little bit more ventilation there. I guess it must be getting pretty hot out there. How hot was it for you, Beth, when you were out there running?
Nice is really quite warm, especially still this time of year. But it heats up really quickly. So around noon, which is where they are, it would be really hot along the Promenade des Anglais. It doesn't, although it's on the side of the water, it's really humid there, and the air seems to sort of sit. So yeah, she'd be cooking.
Right. We did think that might be the case.
Madge, I feel like we brushed over chatting about TDS, and you came 29th, didn't you?
Yeah, it was very worthy of a brush over. We've got so many things to chat about in this amazing moment. And obviously we've got Beth here too, so we've got to pepper her with a few more questions before she leaves. For another.
No, I had.
Are you doing a double today, Beth? Or
well, I think 40K this morning was enough. I do have another uphill treadmill planned either today or tomorrow, so I'll just see how I'm feeling this afternoon, or maybe just do it tomorrow afternoon after I'm doing back-to-back long runs this weekend. So tomorrow I've got about, I think it's 32K or maybe 32. So it'll be a big weekend for me, but I need that if I'm going to do 100 miles.
I actually have a question, Beth. How important or how helpful do you think it is that, you know, you've got your husband to train with you as a bit of a training partner, and is that super helpful, do you think?
You know what? I don't think, I definitely couldn't do it without Luke. Even just right now, I'm in Morocco in a place I'm really unfamiliar with running. And so today he ran with me for the first 20K, and we made a pit stop and refueled. And then for the second 20K, he came with me on a bike and had some fuel for me and things like that, and just helped with directions. And it is quite safe running in Morocco, but still, I think it's nice to have a companion when you're out there running alone. So yeah, I definitely couldn't do it without him. He's sitting on the couch right here. Thanks, Luke.
Hey, Luke.
Hey, Luke.
Team 26, je vous entends plus, est-ce que vous me recevez?
Madge, from your TDS event though, I mean, You're a fellow Australian. How did you get the, vert and the technical training in ahead of that race? For other Aussies or people who don't have the exact terrain to train on.
Oui, parfait, je vous reçois.
Well, this year I was overseas prior to the race, so I had a couple of weeks in the Chamonix Valley leading up to the race. So I guess I got like my last little bit of training in that part of the world. But I mean, I've done a fair bit of training for mountain races just in a gym. Like I used to work offshore, so I'd like essentially work on a barge. And yeah, I mean, the treadmill is like your best friend when you're out there and you need to get a lot of elevation. So yeah, very similar to what Beth was saying, just set and forget and pretty much use the treadmill incline to the highest degree that you can and just settle in there for a long period of time. But it's really hard to mimic technical. Yeah, exactly.
She's about to finish. Vanessa's about to finish. But I'm sure you guys have plenty to talk to without me. So I think I can go now, right? You guys can.
You're going to love and leave us.
Well, I could come back later if you're fading. You just let me know.
Thanks, Beth.
Really appreciate it, Beth.
Awesome to chat with you.
Thank you guys so much. Sorry, my kids are asking for lunch right now, so I think it's time to feed them.
Good luck in the Javelina 100.
Thank you. I will keep you posted, and you're doing an amazing job. I can't wait to continue to tune in and watch the end of all the races.
Muchas gracias, Beth. Thanks a lot. Safe travels.
Adios.
Take it easy.
Au revoir.
Ciao.
Au revoir. So we've had a bit of a silent achiever. She's been quite subtle. Vanessa today, she's coming in second place for the 50K. She's had a really strong day out there, and yeah, she honestly just snuck up into that second position. She stayed super composed, steady, and she played the long game today, and I guess she's run her own race. She has a UTM index of 632, so she hasn't been a favourite on paper today, but she's really showed her grit and determination, and it's been a technical course today, a lot of times, but it hasn't phased her, and yeah, we can see her coming in now, pretty cool, calm, collected. She's running very efficiently, and yeah, she's going to bring home the second place for 50K females.
Yeah, awesome run here by Vanessa, coming through strong in the back end of the race. She's had a couple of DNFs to speak of in 2022, the Julian Alps and Lavaredo, but she's had a win at the Meyerhofen Old Tracks in 2024 and 2023. So she's definitely experienced out here on the trails, and as you can see, she's been able to show up today. Incredible performance to come second here at the 50 kilometer at the Nice Côte by UTMB. And again, coming into the finishing chute with a smile. That's what we want to see. Hopefully she can dish out some high fives to the amazing crew that is out here being a part of this race. Picking up an automatic entry to OCC as well. So getting her automatic entry to the UTMB World Series final at UTMB Mont-Blanc. Very happy Vanessa Schutzel here in second place for the 50K women.
I mean, her smile says it all. I think she's had some pretty solid results, but nothing like this. To get a second position, this is definitely a highlight for her. And I mean, her reaction across the finish line there says it all. She's left it all out there, and well deserved. 50K second female, tough course, and yeah, she's definitely having all of the emotions hit. And she didn't have a lot of room to play with. Charlotte has had an incredible race today as well, and she's coming in only a couple of minutes behind.
Pour prendre donc cette deuxième place avec elle a rattrapé Camille Boucher.
Wow, she really left it all out there.
Yeah, she did. It's great to see though, don't you think?
Absolutely. That's a really, really well-gauged effort if you can push yourself and finish with just a little left in the tank there. So, I mean, that's getting the job done perfectly.
Charlotte's looking like she's ready for that finish line as well. She's looking strong though. Charlotte is who we were sort of wondering about if she'd be able to last the distance. She's had some great results in 30k races. She got first female in a race earlier this year, which was over 30 kilometers. And then another event, she came 19th female. She's done 4 events in a row that are around the 30k mark. So it was always going to be a bit of a push for her today with, you know, that extra 25 kilometers. So nearly double in distance she's punched out today to what she's used to. And she comes from a track and athletics background, mainly focusing on 800 meters, 1500 meters and cross country. Her World Athletics profile lists her best 800 meters as 2 minutes and 1 second, and her 1500 meters at 4:07, which is pretty impressive times that she's laid down there. So she was in the French national champion over the 1500 meters, and she's competed in the European team across a number of events. So she's got a pretty impressive resume over those shorter distances, and I'm guessing with some more time, she's going to be able to become a very, very successful ultra and trail runner.
Yes, I have to agree with that. The way she took out this race early on was super impressive. And she has done an incredible job to, you know, finish strong at the entire distance here, so the full 55 kilometers. So, yeah, it's really awesome to be able to see her run so strong in that first half and then continue to push and finish, albeit a little bit back from that first position that she was ultimately aiming for. A very, very strong athlete that's, as you said, got a very bright future ahead. Third female comes through here, Charlotte Masha, at the finish of this 55 kilometers. We're going to do a bit of a 50-kilometer race recap, then we're going to go to a commercial break. And after the commercial break, we are going to have a 30-minute pause of the live stream as we get the team on the ground back into position. We will just have the image of the finishing arch without any commentary. And then we are going to return for the first female of the 100 mile as they move through the Plateau Saint Michel, which will be at around 1:40 p.m. local time. So we will be back in about 45 minutes after the commercial break that we will have after we get to welcome in Charlotte Moshet as the third female of this 50-kilometer race here at the Nice Côte by UTMB. So, folks, we are going to celebrate her finish here. Then we will have a quick commercial break along with a 50-kilometer race recap, and then we're going to have a static image at the finish line for another 30 minutes after that. So that is it, Jackie. So we are going to take a little bit of a break after this, and then we'll be back to see the top 3 ladies of the 100-mile finish what will be a long race for them, an incredible race.
I'm excited for that. I think it's going to be incredible. I mean, I'm pretty jazzed up after this 50K race. Time has flown by, and it's been so cool to see all of these athletes compete with such grace. They've all held their composure so well and been true professionals. Here comes Charlotte McCurt. She's about to hit that first archway, and she's going to make her way. There's a few more people in the crowds now, so a bit of cheering going on. She's definitely got a quicker stride coming in here. She comes from that track background, so there's no shortage of speed in her legs, and she's going to give it her all as she comes across that finish line in third position. She looks very happy with it, and she's really used to those 30K distances when she races. But to come out here and compete and cover the 54K in an incredible time of 5 hours and 38. She looks absolutely stoked. Congratulations, Charlotte, 3rd female. It looks like she's soaking up every emotion.
Hey, it looks like she really had to dig deep to get to the finish of that one. She's very, very happy. Yeah, what an incredible run. She took it out so hard. Really putting on a show there for everyone, and for her to hold on and manage to get on the podium by the finish of that 55K is super impressive. So huge congratulations there. Charlotte Morsha of France rounding out the podium of the 55K. So there we had Kim Schreiber, Vanessa Schutzel, and Charlotte Morsha, who are the 3 top women of the 50 kilometer here, all getting an automatic entry to the UTMB World Series final, OCC, in 2026. And as we said before, folks, we are going to have a bit of a 50K race recap, and then we'll have a commercial break, and we will then have a static image at the finish line for about 30 minutes before we come back to welcome in the top 3 females of the 100-mile race.
This is one of my favorite parts of racing, is just seeing them all hanging out at the end. Such appreciation for what they've all just achieved. And, you know, it's great that they got a podium position, but trail running and ultras, you can only go out there and do your best. And however your best is, that's got to be good enough on the day, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's such a tough game out there sometimes. It really is a tough game when you just want to have a really good day, and sometimes the body and the mind just don't show up as you would have hoped. You got to really work through it, and sometimes they work better than you expect, and you have a better day than planned. But yeah, it's such a game of variables, and it's really important to remain focused and just kind of believe in what you can do when you're out on the trails like this and at events that really do challenge you.
A lot of these runners just stayed so mentally strong today, and they didn't really waver. I mean, when your body's feeling tired and you start questioning what you're capable of, it's the mind that really decides what makes you come.
Et bien sûr, nombreux triathlons son palmarès. Le trail allemand est venu en force ici à Nice cette année. Yann qui donc prend une magnifique place et sa victoire dans sa catégorie.
Et Yann que l'on retrouvera sur le podium puisqu'il remporte sa catégorie. Podium pour notre champion de triathlon.
Bon, mesdames, qu'est-ce qu'on fait au niveau?
Can we check the chat, Matt, before we go on a break? What is happening in the chat? Oh, it's going on.
A changé un petit peu le classement parce qu'il est parti en vague 2 ce matin.
All right, where are we at? We've got Eileen, Pete, Rosie, Say you're looking great, Michaela in the first 100 miler. What you do, not do, and you should do. You have to keep the ratio of current.
Allez, on va se faire la photo. Kim, Vanessa, please, for the picture. On va laisser juste le temps d'accueillir un nouveau finisher, c'est Danny Layton. Danny Layton qui sera 25e provisoire, puisque vous savez, on a des départs par vague et les classements qui peuvent évoluer. Et des applaudissements, s'il vous plaît, pour le Britannique Danny. Finisher. Et les photos pour féliciter nos lauréates. Kim, vainqueur, Vanessa, deuxième, et Charlotte. Allez, par ici Charlotte, un petit dernier petit effort.
Allez, quel beau podium pour cette 3 premières féminines sur ce format du 50K.
Allez, on va garder deux deuxièmes et troisième. On va commencer avec la deuxième, Vanessa. Deuxième place de ce Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB. Qui mettait, j'ai l'impression, vraiment trop forte. Est-ce qu'il était possible de la battre aujourd'hui? Kim was very, very strong today. It was possible to win here today or impossible?
No. She's out of reach. Yeah, don't have to think about this. No.
Dans un grand sourire, elle me dit non, c'était pas possible. Elle était bien trop forte alors que ça continue à en terminer. Can you explain us the race? Can you tell us the moment, the race, the landscape, the sceneries? We want to know all.
Yeah. The start was way too fast for me, but yeah, you really could enjoy the first half and the second station where we could get aid from assistant. I missed my husband unfortunately because he was in the traffic jam, so I had to improvise a bit, but nevertheless I had a strong man running with me, and yeah, that was really cool with him to share the way.
Une course vraiment sympa. Alors il a eu des petites péripéties puisque son compagnon qui lui fait l'assistance a été pris dans un embouteillage, donc elle a dû improviser un petit peu. En tout cas, une très belle deuxième place. Congratulations. See you next year.
We'll see, maybe, yeah. Always a pleasure to be here. It's great. It's sunny. At home it's raining, so why not?
Allez, on la verra peut-être l'année prochaine. Elle adore le soleil ici, elle se régale, elle aime bien la Côte d'Azur. Donc rendez-vous peut-être l'année prochaine pour notre seconde. Bravo Vanessa. Merci à toi. Et on va faire l'interview. Regarde, tiens, en français. Charlotte, est-ce qu'on te demande un dernier petit effort? Ouais, allez, viens nous rejoindre. Alors regarde, tu seras à l'ombre en plus avec Clément qui va récupérer tes impressions sur cette ligne d'arrivée.
Allez, on a eu Olivia Dubern qui en a terminé également 4e féminine en 5h46 et juste avant elle, donc c'était un Islandais, Gudlogur Harry Johnson qui prend la 26e place au scratch.
We've had a couple of other women come over the finish line. We had Olivia Dubern from France finishing just now as well, so that would be 4th place female in the 50K.
Je suis une spécialiste du 800 depuis 12 ans. Alors, j'y suis allée au feeling et j'ai tendance à passer en 27 secondes au premier 200 mètres. Donc là, c'était le cas sur les 20 premiers kilomètres. Mais je me sentais bien et j'avais pas envie de me freiner. J'étais très fière de moi sur la première grosse difficulté du parcours qui était une grande côte. Je me suis dit mais waouh, mais je suis trop forte. Et puis au 25e, 30e, j'ai rencontré les difficultés de l'ultra trail. Alors pour moi c'est un ultra trail. Faut se dire que j'avais jamais fait plus de 36 km, donc j'avais plus d'énergie. Plus rien. Et je me suis dit, Madre mia, il me reste 30 bornes. Comment je vais faire? Alors je suis tombée 1 fois, 2 fois, 3 fois. Je me suis dit, là Charlotte, il faut vraiment que tu te concentres. Je me suis fait doubler. Je me suis dit, ok, je pourrais pas faire 1, je pourrais pas faire 2. J'ai pris le temps d'aller aux toilettes, au 2e ravito. Et là, on m'avait dit, Charlotte, tu vas rencontrer ce que c'est là, la pain cave. Je sais pas si vous connaissez ça, c'est un mot un peu étrange. En gros, je suis rentrée dans un espèce de cercle de douleur et là, je me suis dit, bon, il faut que j'aille au bout. Et je me suis dit, c'est pas grave si tu marches, t'as pris de l'avance. Donc vas-y, si tu dois te faire doubler une 3e fois, tu joueras ta carte dans les derniers 500 mètres. Et voilà, j'ai serré les dents jusqu'au bout. J'ai eu un gros point de côté dans les 10 derniers kilomètres. Mais j'ai commencé à entendre la mer. Et je me suis dit, dans 10 km, tu vas aller pouvoir te baigner. Et il y a 20 ans de ça, quand j'avais 10 ans, j'allais avec ma tante, c'est ici que j'ai commencé à courir. Pas très loin de la plage. Et après, on allait nager à la bouée des 300. Donc je me suis remémoré des souvenirs comme ça. Et je me suis dit, il faut que tu arrives au bout. J'avais 2 Camerouners à mes trousses. Je me suis dit, purée, on dirait Emmanuel Macron là. Je suis avec des gars pour m'emmener jusqu'au bout. J'ai réussi à finir à 4 minutes au kilo dans le dernier borne, donc j'étais contente. Et là, j'attends qu'une chose, c'est d'aller boire un coca et d'aller me la couler douce et d'aller me baigner. Et je suis ultra fière. Et ça fait 1 an. Il y a 1 an, je pouvais pas marcher, j'étais blessée. J'ai pas réussi à me qualifier aux Jeux Olympiques, j'ai perdu mon contrat. Et là, je suis en train de découvrir une nouvelle vie, une nouvelle discipline, avec plein de paramètres. Et si je peux donner un conseil, prenez votre temps. Prenez votre temps pour monter dans les tours, monter dans les kilomètres. Allez voir ma fiche sur Bitrail. Il y a 6 mois de ça, je faisais des 13 km. Mon objectif, c'était de faire un 55 aujourd'hui. Là, on est en train de me chauffer pour peut-être faire un 100K dans 1 an. Mais bon, tranquille. Prenez votre temps et kiffez, même si c'est dur. Prenez du plaisir dans l'entraînement. Rajoutez des paramètres petit à petit, des montées, des descentes, du renforcement. Et vous serez le champion de vous-même dans toutes les courses et dans votre vie. Un grand merci à Nice de m'avoir permis de faire ce premier 55 km. Ce premier 50 km. Et je tiens à dire que j'ai jamais fait de 100 km. J'étais l'outsider des favoris. Hier, j'avais même pas une cote UTMB à 700. Je me suis lancée dans le vide et on m'a dit que j'avais fait un 100 km. Ça m'a un peu surpris. Non, j'ai jamais fait ça. Je suis fière. Merci à ma famille, à mes proches, mon cercle 1, à mes meilleurs amis, Aurore Fleury, Alice Finot, Jérémy qui me suit de 2.6 ERS qui m'a suivi il y a un an et qui m'a dit tu vas y arriver. Et aujourd'hui je fais mon premier podium sur UTMB. Donc voilà, la porte s'est ouverte dans le haut niveau et venez me voir, on fera le futur chemin ensemble. Grand merci, merci à l'UTMB de Nice, merci à vous, merci à tout le monde, merci.
Merci encore, bravo encore à Charlotte et à Julie.
Wow, bravo, that was amazing. Thank you, Charlotte. You said she felt great in the start, and this is the first time that she's done that length distance. Around 40k, she found out what the 10k was, and that 10 kilometers to go, she told herself there's only a little bit longer, and you can take a dip in the sea. So amazing effort there from Charlotte, running the longest distance she's ever run in this race today and getting third place in the process. So huge achievement there, and congratulations. As we have a look at this race recap, where it was hot out of the gate here, you can see Charlotte and Kim there running close together in the early stages, and that was a little glimpse there of Miguel Benitez as he was working in the early parts of the day. What an incredible race we had with that massive fall there. That was just a really big fall there that one of the runners sustained and got back up and got to it. He actually finished 4th overall, I believe, so no major injuries done there as far as we can tell. That was Clement Lauba who was taking the dive there. There you see the takeover, Miguel Benitez taking over from Loic Roberts as he then put on the gas and took that all the way home. It started to really heat up out there, folks. The weather really turned it on for these runners today, and we started to see a lot of them getting as much water on their heads as they could and really trying to cool themselves down, because you can see it was just very, very exposed as the runners got closer and closer to the big blue sea. Andrea there, who placed 3rd overall in the end. And then, of course, they were met with this incredible sight down here as they made their way to the waterfront proper. And they got to experience this beautiful, beautiful finish line. Miguel Benitez, a huge win for him, the young Spanish lad, taking the win here in an incredible run with an incredible finish to really make a lot of people spark up interest and put his name up in lights. Loic Roberts there with an incredible run. He was pretty spent by the end of it. What an incredible story he has as well for coming back after such a serious injury. Andrea Brandi was 3rd there. Spanish, French, Italian, 3 incredible athletes taking on the 55-kilometer race here, and they all got it done. Then we had the female race as they made their way to the finish line here on the Promenade des Anglais down in Nice. Kim Schreiber taking the win here. Very, very happy with that. As she said, she was pretty disappointed with her last race, which was at the UTMB World Series finals at UTMB Mont-Blanc. We then had a 2nd place here, Vanessa, and she had an incredible race as well. Vanessa Schutzel finishing and really giving everything she had. She went straight to the ground and was down there for a little while, so she really did try to leave it all out there. Rounding out the females podium, Charlotte Morsha finished in 5:38.47, 3rd place, after really taking this race out hard and leading for a good portion of it at the start. So there we have our female podium as well.
Back to the action at the finish line.
All right, folks, we're going to have a little bit of a break, and then we are going to be back in a short while after this break, about a 20-minute break. We're going to leave you with the static camera here at the finishing arch. So we'll see you after this short break in about 20 minutes.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
À l'arrivée, Florent, tu dis, attention, c'est du 100 miles, c'est les Warriors du 100 miles avec nous. Bravo Florent. Eh ouais, la vache comme il dit, c'est tout bon pour Florent qui se classe alors avec cette 13e place, 13e de au scratch. Good job Florent avec son chrono officiel de 24h30 minutes et 24 secondes pour ces 159 km. Chapeau Florent avec des petites chutes. Et Quentin qui s'est vite également pour terminer son 50K. Bravo à toi Quentin. Quentin, bon temps en 6h pile, tout simplement. Alors, on a une petite fille, malheureusement, on a perdu ses parents pour l'instant. Alors, nationalité russe, il me semble. Alors, elle était avec nous sur cette ligne d'arrivée. Cette petite fille, donc, qui a perdu ses parents. Il était avec nous sur la ligne. Allez, à l'arrivée, Florian Chafflot. Applaudissements pour Florian, bien joué. Good job, Florian, avec un chrono et une 40e 7e place sur ce 50K en 6h01 minutes. Alors, on a toujours la chance de notre petite fille là, qui recherche ses parents. Ouais, 3-4 ans, blonde, petite fille donc blonde de 3-4 ans qui a perdu ses parents, qui est avec nous sur la ligne d'arrivée côté promenade des Anglais, juste derrière les barrières, elle est avec nous.
Okay, we have a little Russian girl, 3 or 4 years old, who has lost her parents. A little Russian girl has lost her parents, so if the parents are there from Russia, they come to the finish line. And sur la ligne d'arrivée, the Russian girl that comes to the finish line, they don't know her name, unfortunately.
Allez, les arrivées qui continuent à s'égrener sur cette ligne, sur cette promenade des Anglais, avec toujours nos formats du 50K et du 100 miles. Et de plus en plus de monde sur cette ligne d'arrivée. Allez, plus de 6 heures de course désormais pour notre format 50K avec Nathan Trouble qui est bientôt sur cette ligne. On a eu Steve Houssier, voilà, notre champion des Côtes d'Armor, avec sa tête au niveau. Voilà, il est parmi nous, ça y est. Bien joué, notre breton des Côtes d'Armor. Marie-Charlotte Iratsuki a pris la 5e place féminine sur le 50K avec une 47e place au scratch. On a eu Théo Bournarel également, Alban Vincent, Gatien Quillet, Titouan, Corrège, Christophe Laguera qui prend une belle 5e place dans sa catégorie. Ils sont toujours sur ce format 50K et on a eu le Norvégien Christian Norgard, 6h06 minutes qui se place 49e. Attention aux différentes vagues qui maintenant arrivent.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Allez, des applaudissements, applaudissements pour Kyle McNamara. Good job from USA. Magnifique 14e place après 24 heures et 40 minutes de course pour lui. Et Simon Carrier ainsi que Mathias Berthiaud dans la dernière ligne droite. Allez, arrivée de Mathias Berthiaud, Simon Carrier. Et on a un ultra trailer, un ultra du 100 miles. Le voici avec son dossard. 32, il nous vient de l'Italie, Stefano Camarillo. Avec la pitchoune. Bravissimo. Stefano donc qui franchit la ligne, 24 heures, 41 minutes, 37 secondes. C'est une 15e place au scratch pour lui. On a eu Lucas Sandron, bien joué Lucas, sur le 54 qui prend provisoirement une 57e place. Et un nouveau finisher sur le 100 miles. Yep, c'est terminé. Bien joué à Yann Laplacette. 16e place, 24h42. C'est terminé, bravo. Bravo à toi. Dimitri. Dimitri Lagaste, donc, il termine deuxième de sa catégorie provisoirement sur le format 50K. Rémi Lamiro juste avant lui. Et on a Sylvain Perrin dans les derniers mètres. Ainsi que notre ami croate Nenad Ostojovic sur le 100 miles. Allez, Stéphane Brunier également en 6h12 qui a terminé son 50K avec une première place de cette catégorie. Pour l'instant, il faudra suivre bien entendu jusqu'au final, mais ça peut être bien entendu une remise de prix montée sur la plus haute des marches de la boîte pour sa catégorie. Pour Stéphane Brunier. Allez, arrivée de Nenad Ostojic, donc le croate sur le format 100 miles, ainsi que Sylvain Perrin, bravo 17e et 18e place de ce format ultra. Allez, l'arrivée de notre féminine qui va terminer première de sa catégorie, 6e place féminine pour Isabelle Oblom de Latre pour la Suède.
Allez, on a vu arriver l'ami Sylvain Perrin qui sera sur le podium. Sylvain, 3e catégorie 40-44, l'ami de Saint-Chinian dans l'Hérault. Bravo Sylvain, félicitations podium demain sur ce format 100.
Allez, ça continue, c'est que le début sur cette ligne d'arrivée avec Florian Barberio dans les derniers mètres. Quentin Lebray, on a terminé en 6h14 son 50K. Bravo. Frédéric Fernandez en 6h14 également. Allez, on joue bien sûr facilement le top 100 là, sur le 50K. Ouais, Yann, c'est tout bon. Je vous rappelle l'espace ravito. C'est le long de la ligne d'arrivée, vous remontez un petit peu la ligne d'arrivée, vous allez tomber donc, sur le ravito et l'espace relax pour reprendre de l'énergie tout simplement, vous mettre à l'ombre car ça commence à bien cogner sur cette promenade des Anglais. Et voilà l'arrivée d'une féminine de plus, Florian Barberio qui en termine avec une 7e place, dame, 7e de sa catégorie en 6h15. Bravo à toi Florian. Mathieu Bouquet également good job. C'est du 100 miles Mathieu et c'est un top 20, 19e place. Bravo Mathieu, en 24h45 minutes. Allez, l'arrivée également de ce format 50K pour Clément Leblond, Baptiste Routier. Allez, vous pouvez lever les bras et vous féliciter vous-même. Très belle performance pour Lionel Cougoët, ainsi que Antoine Kleiner qui prend la 20e place sur le format 100 miles. Magnifique perf pour donc Antoine, 20e en 24h 24h46 minutes. Guillaume Le Bellego, on termine à la 69e place et une nouvelle féminine avec nous. Applaudissements pour Aurélie. Aurélie de l'Athénian qui finit donc 8e féminine en 6h16. Top 10.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
All right, folks. How are you? Welcome back. Thank you for bearing with us while we had a short little break. Now, we are going to get this chat going because I know that there is a lot of people that want to see Miska get this race done. Michaela Lishakova, our lead female of the 100-miler, has been running for 24 hours and 49 minutes. 24 hours and 49 minutes. She has been out there, folks. So if you know Miska, give her a shout out on the chat. Get a GIF in there. She is about 4 kilometers away from finishing this race, and she is in the lead. She has a sizable lead here on Steph Case, who is 26 minutes behind her. So Michaela Lishakova from Slovakia leading the 100-mile here at the Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB for 2025. What a night and day she has had. Jackie, did you think this is who we were going to welcome in?
Well, I mean, good job by UTMB. She did have the highest index score, so I guess she was pegged as everyone thought she was going to do pretty well. And she's had some pretty strong races this year. She did the 2025 Mozart 100 where she finished in second amongst the females, and she did the Black Canyons Ultra, which was 100k as well. She finished 15th female. So, I mean, a first place today will be pretty strong. Yeah, as you said, she's a Slovakian runner, and she's sort of quietly impressive in the ultra world, I guess you could say. So she has the endurance and the climbing legs, as she showed at the Mozart 100 with that second place. And yeah, she has an impressive index score, but she showed some true grit today. And I mean, 100 miles. That's a lot further than the 100K she's used to racing. So she's really dug deep. And I mean, against the likes of Stephanie Case and I know Ellen Chedham, they're great runners. So she's had her work cut out for her in a pretty strong field of female runners.
Yeah, absolutely. She's had a incredible day out there, going just under 25 hours, 24 hours, 52 minutes so far. By the time she gets to the finish line, I would estimate that it is going to be a touch over 25 hours, which is just a solid time to be on your feet. I believe Michaela had her brother crewing her, Philip, who we got to see.
The king.
The king. He was definitely working hard out there crewing her. So I'd imagine he will be at the finish line and they will be able to celebrate this victory, which is a huge win here for Michaela Lishakova. The Slovakians are strong. We've seen some great results from the Slovakian runners as the trail and ultra world has grown and evolved. There's some very
looking at her results, she's had second place, 15th, third female. She had 2 DNFs in 2024, but first place, this is a new one for her. So I think that this is going to be very exciting. She's been pretty consistent over the years, but she hasn't had that first place podium finish. She's in the 35 to 39 women's age group, and yeah, as we said, she's got a great UTMB index score. I wonder where her local trails are. So she's from Slovakia, so the Czech Republic. Is that right?
Slovakia. No, different.
Slovak? Or Slovakia?
Slovakia. She is from Slovakia, the beautiful country of Slovakia, next door to Czech. The neighbours.
Oh, she probably runs between both, knowing how far she runs.
Yeah, she could almost do that. You can see here she is really emptying the tank on these last sections, hiking up these stairs, which we really haven't seen from many of the 50K runners and also the lead males that came through with the 100 mile, so it really does show that it's been a long day and she's just really just getting through these last stages of this race. God, it's been a long time out on your feet, and she went all the way through the night. They started at 1 p.m. local time, so yeah, as we were saying, almost 25 hours ago. So they started in the township of Error, and they traversed all the way through the mountains to the Mediterranean. They did 8,200 meters of elevation gain, which is a massive amount of climbing for anyone on any day, and that is why they get welcomed and celebrated with the beautiful Mediterranean Sea as she navigates this rat warren to get to the beautiful causeway. She's got to take a hard left up here, up the stairs, it's a little bit of a maze for these runners in this section, but then they get onto the wide open footpaths of the Promenade des Anglais. Here are some of the starting images of the race, the 100-mile recap as it unfolded.
That feels like a lifetime ago, don't you think, Madge? Seeing Paul here in fine form and then following all of the runners in the early stages of the race when they were feeling fresh, coming through that first aid station. It was pretty electric and they're all moving super well. We just had a little glimpse there of Theo, who came in second, and that was one of the most incredible fights that he had to the end. He finished only 6 seconds ahead of the third place male. So it was Paul, Theo, and then Nicolas. And yeah, Theo fought for that very hard. And I remember this in the early stages of the race, watching Stephanie Case, who's in second place right now, and Kristen from Norway. And Kristen, just here on the screen, she's tackled the course without any poles. She was so strong. She's currently sitting in 5th for females, so she's still going well without the poles. But Stephanie Case was someone that you didn't want to mess with. She was really strong through that whole first section. And as they got up to this third aid station at the refuge there, it was absolutely freezing cold. Snow was everywhere, and I've seen online that there's been a fair few videos of Steph dancing and a lot of music added to her videos. She sure made the downhills look fun with her free-flowing arms, and Madge and I thought maybe that was a technique of hers. And she was always so friendly letting people pass. I think she could have saved a few minutes there. And then the first few guys coming into that next checkpoint. This is Sola, the little alpine village, which only has about 1,000 residents. They got pretty up and about with all the runners coming through, with a lot of locals coming out to cheer them on. And it was a pretty steep descent into that town of Sola. Steph, I think she lost something there. She took her time at that aid station, but still held strong. And here we can see the first female, Michaela. She moved through quite quickly, and Sophia. A lot of them were sort of doing it on their own, didn't have a massive support crew. And then they headed off into the nighttime. And this is where we picked up Paul again today. He was so strong, and he crossed the finish line in such style in an absolutely incredible time of 18 hours and 52 minutes. The course was very similar to last year, so we are unsure how he did it. He shaved off so much time, but yeah, he just ran so well. He was greeted by, I think, his girlfriend at the finish line there, which was lovely to see. And then what a finish by these two. This was probably one of the most exciting parts of the day. Madge, would you agree with me?
Oh, yeah,
Seeing
unreal.
Theo and Nicholas, it fired us both up. I mean, they were neck and neck through to the finish. I think it was Theo's mullet that got him through. He was checking back behind him time after time. I didn't see this section. I had some technical difficulties, but I didn't see Nicholas got ahead a little bit there towards the end. Oh, I'm finally going to relive it. Unbelievable. And Theo dug so deep, and he got it done to get that second place finish. He took home the €12,000 prize, which is super exciting. No one mentions the prize money, but come on, that's got to be an incentive. And Nicholas with the €8,000. Not a bad way to end a 100-mile event. These guys left it all out there, and they raced so well. Awesome to see the pure emotions at the end of that. And my favourite part, as I was saying to Madge before, is just getting to see all the athletes celebrate each other, the camaraderie, and I mean, they've all just been to hell and back. Such low lows and high highs in these events. And we're now going to see the first female, Michaela from Slovakia. She's only got a few kilometers to go before she 2.5K. I feel like this is when the wave
2.5
of emotions
minutes.
start to come over. Do you ever get that, Madge, in a race like this? You get little waves of emotions when you know you're going to win, 2.5K to go, or you don't get it yet?
Oh, it's definitely an interesting. Yeah, I think it's they definitely come and go, and then you get to the finish line and you think, oh, I'm going to just burst out in tears. But then when you get to the finish line, that definitely doesn't happen. But yeah, it's a really you're in a very vulnerable state at this point where you've just been out all day and you've obviously just pushed yourself to the limit, and you're just yeah, your mind is doing its own thing as much as your body is. So I think it's yeah, an incredible moment to try and embrace and try and remember. You know, you see a lot of people finishing big races and they kind of take just a little extra moment to really absorb it all and enjoy it, as opposed to race through the end and just kind of get it done. So hopefully Michaela is doing that, and yeah, it's just such an incredible run from her, allowing the two ladies to pass her early on in the race, and allowing Steph to obviously get ahead and get a decent gap as well. So that was really, really interesting to see her be able to pull it back. But folks, what we really need is people to get on the chat and really drop in some comments, because we just need people to be on that chat to give Michaela some support. Maryland.
I'm fired up. I've put it in the chat. I've gifted up. I've done it. I hope other people will as well. We've got one in there. You're amazing. Come on, team.
And we've got a few people. They've got their sons running in there. So yeah, we need a bit of love. I reckon Bonnie could throw in another GIF there. That's a great GIF. I reckon we could do some more. So I reckon we just need some people to get behind the support for Michaela, because this is her first 100-miler. And in the chat, Joshua let us know that that she has trained a lot in the Tatra Mountains of Slovakia. Her home
Madge, what do you
town.
think? Do you think the Aussies are going to trump the French in the chat here?
We really need a lot of people to show up for this chat, because there is a little competition going behind the scenes with the French channel, the French live stream channel. So we really need people to just start typing stuff and putting it in there, because we just need to win this little competition. The French have had a lot of wins in the trail running world of late, so we just need to get a couple back, or one back for the Aussies here. So if anyone's got some propaganda they want to throw in the chat, we would welcome that immensely. So throw it in there, folks.
I'm not sure, Madge, if Michaela's had any music this whole way. I don't think I've seen her have any, but I know personally that I normally at this point... Oh, is that headphones? I can't tell.
I do not know either.
I know
I'm
that
not sure if I've seen any headphones.
I know that the final few kilometres of a race like this, I usually really try and soak up the moment. I try and play one of my favourite songs and take in the surroundings, and I usually get all of the emotions, but I really try and lock into feeling super proud of myself, because I mean, everything that she's put into this 100 miles is incredible, and it's not just her performance on the day, it's all of the training, preparation, the dedication, especially when you're looking to podium I mean, you've really given it your all, maybe for the last 12 weeks, 6 months, or even a year. Or it could be years of the training and racing that's accumulated for you to get to that place. So I find that it's so special to be able to just have a moment to yourself and take it in, feel all the emotions, maybe have a little bit of a tear, or you're just super proud of yourself and appreciate what you've done before
Most
you cross that
certainly.
finish line. And within the absolute click of a fingers or blink of an eye, it's all over, and then you're on to the next race and everyone says, what's next? Or so yeah, really soaking up the gratitude that you have for yourself, because I mean, everyone is just out there running ultras to better themselves, and you can only be out there for the right reasons, and for your own sort of personal goals, because ultra and trail running is so bloody tough and brutal that you can't be out there for any other reason than to be improving your own race times. I went on a bit of a rant there.
No, absolutely perfect. This is no doubt what Michaela is putting through her mind right now, locking in a little bit on this gratitude and locking in a little bit on this achievement. We can only hope. She's had a big day out there, and unreal to see her come through the night, come through the early part of the day and navigate these streets. It's just so awesome seeing the people that walk along this pedestrian area here. I imagine there are a lot of people that are probably not really part of the trail running community, or not really, don't even know about trail running. I see a lot of super yachts there and a lot of designer outfits strolling past Michaela as she stumbles through the streets here. Still running, I should say running through the streets here, smelling like probably not fantastic, but it's just such a stark contrast to some of the crew that you can see walking past. And I know which camp I'd rather be in, and I know that I am in full support of the mission that Michaela Lishakova has been on the last 25 hours. Big shout out.
Maj, I'm stoked. Everyone in the group chat is firing up. We've got Bonnie cheering on Faye. Maj, you love Faye as well. Hell yeah. Proud of Miska. Is that Michaela's nickname? Miska?
Miska, I believe so. It does very much look like. It does very much look like it. So yeah, it's
yes,
it is.
Come on, Ellen. Nice. Thank you. I think that's Sean. I am good friends with Charlie and Anna Lawson, who are also part of the Clapham Chasers. So I feel like I'm rooting for Ellen as well.
Michaela Lishakova coming in first place female after 100 miles and 8,200 meters of elevation gain. It's such a meaty race, Jackie. Such a beast of a race. That is a lot of climbing. That is a lot going on there. What an incredible effort she has put on. The Slovakian overtaking Steph Case earlier on in the night, and Steph is here, as you can see on the right hand side of the screen, a little bit of footage of second place female Steph Case, who was our leader going into the evening last night when we left the broadcast, but she is still moving really well, dancing along here in those last technical sections of the 100 miler as they descend down into town. But it is all happening here. What a incredible run by Michaela. Look at that for a scene. Look at the sky. Look at the ocean. Look at the buildings. It's just such an incredible scene to be finishing this 100-miler. Almost surreal, really, when you look at the footage from the start of this race when we were up high and in the snow in the mountains. And now they're on solid pavement, blue skies, clear, calm, beautiful
All
ocean.
coming together for the finish for her.
Yeah, getting a bit of
And Madge, we're
local support down there. What's that, Jackie? What do you got queued up for us?
We have another person coming in for a chat with us, which is going to be super exciting. Anna Lawson. Now, Anna is actually someone I met because in a 50-mile and 50K weekend race that I did, so it was a back-to-back 50-50, I met this guy, Charlie, who's an incredible runner as well, and Charlie dates Anna, and Anna runs with the lovely Ellen in the Clapham Chasers in London. So after we see our incredible first female come across the finish line, we're going to have a little bit of a chat to our third female's run crew, Anna, and hear about what the Clapham Chasers are all about.
Wow, that would be cool. I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to that as we welcome Michaela into this final section here. Jackie, there's got to be 200 meters to go, if that. She's running past all these people enjoying their lovely morning along the waterfront.
Incredible day by Michaela. This is her best result and her furthest. I'm guessing that her brother Philip, the incredible mountain biker, is going to be there to cheer over. He's been a very important person for her over the course of this race. He's been there at every aid station that we've seen, and she's been super smooth through all those aid stations, which will have helped her get such a great time today. She's going to be finishing off in 25 hours and about 15 minutes, the first female. She's been so solid all day, and you know, when we left the live stream as it ticked into the nighttime, she was sitting in third position, and throughout the night when things got their most difficult, that's when she really lifted and she came through, and she's going to be first female to cross the finish line for the 100-mile race here in Nice. She's about to hit that first archway, and you can see the crowds are picking up. There's more people, there's more of a vibe now, and I bet she's feeling all of those emotions that we were talking about before. Oh, congratulations, Michaela. What a day she has had. It's been such a difficult race, such technical terrain, from the mountains and the snow all the way through to the beautiful promenade here in Nice.
That's it, folks. Welcome Michaela back down to the waterfront here, the mountains to the Mediterranean, as they say here at the Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB. She is getting her spot in the UTMB World Series final at Chamonix, the UTMB Mont-Blanc 2026 at the end of August. Michaela, what an incredible reward for such an incredible race here. 25 hours, 15 minutes elapsed. She is finishing it off. Let's go. Michaela, woo! The winner. 100 miles.
Unreal.
25 hours.
What a feeling.
Effort.
If you could bottle up all the emotions you feel. She seems to be quite well composed, but I'm sure she's feeling absolutely stoked. Have we seen her brother yet?
Not seen her brother, but that is one happy runner.
de Isabelle, bien sûr. C'est notre Slovaque, Mikael Lišáková. On va attendre qu'elle reprenne son souffle. Puis on va lui demander quelques questions sur le parcours. So Michaela from Slovakia, we're gonna let her get her breath back, and then we will ask a couple of questions. Michaela, are you ready to ask a few questions? First of all, did you have any idea this morning that you would be coming in here first? D'abord, est-ce que vous avez en tête que vous allez gagner ici aujourd'hui?
I don't know. Maybe.
Did you feel confident this morning? Est-ce que vous vous sentez confiant d'avoir un aussi bon résultat? To have such a good result today?
I think I have a great preparation for the race, so I felt pretty good. When I came here in August to go through the course, so I knew what to expect. So.
Alors elle s'est très bien préparée. Justement, elle est venue ici en août, justement pour reconnaître le parcours et son préparation physique à elle, ça s'est très bien passé. And so, give us a little summary of how the race went. Comment la course s'est déroulée pour toi?
Oh wow.
Tell us when were the toughest bits of the race for you. Quand étaient les moments les plus durs?
Well, actually, the heat here, coming here to Nice, that was pretty tough. But yeah. And you know, when we got to the second aid station, about 2,500, that was very cold and very misty. So it was hard to see the route. Well, that was not really a route. So there were parts when there was no trail, and you know, to see the markings, but. I have to say the course was marked so well. I'm like a person to get lost very often, so.
Alors oui, une des choses les plus dures qu'elle a trouvées sur le parcours, c'était qu'il y avait bien sûr beaucoup de froid sur le premier morceau du parcours. Elle est arrivée ici, bien sûr, tout coup un canicule pour les derniers kilomètres à Nice, mais c'est bon, elle a survécu. Effectivement, il y avait un peu de mauvais météo dans la nuit, mais rien de trop sérieux. So I think for Michaela Lišáková from Slovakia, we can give an enormous round of applause. S'il vous plaît, est-ce qu'on peut faire un énorme applause pour notre première féminine sur le 100 miles? Merci bien, Michaela. Thank you.
Wow. She has had a day out there. That is unreal. You could just tell she is working hard to get that done, and she really put a lot out there. As we get some footage now of our second place female, Steph Case. She's making her way down into town, down into that waterfront scene that we have seen so much already today. It's going to be beautiful.
Oh, and you can recognize her with that floral pack.
She's got the floral going. She is loving the floral outfit, the Flora Alpina, I believe it's called. So, yes.
And we are being blessed with our next guest, Anna Lawson. Now, Anna, everybody, is an incredible runner herself. She's part of the Clapham Chasers with Ellen Cheatham, who's sitting in third position currently. I don't know Anna's 5K time, but I know it's probably about half the time of my 5K time. She has a PB of, I think, about a 2-hour 43 marathon. But actually, two of the accolades that I really want to highlight is with her boyfriend, Charlie, last year. Now, she can tell me or not if she ended up getting these, but they were going for 2 world records in one. One of them was to aim to be the fastest half marathon dressed as a vegetable, and another one was the fastest half marathon dressed as a monarch. Now, Anna, these are pretty serious attempts. Did you crack the world record for these?
Hey guys, yeah, great to chat to you. So we got 1 out of 2. Charlie is officially the fastest monarch over the half marathon distance. He was dressed as Queen Lizzie, rest in peace. And I went to the vegetable and got the time, but sadly no dice on the costume. We didn't get it approved in time, which is very sad, but we'll be back for it at some point.
I mean, you looked like a vegetable from what I saw, so we'll crown you that one today anyway. Now,
yeah, we did try. Probably not good enough, but
Tell us about Ellen. I did see that you guys have both completed a multi-stage ultra. I think it was the Ultra Exco one in Wales, which was about 250 kilometres or something, where you took out the win as expected, and Ellen came in second. So, yeah, how long have you known Ellen? What's her preparation and training and everything for this been?
Yeah, I've known Ellen a few years now, and actually, I think she's only really started properly training running since sort of COVID times. And we're part of the same running club back in London. And yeah, Ultrex Wales was a phenomenal event, one of our first ultras for both of us, I think, and super fun event. And since then, Ellen's done some really great runs. Like she did a massive marathon block and got a sub-3 marathon. But her real love is mountains and the ultras. So as of a couple of years ago, she started really focusing on ultras. She moved out of London recently and moved to Chamonix for a few months since July to really train for this. And yeah, she's got a real thing for mountains. She's our little mountain goat, and super excited to see her doing so well in this. She did backyard ultra last year as well, which I know, Jackie, you tried one recently. And yeah, did the 100 miles in that. So super strong over long distances.
Wow, you're just rattling off some of the things that she's been tackling. It shows that these front-leading females aren't your everyday sort of weekend warriors. So she actually moved to Chamonix for a few months to really put her best foot forward in this race.
Yeah, she's been training in London for a little while, but it's obviously quite difficult to get that elevation in. So yeah, she decided take a bit of a career break, spend some proper time running because she loves it so much, and yeah, moved to Chamonix and has done an amazing training block there. And I think secured her real love for running in the mountains. So I think proving today that it's prepared her so well for this race, which is awesome to see.
Yeah, she's absolutely smashed it, and she's been one of our most popular runners to follow in the group chat. Yesterday we were thinking, who is this Ellen girl? And then when I mentioned the Clapham Chasers, and Madge said that he used to actually run with the group as well. How many people are part of this group?
I love that. I love that link to the Clapham Chasers. Yeah, I think the club's probably like 1,000 strong in terms of members, and we have sort of 100 members that come to the weekly sessions in London. It's a really good group, really diverse. But Ellen's one of our fastest girls, which is, yeah, super cool to see, not just in ultras, but also, as I say, like marathons. She's got an incredible 5K time as well. And yeah, she's been a really solid part of the social side of the club, as well as training for the last few years. She's a hugely popular member, and she's got a massive fan club who are all following along very excitedly watching this, which is awesome. She's a girl who does everything very well, so we're all very happy for her.
And you mentioned she now has a sub 3 hour marathon. Is Ellen one of these people who did her first marathon in like 4.5 hours and then came out and did a sub 3? Or what was her journey to get the sub 3? I'm also asking selfishly.
She has quite a funny...
How do I get sub 3? Does that mean I need to do speed sessions?
She has a funny first marathon story. She did a virtual one over COVID, and I think she did it in just over 4 hours, whether or not you count the pauses on her watch, I think. But yeah, she's trained pretty hard, and she's did a really good block, and has now done a sub 3, and I think she's capable of faster. But yeah, while she's focusing on this mountain stuff, it's obviously hard to balance both. But I think she went from 4 hours to sub 3 in the space of a couple of years, which is super impressive. She's just got so much potential. And as she's doing more specific training, I think, we'll really see that coming through. She's going from strength to strength, which is so cool to see and be a part of, to watch that happen.
Are you going to tackle one of these UTMB 100 miles or anything in the future, Anna?
Am I going to?
Yeah, are you going to? Or are you sticking to the shorter, faster stuff for now?
Yeah, I'm sticking to marathons. If you call that the shorter stuff, I guess it is. I don't know how these guys do it. It's absolutely incredible. 100 miles is a long way, hey.
What's your next goal? What's on the cards?
Valencia Marathon is my next one, so going pretty hard at that. We'll try for a good time there. And then next year there's a group of us doing Ultrex South Africa, which is a 5-day stage race. So maybe, Jackie, we can get you involved with that.
I do have my tent buddy from the Ultra X event this year in Tanzania who's going to be doing the South Africa one. So you might be paired up with her. She was a great tent buddy, Abby, actually. But yeah, I mean, I'm a sucker for the stage races. I think Madge was asking me how my running stones are going, and I said, oh, I've never even looked at them because my forte, obviously, in the stage racing, you're not really hunting stones. You're just out there to survive, usually.
Yeah, totally. Stage races are fun.
We were chatting. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I think I'd rather do 100 miles over a few days than in one. This is phenomenal to watch.
And we were chatting yesterday about training. Actually, it might have been today. I'm losing track of time because we've been chatting for so long, Madge and I. But, you know, we were sort of comparing some of these runners having high volume versus sort of lower volume, more speed work, doing more in the gym, bike and everything like that. Where do you find that your training fits in sort of how you structure everything?
Yeah, it's I mean, the volume these girls are doing is crazy. I know that Ellen's really stepped it up since doing this proper ultra training, and obviously when you're in the mountains, it's not just the mileage you're doing, but it's also the amount of time you spend running because it's slower, it's a lot more elevation.
Oh, Anna, I'm going to cut you off for a second.
Oh, no.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
All right, we're back on. We're here with Anna, one of Ellen's good friends. Ellen is coming third in the 100-mile event. She's had an incredible sort of lead into this race. She moved herself from London, where there wasn't very specific training, to Chamonix to get some specific training in. Her first marathon was just over 4 hours, a virtual one during COVID, and now she has a sub 3-hour marathon. So we're chatting to Anna, and I was just asking her before about the difference in training, you know, high volume. Madge, we were chatting about this a fair bit the last 2 days, but high volume versus sort of shorter kilometers with more speed work and stuff and gym. So Anna, yeah, how do you sort of structure your training, or how you see Ellen structured, pending, you know, the things that you're training for?
Yeah, I think I train more specifically for marathons and have done that with Ellen. So when she was living back in London, she was doing sort of 100-kilometer weeks, but she'd be doing 2 or 3 speed sessions a week with that. So pretty high intensity and a lot of running on tarmac. And with that, also doing a lot of strength work, because you can be so injury prone when you're running, particularly when you're running on hard surfaces and doing that much volume and speed. And then I think since moving to the mountains, she's had to really balance that with how much volume she's doing. She's picking it up. And I think her volume isn't quite at the level of some of the elite girls who might be doing sort of close to 200K a week. But I know she's now looking at sort of 100 miles a week. And with that, balancing it with really good gym work to try and keep away injuries and get that real strength in. So I think it's been a big shift, but her body's responded really well to it, which is awesome to see. She's doing sort of 15, 20-hour weeks, which is huge.
Yeah, wow. Madge, did you have any questions for Anna? I mean, you're a fellow Clapham Chaser Run Club crew. I was telling Anna before the connection, and she was pretty stoked because she was saying there's about 1,000 people in the Run Club now.
Oh, really? Unreal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you still do the Battersea Park Thursday tempo? Is Battersea Park still
We sure do.
the training ground?
We sure do. Yeah, I'm a
That's
lead
so
of that
sick.
now. I write the sessions. You should get yourself along. Are you ever over in London?
That's unreal. I still have my Clapham Chasers singlet that I got like back when I was living out there back in 2012 and 2013 is when I was running with the Clapham Chasers, and yeah, it was so good doing the local races out there as well. Do they still do the Thames Path 20, the 20-mile race on the Thames Path?
They do. Have you done that? I've heard it's. I've actually done it. I've just. My friends have volunteered a lot, and I've heard it's brutal. It's not the most scenic, and it's a hard 20-mile run. It's good prep for a spring marathon, but a pretty tough one. In London weather, it's normally raining, right?
Yeah. It is tough, and I did it for training for a marathon. I came second there in the Thames Path, but I came second to the guy that was pacing it. There was a guy pacing it, and he wasn't really racing it. He was just meant to be pacing the front of it, and then he was just feeling so good that he had a lot of fun running that race with some of the Clapham Chasers crew that were there around at the time. So yeah, it's an unreal place to train for a marathon, London. To be honest, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So the club has got 1,000
Surprisingly
people
good city
now.
for it. Yeah,
It is.
big. It's big, and I think that's one of the best things about running is being part of a run club and having that community. And the Chasers are good for it, and no matter what, you'll meet people who know them, which is awesome. I think Ellen's. I don't know if she's wearing her top now, but she's got the top with her, so she's also got her singlet going. Yeah, but having that running community is really beneficial, isn't it?
Yeah,
Anyone
and we've got her
who's
on the
tuned
screen
into the
now.
live chat. Yeah, I mean,
Alan
anyone who's
Freedom.
tuned in, we've been talking about the Clapham Chasers the past 2 days following it. And I'm also really glad that you guys have connected. Anna, Madge is a very good runner himself. He came 29th at TDS this year. And Madge, Anna's very fast. The first time I met Anna was at a multi-day race. She smoked it. She was hours and hours ahead of me. So I'm in the presence of running royalty right now. Thanks, guys, for having me.
Well, thanks very much for having me on.
Any final words, Anna, for Ellen?
Just so proud of you. Be brave, girlie. We're really proud, and big things are coming. And a big shout out to her crew. I know her boyfriend Ben, her sister Lucy, her parents about there. Yeah, she's got a big crew waiting for her at the finish. So delighted.
Oh, that's cool.
It's been awesome to chat, Anna, and hear more about Ellen's preparation and everything. That's the stuff that I love about, the runners and finding out a bit more of the backstory. Because when someone's running 100 miles, there's so much that goes into it. So it sounds like it's well deserved if she can snag that third spot today.
You win that if you win the race?
So proud of her. Thanks so much, guys.
Thanks so much,
Thanks, Anna. Bye.
Have a great ride today. Stay safe. The cheetah. Alan Cheatham.
Super
Chasing-
interesting, Madge, hearing about how it all came about for her and everything. I mean, the fact that she, did her first marathon in COVID times, over 4 hours for a virtual one, and then she now has a sub 3-hour marathon. She moved herself from London to Chamonix to really train hard for this event, and good for her.
Oh, it's a huge amount of dedication there, and it's really cool to see. Obviously, race, so that is awesome to see, and awesome that she's a part of this and getting stronger as she goes further. It'll be awesome to see what she does as she gets more and more into the sport and just gets more and more time underneath her in the training and the racing.
No, look at you. You look amazing.
Steph Queso as well, doing an incredible job right now.
A huge one.
As always, having a good chat with the camera runner.
Yeah, absolutely.
She always has a chat, doesn't she? Such good vibes.
Ah, désolé, c'est pas le sujet sérieux, c'est pas le plastique.
Steph Case here, an incredible effort moving through the night. Last time we saw her, she was in first place as the night fell, but through the night she did move back into second place and getting it done here. Steph is such an accomplished ultra runner. She came first at the Ultra Trail Snowdonia by UTMB earlier on this year, and also managed to get a 5th place at the Hard Rock Endurance Run out in Colorado back in July. Part of the commentary team for the UTMB World Series, which is always awesome to see our team get out there and get amongst the running as well. Oh, no, she said hi to Antoine. Now, surely she's going to say hi to us as well. Steph, don't let us down.
Look at that big smile.
I'm kidding.
Oh, that's funny. Well, Steph is obviously in good spirits. Because she's making the most of this.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
2 p.m., almost 3 p.m.
Ah, okay. So they'll be awake.
Okay.
It's like 8, 9 o'clock in the morning in Canada.
Wow. It's
That's my daughter. She's almost 11 months.
Ah,
Yeah.
very young. Okay, nice.
Yeah.
That's cool. Steph moving along
Super.
very comfortably here.
You see a bit of tape. I could see a bit of tape on Ellen's leg there. I wonder if she had a bit of a niggle or something. Oh, here's a bit of a highlight reel for Stephanie here. Ultra Trail Snowdonia by UTMB, 100k in 2025. Oh, that was very quick. We know that Steph did incredible at Snowdonia, where she was only 6 months postpartum with her little daughter. So I'm guessing we'll maybe be at the finish line today. We will soon find out. Earlier you get to see the matching shorts for Florette with the pack. So she's got a lovely patterned pack, and she's actually got matching shorts with it as well.
Yeah, loving this Flora Alpina get up. It's very colourful and stands out for sure. Yes, Steph is finishing off strong. I was really expecting Steph to kind of hold on to that lead, to be honest, by the end of this race. But that isn't the case, wasn't the case today, which is just the way it goes sometimes, and that is totally fine. Michaela Mishikova had an incredible race, and Steph has been able to hold on to second. Still finishing super strong here. It's going to be great to get a bit of an interview with Steph afterwards. She, as we've said many times before, is very experienced in ultra running and has been to a lot of events, done a lot of very difficult events, a lot of technical events, and it's going to be interesting to see how all of this stacks up to her experience over the last 25 hours, 43 minutes. Dare say that Steph is going to come into the finish in just under 26 hours as she gets this race done. Such a strong start there by Steph.
Outside of racing, Steph also does a lot of good work. She's a human rights lawyer, and she is the founder of the women's running advocacy organisation Free to Run. So she's definitely not one-dimensional. She's got a lot of different things going on, and she's a great role model in the sport. And we were chatting to Beth McKenzie earlier, and she was saying Beth and also Steph have the same coach. I think it's Megan Roach. So they do some tough sessions when they're doing sessions on the treadmill. They've got it on that incline, running uphill at a slow, steady pace. So really getting those legs conditioned for the tough climbs. And I mean, Megan Roach must be doing something right as a coach, because to produce two really incredible athletes like Stephanie and Beth, must be some pretty good sessions to follow. And Steph is bringing in this 100-mile race in pretty good form. And I'm sure she's super excited to cross that finish line, chill out, celebrate with her family. And if it was me, I would be heading down onto the beach there in Nice to pretty much just lay down horizontal.
Yeah.
And we can see Ellen on the right-hand side here, the third female. She's now at what I would say looks like one of the most incredible parts of the race, where you're just hugging that cliff and the water is just a stunning turquoise blue, the Mediterranean, and she's only a couple kilometres from the finish line and promenade there at Nice.
Nice. Good job. Congratulations. Enjoy this moment.
Thank you. I'm crying.
All right, Steph, bringing it home. Let's go. Steph Case is in the house, ladies and gentlemen, saying all the pleasantries to these bystanders as she blows past them if there's any morning dew left on these lazy people sitting on these park benches, Steph is just going to blow the top off him. She's coming in strong here after 25 hours and 46 minutes of running through the mountains. The mountains to the Mediterranean is what she's done in this incredible race. All the way to Nice, starting at 1 p.m. yesterday afternoon. She has just been moving solidly ever since. And as always, Steph has the characteristic smile and never short of words out here. Big shout out to Steph, one of the commentary team here at the UTMB World Series. Finishing another race as strong as always. Steph Case doing it for the love of the sport here. She is one of a kind, and she is just getting another 100-miler under her belt. Something she's going to be so proud of, and you can tell by the smile on her face. Let's get it up to Steph. If you're on the chat, give her a big shout out. The Canadian, the Canuck, living in Chamonix. Get behind this lady, her floral outfit and everything in between. A huge effort here. Big celebration for this lady. She comes in second place here. The 2025 edition, 100 miles, Nice Côte, booking another trip into UTMB for 2026. Here we go.
What an incredible day. You can see a little hop, skip and a jump as she crossed the finish line there. Stephanie Case in 25 hours and 48 minutes. She was very relieved she's going to be able to now join the first female. They can still out for a little while. Their trail stories of the highs and the lows. But right now, all she would be feeling is all of the highs. Oh, the relief on her face. She looks very, all the emotions after something like that.
So we're with Stephanie. And it's Stephanie Case. Is that the right pronunciation? Perfect. So Stephanie Case from Canada. Cassé, yeah, today Cassé, very good. Avec des jeux de mots en français. Aujourd'hui, c'est Stephanie Cassé après ses 100 miles. So first of all, Stephanie, where are you from exactly in Canada?
I grew up in Ontario, but I've been living in Chamonix.
Ah, very good for training. Voilà, elle vient d'Ontario, mais elle habite maintenant à Chamonix. Parfait pour l'entraînement. And when you set off this morning, when you set off yesterday, all those time ago, did you have an idea that you would be second here this afternoon?
No.
Est-ce qu'elle avait une idée qu'elle serait deuxième ici quand elle est partie hier? En gros, la réponse est non, c'est ça?
Right. I went out much too fast, and honestly, it was just a lot of fun leading the race for 98 kilometers. And yeah, I mean, the other women in this race are so strong. And I didn't play it well, but like, how much fun is it to lead a UTMB race for 100K? That's so fun!
Alors elle dit qu'elle a joué mal, mais elle n'a pas joué mal du tout. Mais elle était ravie d'être devant de la course. Pendant 98 km, elle était devant. Mais elle dit qu'elle est partie un petit peu trop vite. Mais quand même, deuxième, second Stephanie, is hardly a failure. C'est pas vraiment une... C'est pas vraiment... C'est un succès quand même.
The night was very difficult. I was throwing up quite a bit, so I haven't eaten much. And I had trouble with my vision. So I couldn't really see the ground, and it's very technical, so... Yeah.
Effectivement, c'est très technique, et spécialement pendant la nuit. Stéphanie, elle avait quelques problèmes pour voir le terrain, problèmes avec la vision. Alors la nuit, c'était dur. And where did you find the strength to keep the second place? Où est-ce que vous avez trouvé la force pour garder la deuxième place?
Honestly, I really wanted to drop out, but...
Elle voulait abandonner, mais non.
But you just go one checkpoint at a time, and it's a privilege to be here, and it's a beautiful day. And you know, when Courtney, when she finished UTMB, when she was struggling, that was a real inspiration for me. So I had no excuses.
Voilà, une vraie inspiration pour elle. C'était bien sûr Courtney de Walter qui n'a pas abandonné sur l'UTMB à Chamonix. Alors elle n'allait pas faire la même chose. Elle est juste allée de point A à point B. Elle est arrivée ici. Elle est deuxième. Je pense qu'on peut applaudir. Comment elle s'appelle? Stéphanie. On peut l'applaudir s'il vous plaît, messieurs dames.
There we go, hey. Big shout out to Steph. Congratulations, mate. That is an awesome run, and very, very happy to have been able to witness her placing second here at this 100-miler. Big shout out to Steph. Can't wait for you to recover and get back into the commentary team as well. So I believe Steph might be helping out at one of the other races that are later on in the year for the UTMB World Series commentary. This is Ellen Cheatham, third female. This is what you wanted.
I know that her boyfriend's there. I'm not sure if this is him or not.
Keep pushing, you're looking great.
I think she's ready for this to be over. But I mean, as Anna was saying, Ellen's been spending a lot of time, or the last few months, in Chamonix, so... All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back to see Ellen cross the finish line in third position.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Hello folks, we're back here with our third place woman of the 100 miles, Ellen Cheatham from Great Britain, finishing strong here in the 100-mile category race. These are some runners passing her that are in the 50-kilometer distance. Everyone is finishing along here on the same course together. They merged a little while back and they used the same course all the way to the finish line. up onto the Promenade du Soleil. And you can see here that she is still moving along, and it's a great finish by her. Moving into third place, I think in the early hours of the morning. So that is, that's a huge win. Huge win for her after doing a lot of training, which we definitely heard about thanks to her friend Anna, who we had on the line. Was that Anna? Yeah.
Anna, yeah. And Ellen, as you would know if you've been tuned in, she represents the Clapham Chasers in London. She is young. She's in that 20 to 34 age category, and she's building a really strong foundation in trail and ultra running, and she's had some incredible results. In just a few years, she went from over a 4-hour marathon to sub 3. Her UTMB index sitting just under 600. But yeah, she comes from a lot of sort of club sessions with Clapham, and she's now here on the big stage. She really dialed in her training by actually moving to Chamonix and having a little break in her career. She wanted to put her best foot forward in this race. But she's really strong on her sort of community spirit, I guess you could call it, and loves a good running community. And, you know, I know Anna, who we interviewed earlier, through a running community in London, and her boyfriend Charlie, and they race hard, train hard, but they don't take it all too seriously. They just love running, and they love all of the things that come with it. But they're all super consistent with their training. And as Anna was saying, Ellen's been running some pretty high kilometer training weeks. As Anna was mentioning, some of the pros, you know, they're running 200k weeks, which is a lot of time on feet. Ellen wasn't quite hitting those 6 kilometers, but she was doing a lot of strength work as well, which is needed as you increase your pace to avoid injury. But yeah, at this stage of Ellen's career, I think she's wanting to train harder and race more. I know that she doesn't have any sponsors, but she is looking for some sponsors. So she's putting herself out there for opportunities. And yeah, she's in that sort of sweet spot of being a young female in the world of ultra running. A lot of growth ahead, and yeah, we'll see what is to come for Ellen.
Yeah, cool story, and great to be a part of that journey alongside Ellen and her huge crew that is kicking off down on the chat. So anyone getting on the chat, it was going to be really awesome to see you show a lot of support there for Ellen as she finishes off this incredible distance and this incredible race. Yeah, she's just moving super well here, and it's great to see her finish really, really strong. Super exciting to be watching this race in its closing stages, which is awesome to see. So yes, it's a really, really looking forward to people getting behind Ellen as she finishes off this race, closing out the podium, and really making the most of it.
I think we're going to see a lot more of this in the coming years as ultra running and trail running is really growing as a sport. People who start running as, you know, a bit of a hobby and a passion, and then they just get the running bug and get right into the scene. And then if you've got a bit of natural talent and commitment and you stick to your training, I mean, you just don't know what you're capable of. And then that's when you see some runners breaking through into the professional world. And it is really exciting with running teams for ultra and trail running. It's still quite a new sport. You know, it's not an Olympic sport yet. I'm sure it will be eventually. But seeing a lot of athletes coming over from other sports like cycling, triathlon, kayaking, skiing, mountaineering, whatever it might be, and trying their hand at ultra running. And if you can bring with you the determination, resilience, and grit, then you can have a pretty good crack at these ultras, because it's so much more than just the physical abilities that you need. You need to be super consistent over 26 hours as Ellen's been out there. You need to be consistent the whole way. You know, if your mental state wavers for even a short amount of time and you lean into that, then that can really make or break your race. So a lot of consistency in your physical training as well as your mental training. And you also need a good support network of people around you. I find that having close friends or runners, that's a really big help. And it sounds like Ellen's really immersed herself in the running scene. It'd be interesting to know if while she's spent the last few months in Chamonix, if she's joined up with the running crew, she's been doing a lot of solo running. I'd be really intrigued to know.
Yeah, I'm sure there are some. I'm sure it is a great community to be deeply embedded in down there in Chamonix. So I'm sure she's found herself falling in love more and more with the mountains, and also that mountain culture, that mountain community.
One common theme amongst the front runners, all of them say across all the events, is just they're all so friendly to each other, encouraging. They'll exchange really nice words to each other, and yeah, it's really good sportsmanship that's being shown throughout the race. And I mean, one of the exciting things about following these events over the longer period of time, as Madge and I have been doing, is that we get to sort of learn a bit more about the runners and dig a bit deeper in what makes each runner tick, where they've come from and how they've ended up here running 100 miles or 26 hours continuously. And, you know, ultra trail running, it isn't just about who can climb the biggest of the ascents and get down those descents really fast, but it's about everything that comes with it, and everyone has a story. So yeah, it's pretty cool to get to learn a little bit more about each runner on these longer stage races when we get to cover them live.
Yeah, it's super amazing to be a part of a community like this and be a part of these experiences. I'm sure Ellen is going to be so rapt to be able to get through this race and get through it with such a good result. So a huge shout out to everyone getting behind Ellen right now. So here we go, folks. Rounding out the podium is the final few hundred meters for Ellen as she makes her way through the field here of the 50-kilometer runners and with a lot of the other runners too.
Ellen has had so much support. We still have people going off in the group chat. Go Ellen, go for it. It really shows how incredible it can be to have a strong running community, and it feels like half of London is behind Ellen, and you can see by her big grin on her face that she's absolutely stoked. Now, absolutely pumping down there at the finish line as she hits that first archway. She's at the finish. She's got about 100 metres to go, and she's going to be coming in as the third female for the 100 miles here in Nice. It is the furthest she's ever run, and her best result. You can see the emotion on her face. Her stride has opened up. She's got a bit of an extra win there, and she is going for it. Oh, this is what it's all about. She looks absolutely stoked. I know her boyfriend's going to be there at the finish line greeting her.
Huge run by Ellen, getting herself a spot into the UTMB World Series finals 2026 UTMB Mont-Blanc.
It's really awesome as well to see a young female out there to come in not long after Stephanie Case is such an achievement. I mean, Steph is an incredible runner, and Taylor had a great race. Oh, she's going back out on the course. I have a feeling this is just the start for young runner, and he has a long way ahead. He's going to achieve a lot of things. So it's been really cool to witness her incredible race today. You know, she was sitting in about 5th position, and throughout the evening she just knocked off runner after runner and then come across 3rd. It showed such physical and mental strength.
Alors, ok, on va faire en anglais. Je vais faire mes traductions pourries comme d'habitude. So we have Ellen Cheatham with us. I believe you're 30, is this true, Ellen? You come from Devon? Voilà, Ellen, elle a 30 ans. Elle vient de Devon en Angleterre. Toute sa famille sont là, maman, papa, les sœurs, ils sont tous là. So, Ellen, am I right in thinking that when you left this morning, quand tu es parti, yesterday morning, quand tu es parti hier, you didn't think of having a 3rd place in this race, am I right?
Yeah, no way.
What was your best idea of your result today?
Like the dream top 10?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Voilà. Alors, elle rêvait peut-être d'un top 10, elle pensait peut-être un top 10. Elle n'avait aucune idée qu'elle sera là sur le podium en 3e. So give us a quick summary. How did the race go? Comment ça s'est passé pour toi?
Bit of a roller coaster. So in the first 25k, I was stung by a wasp. I was sick 3 times and face planted.
Alors, dans les premiers 25 km, elle s'est fait piquer par une guêpe. Elle a vomi 3 fois and you fell over. Et elle est tombée par terre. Alors les premiers 25 km, pas très bon.
And then the last 26k, my knees just was so painful. So like going downhill, I just had to walk. So it was horrible.
Et les derniers 25, elle avait tellement mal aux genoux qu'elle a dû, toutes les descentes, elle devait marcher, elle pouvait pas courir. Mais elle est là, but you're here, 3rd place. All we can say is massive congratulations, Ellen. Well done.
Thank you so much. It was amazing. It was amazing. Thank you.
Et voilà, elle dit que c'était époustouflant. Un grand merci. S'il vous plaît, Ellen Cheatham.
Then we have the female podium for our 100-mile. All happy with it. Every part of the world is yes, 3 women having a chat and catching up after such a video.
Allez, on fait le photo, voilà, c'est notre podium féminine avec Michaela, Stéphanie. Je suis déçu, je rentre. Le podium féminine. Allez, quand on compte à 3, je veux du bruit. 1, 2, 3.
There you go, folks, and that is the women's podium for the 100-miler. So a lot of happy people right there. I wonder how long it's going to be before they jump in the sea and get in the sea. As we have a problem, or it's going to be over the top. So this one is swimming on again. They are a mile okay, and we have top 3 open line now, 11 over the big case of June. The backyard Canada by those two ladies on
Smash, I can't hear you super well.
We are going to take a commercial break, and congratulations to our women's podium on a 100-mile race there. Hopefully, so I used to move. We'll be back after the break.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
et notre cher Hugo Martin en 7h45 minutes pour ce 50K. Bien joué. Chaud. Chaud et technique. Il paraît. Je vous rappelle tous les finishers que le ravito ça se passe du côté l'autre côté de la ligne droite finale. Il faut juste remonter un petit peu de quelques mètres sous les tentes UTMB. Donc un premier ravito et puis le repas des coureurs un peu après sous les tentes blanches. Voilà. Les toilettes bien entendu à votre disposition. Il y a le point d'eau également mis en place cette année avec du savon pour faire une première petite toilette. La médaille de finisher également qui nous attend sur le stand de remise des lots des finishers. Allez, on en termine bientôt pour le nouveau trailer Pauline. Par avant, également bientôt avec nous Arnaud Roux et un Polonais Michel Serzinski. C'est pas facile. Un but de
peut-être. Je suis pas sûr. Pour le polonais, tu dis bardzo dobre. Très bien.
Bardzo dobre.
Bardzo dobre.
Il est là.
Bardzo dobre, Michael.
Easy mon cher Russe. On a eu juste avant Marie Partel sur le 50K avec un chrono de 7h47 et pour l'instant c'était une 5e place dans cette catégorie. Bravo Marie. Allez, Michael Majour, bientôt là.
Salut Pauline.
Allez, la réunion représentée comme Pauline. Par avant, 7h40.
Ami l'a abandonné.
Bien joué Guillaume. Allez, on peut serrer les poings pour le moment, tout ce que vous voulez. Nicolas, c'est fait. Bien joué. Nicolas Farinacci. Non, c'est Nicolas Kulakowski qui a fini sa 100 miles. Alors, c'est pour ça il serrait les poings, il avait bien sûr. Et j'imagine que c'était 26h18 au chrono officiel. Bravo à toi Nicolas. 53e place au scratch, 20e place catégorie et 20-34. Good job. Laïs, s'il vous plaît également. Bienvenue Nicolas, notre supporter de RCT, tout le monde là. Il est là. Allez Julien. Bravo à toi. Julien Maillot, dans termine et Joanne Dupuis. 7h34 pour Julien. Alors est-ce qu'on a des 100 miles qui arrivent dans la dernière droite? Pour l'instant, non. Nous avons un Néerlandais dans la dernière droite, Liam V, et un Autrichien, Max Fazel. Bravo à toi Célestin. Robin Dubroc s'en est terminé également. Raphaël Lecomte, c'est bientôt. Alors, voilà notre féminine Max Fazel pour l'Autriche. Liam V.
Hey, sneak your punch, baby. Good work.
Camille elle m'a dit, va dormir, je suis d'accord, et là elle m'envoie, je suis en train de te voir sur le live, c'est pas sur quel compte je vais dormir. Bon, il débrouille.
C'est le petit zono, il est venu là, prendre le soleil. Jean-Christophe qui se fait plaisir et qui passe à niveau de ce 50K en 4h51 minutes. Jean-Christophe
Salut Mathieu, bienvenue.
Salut Laurent, bon travail chef. Nous avons Jean-Baptiste, bonjour Jérémy. Avec Bastien. Et bonjour Bastien.
Les gars, viens là-haut. On sera mieux là-haut hein, pour commencer.
Ah, mais t'auras pas de l'écharpe. Là, t'es bien.
Et Baptiste, bonjour. Comment ça va? C'est un petit peu normal. Et tu es content d'avoir fini? Parfait. C'était bon le parcours? Parfait. Par ici, Baptiste. Allez, nous prenons les finishers. C'est à droite. Sans la Bretagne pour notre ami David. Bien joué, les gars. Jonathan, good job, Jonathan. Ça c'est fait. Et Thibaut également. Bravo les gars. Vous êtes suivis par Mathilde, 21 et 1. Bien joué Mathilde. Avec un Mathilde Max. On est 7h39.
On va tellement râler.
Alors attention, en casquette rose, nous avons I Am Matisse. I Am Matisse, 22 ans, stagiaire avec l'UTMB. Il ne sait pas courir, mais il est là. Salut Matisse. Alors, t'as bien aimé ça Matisse? Pourquoi tu as fait?
Parce que j'ai cuisiné sur les mots.
T'as fait un Allemagne il n'y a pas trop longtemps.
Ouais, il y a 2 mois, mais il y a
Eh bien Mathilde, félicitations. Bon travail. Une contingent de finisseurs polonais. Karesinski et Mamuter dans ce 54. Bravo à tous les gars. On a eu Thibaut Soin, Anne Monange, Sébastien Favre, Jonathan Belin, Baptiste Fellac, Laura Rousseau dans le dernier mètre. Et voici le futur finisher du 7 minutes. essentiellement, si on ne se trompe pas, avec notre écran. Voilà, ils sont là, ils arrivent. Petite foulée, ils en profitent. Allez, bien joué Baptiste. Allez, c'est terminé, tu peux en lâcher, tu peux profiter. Jonathan également et Laura qui franchissent la ligne. Bien joué à vous. Allez, vous pouvez bien sûr profiter des belles chaises bleues. Méline, la promenade des Anglais pour prendre un peu l'ombre. Refaire descendre un peu la température corporelle. Il y en a besoin. Ça a chauffé durant cette journée. Je vous rappelle qu'ils s'est lancé à 7h30 ce matin du côté de Aise, Côte d'Aise. Bravo les gars, 50 km c'est fait. Pierre Axel également, Benjamin Moutra, Thomas France aussi. Bravo les gars. Il y a pas mal de monde sur cette dernière ligne droite. Si vous vous attendez, c'est là que ça se passe, c'est maintenant. Bravo Laura. Yannick et Louise, bienvenue. Salut Jean, félicitations Jean. Cherchons, et Louis, ami Jean. Pareil. Allez avec le piston. Good job pour, on a eu Maximilien et là on a nos amis danois. Henrik et Atali. Alors le nom, Fergus, on peut y attaquer. Nos amis danois. Ah ça va. Le pire. Le regarde. Mais ils sont là, Henrik et Atali. Bravo à vous. On va leur demander comment on prononce. How do we say your name, Henrik? For the surname, how do you say it? Well done, team. C'est un peu comme Vingegaard pour le vélo. Ouais, il ne le prononce pas comme nous. La danoise, c'est différent.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Toute la commune ici de Roubion.
Après, on va faire devant la ligne de départ. Tout le monde qui est juste devant la ligne de départ. Et de rejoindre.
« 2003.
Allez Virgile.
Hola. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream as we pick up our 100K runners here. This is what it's all about. We are joining in on the 100K race right now, following our top runners, which is great to see. We are going to get a whole bunch of updates and follow this crew into the finish line. So a big shout out to everyone there. Virgil Moise is leading the race here from France. He has gone through the last aid station, which is at 52.1 kilometers. He went through there in just over a couple of minutes ago, so just missed him moving through that aid station.
Non, je peux pas te dire, désolé.
So, folks, we are going to be able to pick up these runners now. You can see where they are on the course. Virgil has just gone past that aid station at Utel. Just under 52 kilometers there. Looking super smooth. Another runner for ASICS, Body and Soul. And you can see there he is passing one of the 100-mile runners in the race too. These courses all converge and they start to use the same aid stations and the same route back to town. So you will notice that the final aid stations of the 100-miler and the final aid stations of the 100K are the same, and they use the same route, which is why we have a whole bunch of people that you can see Virgil passing right now, because right now in between that section of the 100-kilometer course, there are still 123 runners from the 100-miler within this section. So that is why there is a lot of people out on the course still. 5 hours, 40 minutes elapsed in this 100-kilometer race so far. It started at 10 a.m. local time in the morning. They started over in the township of Ruban, and they started at 1,300 meters elevation. And so they are going to be, like every race here, making their way from the mountains to the Mediterranean as part of this incredible race here at the Nice Côte by UTMB. So, folks, we are going to be able to join in with these 100-kilometer runners and watch them as they finish out the final back end of this race. You saw there that they've just gone through the 52-kilometer aid station, just over halfway. And they're rolling. They're rolling on through. Virgil Morris in first through that aid station. And we've yet to see another runner move through that aid station at 52 kilometers at Utel. The winners of the 100K last year, 11 hours and 19 minutes, took the tape for that race. So big shout out to the runners from last year for getting it done. Now we have to wait and see what can be done out here now. Here is the flyover. Sorry, I was just paying attention to something else, but here is the flyover of the 100-kilometer course. You can see it all unfolding here. Some big climbs in there, some really significant climbs in this section of the course, and then they work their way all the way consistently down into the township of Nice. And folks, you can see that this is the same course on the back half as the 100-miler. So that is why they're going to be passing a lot of people as they move through this other section of the course. A couple of big climbs in there, a lot of time in the mountains, and a lot of good moments out there. 111 kilometers in total, 5,150 meters elevation. Big shout out to one of the previous winners of this 100K, Mr. Jim Walmsley. He has just become the world champion at the World Mountain and Trail Running Championships Long Trail Edition. So, previous winner of the Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB 100-kilometer, Mr. Walmsley. Congratulations on your World Championship crown. I think, and I'm pretty sure, we can draw a conclusion that running the 100K here at the Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB was a perfect preparation race for the World Championships. So, folks, if you want to have a good day out here, please make sure that you know that you can also have a great day out at the World Champs. He did that back in 2023, and he also was the winner of the OCC this year. He won the OCC at the UTMB World Series final, and actually back in 2023 when Jim won the race here at the Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB, the 100K, he also won UTMB that year. So he won UTMB just before he came here and won the 100K, which at that time was a golden ticket race into Western States, and he went and got that ticket, went and got that Western States ticket, and then he went and ran Western States, and I'm pretty sure he won Western States that year. So not much that man cannot do when it comes to the world of trail and ultra running. So again, big congratulations to Mr. Walmsley. If anyone is in the chat, give us a shout out. Please also make sure you go and check out the play to win play and win. You can get a pair of Hoka shoes, get some knack products. You could also get yourself a bib into one of the races that you would love to be a part of. So make sure you jump on the chat and have a look at that. Moses Jimenez here, coming in strong. He's not mucking around. He is just making sure he gets in and gets out pretty quick. Moses Jimenez is here, getting all the right attention he needs. That is a lot of water that he's pouring all over himself. So it must be getting warm out there already. Hello, Moses. That is a awesome run so far. When Moses coming into that aid station, that's exactly what we want to see from Venezuela. Nice going. So that is him just passing through 52-kilometer aid station at just gone 5 hours and 48 minutes into the race. Our runner from Venezuela, Team Vert Run. Part of the crew that heads up that platform and everyone that works for it. Oh, Daniel Young coming into the aid station here in third place. He's going to want to get in and get out. Very experienced Daniel Young at these distances and these events. So let's see him get in and get out. Let's see there.
Hey, Madge, can you hear me?
Jackie, it's great to hear your voice. It's great to hear your voice.
I've missed you. Have you missed me in the last 10 minutes?
Look, I've definitely missed you, and I'm definitely excited to hear that you have a whole new sound to you again.
My aid station break just was a little bit long. I was having issues. Instinct Trail Pack. Have you used one of those before, Madge?
No, I have not, but I have seen a lot of them out there on the trails. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually used a few of those in some multi-day and single-stage racing, and I really enjoyed the pack, I'm not going to lie. It's not very big here in Australia, but I think it's pretty big in France. But yeah, it's pretty solid. For any new runner out there?
Yeah, I've definitely seen them being pretty successful. As we have the crew here, Team Vert Run, Moses Jimenez.
You know what, Madge? We're lucky. We get to go through the whole journey of learning about all of these runners and taking all of the live listeners with us on this journey as they crush the next 45 kilometers.
Yeah, we are going to sit in here and check that out. It's big shout out to all these 100k runners taking on such a challenging race here as well.
25 j'ai récupéré du coup. De start 2008.
So passing through that aid station we saw just before, Thibaut Vidvoy. I believe he is sitting in at that aid station, actually getting in the seat. Looks like he's probably having a little bit of trouble with how his legs feel right now. 22 years of age. And he's getting back after it.
Also, Madge, I'm sorry that I heard the tail end of Jim Walmsley won the long trail world champs for the men. It's interesting because earlier when I had a little bit of a glance at how the competitors were stacking up, he had dropped back to about 5th. I mean, there was probably only a few seconds in it, but yeah, to see him come through with the win by, he only got it by 4 seconds, you know.
Yeah, it's a pretty, and he, as we were saying before, winner of the OCC this year, winner of this race, actually, the 100K edition back in 2023. The same year he won the UTMB World Series final, winning UTMB proper. And yeah, we believe that this race must be all good preparation for the World Championships.
So, Madge, if you had to choose, would you be running the 50K, the 100K, or the 100 miles here in Nice?
I feel like the 100 miles is definitely the way to go.
Yeah, it seems pretty iconic, doesn't it?
Yeah, I reckon. I feel like the 100 miles is where it's at.
So this here is following the 4th runner. Can you pronounce his name better than myself, Madge? We know that my strong point isn't pronunciation. Thibaut, is that right? I'm going to nickname him TW. His first and last initial, TW Thibaut Whitford. So he's a French runner, UTMB index of 772. He's in the age category of 20 to 34. He's had some good results in the last 2 years. He came first in a 66-kilometre race in 2025, the Millet X-Trail Courchevel. So that was a pretty tough race, 66K, 4,000 metres of elevation. And then he also had a crack at the Marathon de Mont-Blanc in 2025. That was 90 kilometres. So he's got the Ks in his legs. He placed 29th in that one, so he had a pretty tough day out, but still a solid result. And they came first place in the Millet Trail race in Courchevel. So he did the same race in 2025 and 2024. And then he's done a lot of shorter sort of races. So this is a little bit further than what he's used to. He's got 66K under his belt, 90K, 55K, and then shorter from there. But he's a French Alpine dynamo, and he's still pretty young. He's got a pretty decent index score, and he's already gotten some mountain wins to his name, so he probably has a bit of confidence there. He's not out there just to participate. He's out there to do his best and try and get a podium, I think. So we'll be seeing him push for the finish line in this 100K race.
Yeah, Unreal running here from some of these younger crew as well, hey? So it's awesome to see some of these young guns really stepping it up here. I mean, it's still a long way to go for sure in this race, Jackie. So there's going to be a lot of action unfolding.
Sebastian is a fellow Brooks trail runner. Yeah. I'm not biased, but I mean Brooks for the win. So I've got a fellow trail runner here. He's from France. He's got a UTMB index of 868. He's a young gun. He's run a lot of races. I think he's run, it says here, over 48 races. That seems very specific. But in 2025, he did the Trails de Lac Orchez, 41K. He came first place. He ran in the Chianti Ultra Trail 2025, ninth place. Monaco Run 2025, 30K, first place. So he's had a few good races under his belt. He did a sky race as well in 2023. He won the men's race and set a new course record. He's originally from Nice, so he's got strong connections to this trail and the region. And yeah, he recently became a pro trail athlete with the Brooks trail running team. So it's going to be great to see what he can do over this 100Ks. And yeah, another young gun. So probably is out there with a bit to prove. And especially now that he's made a pro team, he's going to be pretty excited to show what he's made of.
Yeah, another runner as well, Jackie, that had a DNF at OCC in the UTMB World Series finals this year. So if you remember, it was very much the same with a couple of our 50K runners not having the best days out at the OCC race. Miguel Benitez, the winner, he had a DNF there. So he came back strong and hard at Nice to get the win and really step it up. So it's, it's interesting to see another guy have not the most favorable result at that race, but showing up here at Nice to make the most of the tail end of this summer in Europe before the winter season really kicks in.
These views right now that he's experiencing, it looks pretty phenomenal. And I'd say this is sort of the first of this type of, not the terrain, but the views. We haven't seen anything like this today yet.
No, it's very beautiful down there. You can see it really is in the mountains. There's just such beautiful, epic mountains up here. Interesting that he's just kind of kept his poles in the whole time here, despite hiking quite a bit. Jackie, I wonder if that's because he knows the course and understands that maybe that is a pretty short climb that he doesn't really want to get his poles out for. He'd just rather keep him in there and not have to deal with getting him in and getting him out for such short distances. But yeah, you're right. Look at that view out to the left. That's stunning.
Yeah. Is this the village of Utelli just here that we can see? Match, do you think?
I'm unsure of that, actually, but it's a good question, and you might be on the money with that one.
We will circle back. We won't give anyone any false information until we've confirmed that this is the village of Utelli. If so, it's got about 830 residents, but I'm going to hold off until I confirm. Otherwise, it'll be fake news, you know?
Yes, that is That is true. We don't want too much fake news out here.
What an incredible spot. Imagine living there in the mountains. I wonder if a lot of them actually run in the mountains each day. But it just looks like such a cool European town. I mean, it's very different to Australia.
Yeah, definitely. It is very different to good old Australia. That is for sure.
We've been
But,
confirmed. So
stunning.
this is the village of Utelli. It's got 832 residents, and the village thrived in the 15th century on the Salt Road. The white gold arrived by boat in Nice and was then carried by mule to Chambéry or Turin. So some of the houses still have hooks for weighing the salt, as it was a big salt town. Utelloi's tradition, the sort de... Oh gosh, sorry guys, my pronunciation. During the war, married men accused single men of abusing their wives. To settle the scores, the game was invented, and today it's become a tradition. So the rules are: single men carry a small wooden block, a little log called a sepium, outside of the village, and the married men stop them by giving them large slaps on the back. After an hour of play, we stop, and the sepium, or the small wooden block, is filled with wine paid for by the last married man in the village. There you go. The festival attracts tourists and young men return from Nice or Marseille to play.
I don't know if I'd want to play that game. I don't really understand it. Who wins? Does anyone win, or is there just not really it's not a winning game? You just get beaten.
I want to look into that.
You want to see if there's a World Championships or something?
Yeah, I like getting records and things, so might work well.
You like getting records and things. This lady, folks,
did you hear earlier? Did you hear earlier how Charlie, very good runner, part of the Clapham Chasers, he has the world record for the fastest half marathon as a monarch, and Anna went for the fastest half marathon as a vegetable. I mean, the sky's the limit.
Sky's the limit, yeah. When you've got so many things you can dress up as, you can basically the whole Halloween costume.
Okay, I have more information on the game. So, Sorte de Capon, explained simply, is you're in the village of Utelli, which we can see just here in the south of France. A single man carries a heavy wooden block called the sapone. The block symbolizes a woman, so there's symbolism to it. So that symbolizes a woman. They have to try to jump over it and carry it across the village square. But it's not as easy because the married men form a line and smack the bachelors hard on the back as they pass. The goal is for the single men to get the wooden block out of the square despite the resistance from the married men slapping them on the back. It's rough, loud, playful, and it's all part of the tradition. At the end, everyone shares wine and celebrates together. I still don't fully understand the game, Madge.
Sounds like a good excuse for people just to get drunk, you know?
Yeah, I think so. So from this village, it takes about an hour to reach the Madone. The hike is easy. It's an altitude of 1,100 meters. And from there, you get panoramic views of the valley, the Tean River, mountain ranges, and on a fine day, the sea.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. So, folks, we have a little bit of footage here of the 6 male popping up on the screen.
2022. Ouais, Charles 2022, c'est ça.
So this gentleman here will be rolling in to 100k, 60k, Victor Oliver, potentially. So we might be expecting Victor Oliver. Charles, no. I think we had a bit of an update there on that number. So I think it might be Charles Van Gelen. So Charles Van Gelen from Belgium coming in here into the town of Italy. Aid station.
Is he coming in 7th, I think?
Kilometers. Well, we've got here 6th place male on the screen, so I'm just kind of going off that at the moment. So going in and out of a little bit of, but we will get some insight to the timings on that as he moves through the actual aid station.
This looks like a really fun aid station. All the energy, and you know, it's a smaller aid station, so it's a bit more compact, so everyone's there together. Looks like he's got a really good crew of people with him, all supporting him, which is nice. You know, it's about so much more than just the race. It's about the whole crew you have with you. They look very in tune, giving him a walk down. He looks fancy, having some sparkling water there. Do you like sparkling water during a race, Madge?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if I've ever done it.
Yeah, I haven't either. I don't know about the gassy bubbles type thing. I reckon he's listening to Justin Bieber for sure.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of a Bieber guy.
Baby, baby, oh, like baby, baby, oh.
Yes. So this is Charles Van Gelen from Belgium. Charles Van Gelen from Belgium in the aid station right now. Bib 220. He's eating a lot here. He's getting a lot in here, Jackie. Picking up a lot of supplies as well. A lot of gels going into those pockets. He's getting a lot of intel there from his a big chat there from his crew. I think it's a whole
Bit of a pep talk.
Yeah, I think so. Looks like it's really warm out there because every runner has come in and just really put a lot of water on themselves. Soak their hats.
Yeah, it was actually It was interesting chatting to Beth earlier about how warm it gets out there, but I mean, I think it's up to about 25 degrees, so it is warm for sure. Oh.
Team 25, je laisse partir du coup.
So in and out, Jackie. I hope that didn't escalate your heart rate too much. That was a bit of a longer stop, which you normally are not too much of a fan of, but I think it was all time well spent.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice he had family there, so being around your people for a bit longer can always boost your morale, but still a little bit too long for me at that pit stop, that's for sure. I much prefer the Formula One straight through. You know who did it very well is all of the 50-kilometre runners were flawless. In and out, quick, they knew what they were doing. There was no faffing around.
Yeah, they are definitely on a time crunch, that crew, so very much not surprising when they move through those aid stations incredibly fast.
Again, now that I'm looking at the town here, Madge, I mean, for a single guy to be carrying a wooden block type thing all the way out to the edge of town with other married men slapping you on the back, I mean, it's a bit of an interesting one, isn't it?
Yes, it is most certainly a quirky game and a quirky situation going on there. I guess it's probably been perfected over a number of years, so that is a good thing.
Pretty incredible little town perched up here in the mountains, though. I mean, it's one of the jewels of the Alpes Maritimes, and it's got very narrow stone alleys, and it looks out over the Mediterranean and the mountains. It's a place where history runs deep, and there's a lot of medieval pilgrims. And as we heard earlier, well, just before, I haven't stopped talking about, is all of the stories of the married and single men. But the runners are going to be passing through here, and it's not just another checkpoint, but it's got a lot of history. So it's quite a monumental part of the day for these runners.
Yeah, it really is. And some beautiful architecture here with that township. It's perched at just under 800 meters elevation, so it is quite high, but definitely not the highest town we have seen, and definitely not the highest point that these runners move through out here. Victor Oliver,
We are following
coming in here.
the 7th male.
It says here, yeah, I think so. I believe he would be coming into the Hotel aid station. So he has just under 56 kilometers to go, just under 57 kilometers to go to the finish line. But he's coming to this aid station now. Probably have some crew here. Victor Oliver, one of the French runners. The French have a huge presence here at the Nice Côte by UTMB. I am going to bring it up right now. Jackie, 76% of the participants here are French.
Wow, that's a massive percentage. I mean, there's a lot of different nationalities that come together to race here, but I guess the major percentage being French. Surely they have a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, major percentage being French, and a huge percentage of the crew here are from the European continent. as well. So, yeah, huge contingent here of French and European for this event. And why not with these kind of views and this type of township that you get to move through. You can see it still holds that character and still holds that old township feeling to it.
Here we go.
Let's see what
Coming
he has
into that aid
here.
station.
Oh, straight in, straight down for a seat. Now this is going to be a Formula One pit, Jackie.
You reckon it's going to be a quick one? I'm feeling confident. I'm liking this so far.
Yeah. Definitely. All right, this looks like a pretty solid team here. No mucking around, of course. When you forget something, it can be a little bit frustrating. But he looks very cool, calm and collected, just sitting down, getting in some fluids, wanting to get a bit of water on his back as well. Victor Oliver coming in here, taking the seat straight away and using his time wisely in the Utsel aid station, just over 52 kilometers into this race.
Tu m'as dit quoi, Isa?
That was a smooth transition. Definitely had a good amount of time in there, and it's just on 11.7 kilometers to the next aid station for him.
Ok, je fais ça
And
maintenant, je t'entends très mal.
that aid station, he will be getting a little bit more resupply, but unreal to see these athletes up close and in person and getting that real insight to how they get crewed with very good insight to how they get crewed. A lot of different strategies there which people can learn from. So pay attention, folks, because you can always pick up small little things from a whole bunch of these runners and their crew as they get their runners through those aid stations.
Yeah, I think some of them definitely prioritize a bit more time with family than others.
I mean, the setup is quite perfect, so it's not bad.
Kim s'est beaucoup épanoui avec la course. Elle a adoré le scénario, les paysages. Alors un grand merci à tout le monde. When I count to 3, everybody, make some noise. 1, 2, 3, faites du bruit. Merci beaucoup à tous nos athlètes. Thank you, everybody. And we hope to see you on another race very soon. On espère vous voir très bientôt.
C'est un mec du 100K.
C'est le dossard 2124.
Getting some salt tablets or something out there. Doesn't look like he's moving with a lot of urgency, does it?
Et j'ai Louis dossard 2034. Oh, c'est bon, 9e, 8e, les deux sont à côté là, un de l'autre.
You can see how hot it is out there from these guys' sweat marks, all of the salt creating that bit of a white line around their shorts. Probably
Luis.
up to about 25 degrees.
Yes. It is getting very warm out there for a lot of these runners. Luis passing through, in and out. No crew at that aid station, Jackie, which I almost feel like probably got him in and out of there pretty quick, not needing to kind of wait around for any crew. Yeah. Anyway, folks, we're gonna have a quick break, and we will be back pretty soon with some more runners rolling through this 100k Roubaix Nice. Virgil Moset is leading at Utel, followed by Moses Jimenez in second, Daniel Jung third, Thibaut Vivet in fourth, and Sebastian Pezet in fifth place, all rolling through Utel, and we are going to see some of the female leaders roll through there pretty soon.
Bah oui, et proche le prochain. Ouais, 2021. Après, je pourrais aller sur 2027 si vous voulez. C'est bien ça, hein? Parce qu'en même temps, je veux te mettre un peu non? Ouais, il y a un bac, il y a un bac. Tu mets 2 cuillères et tu remplis 2 cuillères. On a passé un mur comme ça. Ouais, j'ai vu sur la carte. Ça a l'air bien maintenant. La descente, elle a dû regretter quand même longtemps. Comment devant? Ouais, c'est plus difficile à voir, mais c'est un peu fort, ouais. J'ai mis la tête dans le bac. Merci. 2021 qui part, donc en 2027. Il y a du chaud là. Das gleich, oder? Bis zum nächsten, oder? Allez, allez. 2027 qui repart.
Cédric pour le Portugal. Bien joué. Et n'hésitez pas à vous rendre sur, bien sûr, le village partenaire qui a ouvert ses portes tôt ce matin. C'était à 9h. Et donc, qui finira à 20h aujourd'hui. Et bien sûr, ils sont avec nous. Allez, le mulet, la moustache pour Julien.
Oui, c'est juste que on compliqué parce que comme il y a ouais, et l'impression que j'en ai aussi.
C'est simple, c'est soit la et la sprint, la petite citadine 100% électrique du côté de Dacia. Vous pouvez même repartir avec votre magnette pour souvenir chez Dacia la photo avec le décor derrière. C'est plutôt sympa en médaillon. Allez, chez NAC, c'est chez NAC que ça se passe pour les produits diététiques, toute la nutrition sportive. Ça va mon Fergus.
Ehi Mariana, come stai? Daniela cosa? Oh, guardati, come si chiama? Giovanni, Giovanni, come si dice? Sì, è il tuo maglianino. Bravo Mariana, complimenti. Et bonjour tout le monde, bonjour Émilie, bonjour Sophie, bonjour Florian, salut Florent, sont tous là, salut Tom. Bonjour l'équipe. Et ouais, ça c'est bien bossé. Et bientôt, il va y avoir Marcel, il est où Marcel? Where is Marcel? Marcel from Let's Go. Avec les Marcel stopped in the bar. Allez Julien.
Ils ont tout donné les mecs là, ça s'exprime fort là, mon cher Fergus dans l'air d'arriver, ouais, c'est une énerve.
Il est content Maxence.
Il est content et il s'exprime. Maxence.
C'était long les gars.
Ah c'était long. Ah oui, oui, du côté du 100 miles, c'est une autre paire de manches. Ils s'amusent depuis 13 heures hier, depuis Oron, avec des températures négatives cette nuit. Ils vont passer le deuxième nuit.
Allez, à table.
Alors, si on a quelqu'un de Live Trail qui peut nous rejoindre sur cette ligne d'arrivée, on a quelques demandes d'informations pour quelques coureurs qui n'ont pas pipé à l'arrivée. Voilà, ça va se régler, pas de soucis. Ils sont là pour ça. S'il est avec nous, où il se cache. Le technicien Live Trail. Voilà, on demande sur la ligne. Bravo à Laurent et Gilles. Bravo les gars. Allez, un peu plus de 760 finishers sur ce format 50K. Voilà, c'est tout neuf, ça Théo. Attention au soleil, bien entendu, pour le pitchoun. Ah, Marcel, il est là. Fergus, on l'a trouvé.
On a trouvé Marcel.
Il est là. Il est là. Marcel pour les Pays-Bas avec bien sûr toute sa team. Nesso. Vous pouvez les retrouver sur le village partenaire. C'est une solution de savon.
Et dans quel état le Marcel?
Il est pas mal, main sur les genoux quand même. Ça commence à gripper un peu, Marcel. It's okay? It's okay. It's okay. Ouais, c'est bon, Fergus. No problem for Marcel. Good job, Marcel.
It was beautiful. So it's very tough. Some sections and still very good. So coming here, 5K. Jeez. Exactly that. No, I'm out of breath. Seriously,
Tout est bon pour Marcel.
Marcel from Let's Go. Well done, Marcel.
Profité jusqu'au bout.
How does a big man like you run 50 kilometers, Marcel? Why, you got lost? The 5 for free. 5 were extra bonus is for you, Marcel. Now, Marcel, everybody, is from Les Eaux, which is the perfect idea to save water. They have a soap which is great into your hands directly. You need very little water to use, and of course, there's no water in the soap. It's not like a gel. And Marcel is going to stand just behind. He's got his team with him. Hello, team. So come and see Marcel at Les Eaux just behind, and he'll tell you all about it. Good work, Marcel. Bon boulot.
Coca-Cola, Team. Well done, baby.
Et voilà, Marcel Les Eaux.
C'est pas beaucoup. Victor!
Allez, on serre les dents jusqu'au bout avec Chang. Bien joué pour la Chine. Chang Zhao. Good job.
Jonathan de Suisse. Hop les Suisses, hop hop hop. Voilà Jonathan. C'est énorme pour un Suisse. Hein? Tu dois payer une taxe valeur ajoutée là, non? Ouais. Et en Suisse, tu payes plus les impôts, non?
Allez, bien joué. Karim Martin également, qui vient de franchir cette ligne. Bien joué. On a notre ami norvégien également. Allez, Geoffrey, lui profite jusqu'au bout avec la médaille, la photo souvenir sous l'arche. Nils Fredrik from Norway.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
route de Sarre, je le vois pas. Oui, c'est Virgile Morizet, toujours. Allez Virgile!
Allez, bravo. Vous n'avez pas un écart? Un écart?
On n'a pas le droit de les donner. Désolé. Attention au milieu. C'est ça. C'est en haut là-haut. Promis. Bon, ça va?
Ouais, on a oublié.
Ah merde. Depuis un moment ou?
Hein?
Depuis un moment ou?
Ouais. Je tenais la grande descente au début.
Ok, ah ouais, putain. Pardon?
Yes. Yes, non, c'est parce que j'ai fait tomber des trucs, du coup j'ai ramassé. Non, c'est tout.
Elle est tombée, mais elle a une sacrée allure. Enfin, ça avance bien. Ouais, Dossard 2011. Allez, bravo. déjà monté.
de l'océan, c'est que ce chapiteau. Oui, c'est un
des garçons.
Ah bon? J'aurais dû le faire cette année, Béliard.
Ça va vite.
Allez, allez. Ouais, j'arrive. Benoît, merci. Oui, tout à fait. Ah, mais vous êtes française. Ah, mais c'est super, comme ça, je comprends, ouais. Parce que je parle anglais, italien. Français, c'est facile aussi. Pour moi, c'est cool. Ah, c'est cool. Ça va? Ça va bien pour le... Ça va? Qu'est-ce que vous voulez? En pleine forme, on dirait même pas comme les coureurs. Comment on fait? Expliquez-moi, mademoiselle. Non, mais écoutez, le fait. Courage. Ah, aïe, 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 c'est la course.
Ok, je laisse partir. Moi, la première, elle est partie, là, je suis avec la deuxième. Ok. Pardon? Ouais, exact. Prends ton temps. C'est bien. C'est reparti pour la deuxième.
Kom igjen, da. Kjør på, da. Kjør på. Da henter deg sinnssykt mye bra, da. De andre har ikke løpt så langt for seg lenger. De er ikke så gode på det. Kom her, kjør på.
Det er oppover jeg tar de.
Merci les gars. Alors, le team 26 Dossard 20-06 et le 3 20-12. Bien les gars. Exact, 2 et 3 et le 3, le SAR 20-12, je me place derrière.
You know how many minutes are there first in front?
Je peux pas dire.
Okay.
Pas longtemps.
Okay. Okay.
Bravo les gars, c'est bien.
Okay.
Ça aidera à entamer la discipline.
Some stuff. You go have a rest.
You want to charge? Just
Oh, Madge. Here we go.
Hey folks, welcome back. We are in hot watching. We are in the hot seats here watching the 100k race here at Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB unfold. We have Caroline Claudia Erhardt, third woman at the Utel aid station here. Swiss runner coming into this aid station 7 hours 4 minutes elapsed into this race. She is here, having done a number of races already this year, so definitely has her legs under her for another 100k race as the year rolls out. And just on the split screen, we are following our second and third men as they make their way to the next aid station after Utel, which would be the aid station of Leven, I believe.
Pretty solidly through there, the second and third male. It's nice that they're sort of sticking together. I wonder if it's going to be a showdown like Theo in the 100-mile race. I guess time will tell. I love watching these aid station transitions. It looks like Caroline Claudia just has her one-man support crew there, but she's taking a little bit of time to refuel up. And that's it. It looks like she's off.
Yeah, that is it. Good to see.
There's a pretty cool shot here showing this town and the narrow streets here. She gets back out on course there. She's probably going to see if she can make up a bit of time and catch up to Ingrid. Ingrid is about... She's got about 20 minutes on her, so Caroline will have her work cut out for her. And here is Ingrid just ahead. She looks like she's moving pretty well through the course there. Now, Ingrid, she's from Norway. She's in the 45 to 49 category, and she's holding on to that second female position pretty well. She's running really strong. Ingrid is no newcomer though, and she has actually taken the top spot here before, and in 2024 she took out the win in a time of 15 hours and 2 minutes. So she's mixing in today with some of the younger elites, but I think she's going to be able to bring with her her experience, strength, and she's probably quite a smart racer. Here we have Moses, though. He's going through another aid station. It's getting pretty hot out there today, so it's probably up to about 25 degrees or so. Everyone's really pouring some water over their heads, trying to cool down. These runners all look like they're pretty switched on with keeping their fueling up. You've got to keep it right up until the end of 100K. As soon as you drop off with that fueling, then your pace can really drop off as well. So these guys look like they're really prioritizing these aid station stops to refuel, reset, and then get back out there. He's looking pretty cruisy as he exits the aid station there. So the top three men for the 100 kilometers. We've got Virgil, Danielle, and Moses. So as we saw there, Moses, who's a North Face athlete, he was making sure he was really well refueled and reset. We've got Danielle here on the screen. Danielle's an Italian runner. These aid stations are so well stocked. They've got fruit, sweets, everything lined up for the runners. So they've got a smorgasbord to choose from. Back on screen here with the second male, Danielle Jung. He's an Italian runner, as I mentioned before. He's got a UTMB index of 854. He's in the age bracket of 40 to 44. He actually grew up on an apple farm in Italy. And before ultra running, he had a strong base of mountain biking. So he actually has a bit of a motto. It's don't dream your life, live your dreams. So I hope he's living his dream out today in this race. And when the going gets tough and he has the lowest of low moments, he'll be reminding himself that he chose to be here and he's living out his dream. Some of his results that he's done pretty well in is 2025 Mut 100 winner, so 100K, he did it in 11 hours. He's had multiple wins in tough mountain ultras, and he has a pretty strong race history, which shows his strength in long and technical courses. So today will be pretty well suited to him. But he's not just a climber. His ability to maintain stamina and technical skill late in the race, just like now he's late in the race, is going to really give him that competitive edge. And here we are back on course following the females. We've got our third female here, Caroline Claudia. We saw her at the aid station just before. She looks like she's making good use of her poles there. 7 hours and 10 minutes into the 100K. It's getting towards the pointy end of the race now. She's been very consistent since the start of the race and looks like she's still heading up these ascents in good fashion. I don't know if she's had a fall or if she has some tape around her knee there. I mean, after 100K, the body starts to fall apart and do all sorts of things. So Caroline Claudia has had some really strong results. In 2023, she won the female division at the Lake Hodges Trail Fest of the 50K in 4 hours and 19 minutes, which is a really solid time. She also tackled Will Strobel by UTMB in 2023, the 50K race. And not many can say that they have raced a almost vertical mountain distance, but she definitely has. And there's a lot more to Caroline Claudia than just her racing. And she is from Switzerland, and she has a academic role at the university there. But she keeps showing up to events and surprises people by performing really well, and that is what's going to work in her favour today, is her consistency and just clocking more and more races. And we're just getting a little bit, some visuals here of Sarah Mahaffey. She's a French runner, and she looks like she's moving quite well on the descent here. She's 51 kilometres into the race now, so not quite halfway, still got a pretty long way ahead, but as long as she can just stay consistent and keep looking over her legs. Now, Sarah is a trail runner on the rise, and she does have a bit of a knack with winning the tough races. In 2025, she took the female title in Shalma Trail, 45K, and overall she placed 8th. She also won at Trail des Écoliers earlier this year, showing consistency across distances and terrain. And you can see here on the overall sort of bird's eye view what the course looks like. She's lucky she's got a fair bit of green coming up, which is very runnable terrain. You can see the scale at the top of the screen there, so it's a pretty steady descent for her now until another big climb, which is definitely going to be a wee pinch in the hills. Well, we were talking earlier about Stephanie Case and how incredible she is, that she made her comeback after 6 months, and she competed in Snowdonia, and she actually breastfed along the way. She came through and won in that event. Well, very similar to Sarah here. Back in 2023, she was a new mother, and just 10 months after giving birth, she still managed to take first female at the Trail Bornet Door while balancing coaching and her nutrition and everything. So she brings a lot of strength. She has a great story to tell, and yeah, she is able to handle climbs really well. This is her coming into the next aid station, which I'm sure she's going to get a little boost from, into UTMB here. I'll be excited to see how an experienced runner like Sarah moves through this aid station. All right, if anyone is tuning in, we have the live chat that is going off. You can throw a GIF in there if you like, or there is a new poll up. A poll about poles. How do you feel about poles? We've got two different options. Bring them out at every incline or only when it's really steep. Oh, I'm going to have to submit my vote. Oh, it's pretty close right now. So jump onto the live chat, guys. Submit your vote. How do you feel about poles? We've got a few other people chatting here. Okay, here we are. We are watching Sarah at the aid station. Looks like she's got two people there with her. Looks like she's just getting more fuel. And we see the fourth male on the right-hand part of the screen just here. So Sarah's support crew seems to be pretty well dialed in on her systems. This is one of my favorite ones. She's going to take her time. She's really refueling. Finally, I'm seeing someone eating some real food. I haven't witnessed anyone having anything other than gels or liquid nutrition nearly out of all of the races so far. So it looks like Sarah here's got a sandwich. Which will help get her across that finish line. She's got at least another 8 or 9 hours out there. So it's going to be a long day out for her. It's nice to see on this bird's eye view a fair bit of green for the runners as they descend down into the next aid station. The fourth male is marching pretty strong here. We are back to the fifth male, Brooks runner, Sebastian. Sebastian's quite a young runner. He's been picked up by Brooks and is a part of their professional team now, which is super exciting for him. And he's definitely started taking his running to a lot more seriously. He's really utilising his poles as he's going up this big climb. You can see on the race profile at the top of the left-hand screen, he has a big ascent, big climb that he's going to be tackling. So you can see here the fourth man and the fifth man on the screen. got Thibaut Voet. He's a French runner. Sarah is taking her time here at this checkpoint. She really seems to be having a good reset. I mean, if that's going to pay off later for her, then definitely worth the extra time there. I normally don't like to spend more than 5 minutes at a checkpoint. I feel like my muscles seize up. But she is taking in a good amount of food and fuel. She looks pretty calm. Here's some information about Sarah here. She's 33. She's had some strong results in the past year. I think they're about to send her off again now. So Sarah's a French trail runner. She's been making a few waves in 2025 and yeah, she's been dominating on the distances over about 40 and 50 kilometers, grabbing a few wins. Okay, this makes a lot of sense why she... So that definitely gives her an edge in her fueling strategies out there. And for me personally, seeing her fueling up properly then, having some real food, I think that always is such a game changer. So yeah, not just a runner, she's a nutrition coach and definitely would have that edge over some of her competitors, having the knowledge that she does on how to fuel correctly. And yeah, in 2023, she gave birth and just 10 months later, she was back on the trail. She runs with a lot of grit and perseverance. She competes, she coaches, and she really has a red hot crack at these races. A lot of steps coming down here, 50k into the race, just leaving the checkpoint. It's a nice steady descent now. It's a very cool course running through here with all those narrow pathways. So just dropping out of the villages there, coming back out onto the trails. And here's a beautiful shot of the town of Ureli, which we were chatting about earlier, has a lot of history. There's about 872 residents of the town, and it's pretty exciting for them to have this event come through the village and have an aid station there. It would definitely bring the excitement and some vibes. And I mean, it's unbelievable weather today for the event. We've seen the 100-mile runners come in, the first, second and third, females and males. We've seen the 50k runners have an incredible morning. Unreal running from them as well. And now to see the 100k runners giving it their all out there. All three races on slightly different courses, but all finishing on the promenade there in Nice with the beautiful backdrop of the Mediterranean. And, you know, the 100-mile runners, they started out yesterday and they made their way up to the highest point of about 2,500 meters where there was snow and it was freezing cold and such varied conditions. And now today to have all the 100-mile runners finishing by the ocean with the sun shining, and it's up to about 25 degrees for the runners out there during the middle of the day. It's so many different climates in one go. The beautiful scenery would definitely make it a very interesting race for the runners, as each turn and after each checkpoint there's different scenery to keep it really interesting, exciting. And I was saying to Madge earlier, I think I'm booking my flights to get over to Nice. This race definitely looks like one for the bucket list. So some beautiful scenes we can see here. We've got a bit of a wrap up of, or an update of the race, the 100K. We've got Virgil in first, 6 hours 51. And then following on, we've got Moses, Danielle, Thibaut, and Sebastian. So it's a pretty tight race. Between first and fifth, there is only 25 minutes in it, with the second, third, and from the second place all the way through to the fifth, there's only a couple minutes between each. So not a lot of room for making any mistakes out there for those runners. They'll have to be foot on the gas and giving it their all. Then we've got the women's race for the 100 kilometres. We've got Chloe in the lead, and about 20 seconds behind her, we've got Ingrid. So that is neck and neck. They're fighting for it. Then we've got Caroline, Claudia, Sarah, and Annalise. So, yeah, it's a tight race. There's still only about 25 minutes between the first and the fourth female. But between those first two, Chloe and Ingrid, I think they're going to be really fighting it out to get to that finish line. So it's going to be an exciting race to see how they go. I mean, look at these mountains, absolutely stunning. And I know that running through the aid station in the village here, they get a real boost being around family and friends, refueling, having that pit stop before heading back out onto the trails again. So if you're just joining us live now, we're following along the first 3 to 5 females of the 100K and the first 3 to 5 runners of the males 100K. What you can see here is Utelli, which is a village perched in the Alpine region of France. It's about 40 kilometres northeast of Nice, and it sits high above a gorge at around 800 meters altitude, and it has incredible sweeping views across the Mercator Mountains and down towards the Mediterranean. As you can see, the views are just phenomenal. So the area has been inhabited since the Bronze Age with fortified dwellings built by the Vesabayani tribe. So this is showing some of the 100-mile race. And this is Theo and Nicholas. They were fighting it out, neck on neck, so close, all the way to the finish line. There ended up being 6 seconds between them. Theo ran so strong. Nicholas went for the pass right near the end, but Theo dug really deep and he was not going to give up that second position. Sprinting it into the finish line, he just got ahead of Nicholas. But it just shows they both left it out there completely and Theo wanted it a little bit more. Coming in second place for the 100-mile race here in Nice, with Nicholas just behind him, 6 seconds difference, which is pretty insane over such a far distance. 19 hours and 53 minutes for these guys behind Paul. Paul took out the winning position. And here we can see a number of runners still coming in.
You don't have to shake it.
Right, guys, we are going to be having a bit of a break, followed by a short pause, and we'll be back afterwards for the grand finale. It's going to be super exciting. Get hyped up. Be sure to tune in and join us as we see the tail end of the 100-kilometer race. We will see you very soon.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Ça c'est fait. Bravo Luc, il est content de Luc. Ouais, il exprime la fierté de ces 51 avec nous l'Italien Fide Bottoli. Margot également qui en termine. Bravo à Margot. Luc, Luna également.
sur le 50K et sont en approche sur cette dernière ligne droite. Top 14, Christophe Flo, Giovanni, Mulville, Julien Camp, et Loïc Bouriac, entre autres. Allez, bravo à Maxence. Allez, vous avez tout donné les gars, bien joué. La récup, ça se passe juste à côté, le long de la ligne d'arrivée. On recule un petit peu, vous allez retrouver le ravito, le repas coureur également, nos amis podologues, kinés, ostéo à votre service pour récupérer un peu plus facilement, on va dire. On vous rappelle toujours que le village partenaire est ouvert jusqu'à 20h ce soir et demain, rebelote à partir de 9h. Si vous voulez découvrir tous les produits, les gammes, les collections de nos exposants, n'hésitez pas, ils sont là pour vous servir et pour vous donner toutes les infos. Allez, bravo à vous, bienvenue sur cette ligne avec Maxime du 100 miles. Bien joué Maxime. Là il y a du costaud, mental et physique pour... Alors, là, il y a pas mal de monde sur la ligne droite finale avec Maya, Romain également sur Romain. C'est du 100 miles aussi, serein Romain. Je dirais quoi qu'il est parti hier à 13h. Pas trop marqué. Bien joué à Marc sur le 50K. Mathilde aussi. On a un ami italien, Marco Pasca dans les derniers mètres. Sébastien Cotta, Jean-François Lecomte. Jean-François, c'est du 100 miles aussi. Sur le 594, il va arriver dans quelques instants. Bien joué Sébastien. Et notre ami canadien, Tim, la photo collector, good job Tim. Christophe également en profite. Allez, on arrive en famille, la pitchoune dans les bras pour notre nouveau finisher du 100 miles, Jean-François, qu'on peut applaudir s'il vous plaît. Allez, merci à vous toutes et à vous tous. Merci public pour continuer vos applaudissements, vos encouragements à nos finishers qui arrivent en ce moment. En cette fin d'après-midi, la température va commencer à redescendre. Ça va faire du bien également pour nos coureurs du 100K et du 100 miles qui en ont encore pour une bonne poignée d'heures. Pour certains, bravo à Karina, Espagne. Allez, belle ambiance sur cette ligne droite finale. Pas de débordement, nickel chrome pour l'arrivée surtout. Allez, Florian avec les kids. Eline, Pablo pour l'Espagne également. José Miguel Hernandez Torres. Cyril, bravo. Bien joué à Lucas et Maxime. C'est par là, la sortie. Ouais. Et vous avez tout ce qu'il faut au niveau du ravito. Juste en montant la ligne d'arrivée. Allez, bienvenue à Giuseppe pour le Canada. Thomas également qui termine son 50K et ça défile sur cette ligne avec Renaud, Marco, Claire aussi et sa collègue. Avec le piston, c'est Émilie. Et notre ami néerlandais, Arne. On voit Fabien, Tim pour la Norvège. Allez, bienvenue à toutes et à tous. Bienvenue Gabriel et Tadei. On est bon? victoire. Ça a terminé également pour Sofiane et notre amie brésilienne Barbara.
Hey, Barbara! Parabéns! Parabéns, Barbara. Parabéns.
Allez, on peut lever les bras, Jean-Philippe. Bienvenue.
Le 100 miles, bravissimo Jean-Philippe.
Eh ouais, c'est les costauds là qui arrivent.
Les vrais guerriers. Les Ben de Belgique. Salut Ben.
Allez, toujours pour la Pologne, Zaneta. C'est ça? Ouais, Zaneta. On a pas mal, on a le PSG en force. Dans le sud, t'as pas peur. Allez, bravo Stanislas, Nicolas, également notre ami néerlandais Frank, Anne et Thibaut, main sur les genoux, c'en est terminé, bravo à vous. La médaille, le ravito, c'est juste à la sortie de cette aire d'arrivée, sur la droite, vous remontez la ligne d'arrivée, vous avez tout ce qu'il faut. Allez, un nouveau concurrent espagnol, Francisco Javier, bien joué Francisco. Alors on approche mon cher Fergus, son compatriote britannique qui titille la victoire sur le 100 miles.
Ça c'est Pécal, Anne Van Wijk, ça c'est Pécal, c'est sûr.
Ah,
sûr et certain. Van Wijk, c'est très pécalois. Et comme ça, Andy, well done Andy. From the USA, which state Andy? New York, so good. Fucking hell, you are the first person from New York who's got that right. Most people who look at it go,
Allez, arrivée de Damien, également avec Kelvin, Clément, mon ami Fergus, de Galloise, faut que tu la réconfortes.
we were saying, Anna Van Wijk, you must be from Wales, huh? You must be. Whereabouts? Cardiff. She's from Cardiff. My uncle lives in Cumberland. Not far, is it? Not far. And Anna Van Wijk has finished 100 miles, everybody. And it's terminé les 100 miles, Hannah. Hannah, the first name. Van Wijk's first name. Van Wijk has finished 100 miles. You know what position you are? Non, on n'a pas vu la position.
Deuxième de sa catégorie. Sixième femme.
Ah, six women. Not bad for Van Wijk. Sixième.
Allez, bravo à Pauline, on a eu un groupe de copines là qui a terminé. Et Juliette, elles sont là, mon cher Fergus. Juliette, Chloé et Camille qui ont terminé, sont élancés la 5e vague, tranquillou, et ça remontait petit à petit. Ah ouais.
On a gardé avec celui-là. En fait, la médaille, c'est pas gratuit pour courir vite. Ah, la caméra là.
Salut Manu, Manu et Fanny, ils sont là. Oh, des grosses embrassades sur les arrivées.
Mission accomplie pour Fanny et Emmanuel. Myriam également. Oh là là, elles ont tout donné.
Eh ben, attends, il y a 2 Fanny qui arrivent en même temps là. Je sais pas si c'est permis ça. C'est quelqu'un. Il y a Fanny là-bas, Fanny là-bas. Bonjour tous les Fanny.
Allez, ça arrive avec la petite pitchoune dans les bras. C'est peut-être du 100 miles, on va voir. Sur les radars pour l'instant, c'est que du 50K.
Et bravo à Laura. Laura Rivière. Elle est avec nous. Flamion. Coralie, Stéphanie. Bonjour tout le monde. Et bravissimo. Elodie qui tombe dans les bras d'Elsa.
Allez, bienvenue Guillaume, bien joué à toi. N'hésitez pas, si vous faut une photo officielle, on est là aussi pour ça. Il faut y aller. Donc on est là. Allez. Allez, bienvenue Olivier, Alberto et Sandy. Bienvenue Alberto.
Alberto d'Italia. Complimenti Alberto. Remco. It's Remco Evenpool from Holland. Well done, Remco.
Un ami irlandais, compatriote. Oh, Fergus, là, William.
Oh wait, Ireland, William, you're the first Irishman I've seen today. How you doing? Well, whereabouts?
I'm actually born in England.
Oh, it's all gone south. So born in Ireland, your parents came from where? Cork, proper. Right, I'm great company as well. All the best people from Cork. Where do you live now? Nice. Seriously? Yeah. Just round from the castle, the other side of the castle.
Near Ridgegate.
C'est pas irlandais, c'est un niçois. Well done, Will. Merci, good work. Merci à toi. Et Maïva, merci à Maïva. Bon travail. Merci Cédric. Cédric Garcia. Hélène from Canada. Whereabouts in Canada, Hélène? Whereabouts? Québec? Québec City. Eh bien, félicitations. Tu voulais dire quelque chose en vrai québécois? Que tu es heureux d'être ici. Tu es heureux d'être ici et merci à tout le monde. Non mais un vrai québécois, donne-nous du vrai. Merci. Tabarnak. Ah, tu connais. On n'a pas le droit de dire ça, non? Hein? Ouais. Ah, il est en train de prendre une photo de lui. Ouais. Ça va souvenir. Ah oui, c'est là. Taiwan, Kuwait, Hong Kong. Ah, gotcha. That's his first mistake today. We got Victor from Sweden. Well done, Victor. Salut Alexandre, avec le petit Gabrielli. What are these shorts? Look at these babies. Lycra jeans. Class. La grande classe, Gabrielli. Not bad. And where do you come from? Whereabouts in Italy? Dove? C'è Lago? Ah, Lago d'Isio. C'è Piccolo, a Vicino di Garda. I'm cycle grande. Recordo grande. Bellissimo. Very nice. Grazie a te, Gabriele. Complimenti. And then from Sweden we got Victor, we've got Adam, and from France Adoni Michele Torelli, da Corsica. Fast. Good to meet you, Adoni. Bon boulot. Good work, the Swedes. Too much, too young. Allez, dans quelques instants, vous aurez un podcast sur l'écran géant et une table ronde sur la scène. Dans quelques instants, ça se met en place petit à petit.
Ça fait 3 heures que tu fais ça, que tu commandes des jouets. C'est arrivé avec l'organe, Et Mario aussi avant, c'est pas de l'argent. Normalement, il faut pas la gueule de Mario. Normalement, c'est les Allemands moches. Un capot.
Allez, bienvenue à Audrey et félicitations à toi, Guillaume. Ça c'est fait sur le 100 miles, bien joué. Les costauds du 100 miles qui arrivent petit à petit au compte-gouttes. Bravo à vous.
Ah, ok. There's a 10 portion for the captain. Ah, okay.
Allez, dans la dernière ligne droite, avant de laisser les micros du côté de la scène, protocolaire pour cette partie table ronde podcast. Ils vous donneront le détail du programme à partir de dans quelques instants. On aura Philippe Vermossen pour la Belgique. qui doit être dans les derniers mètres. Le voici, notre grand belge. Non, c'est Damien et Delphine qui viennent d'en terminer. Damien Cuche, Delphine Teblo en 10h17 minutes pour ce 50K. Et puis nous aurons Marion Pinel, Jonathan Guez, Jérémy Krajewski. Allez, bien joué Nicolas. Philippe pour la Belgique, il est là. Marion, Jérémy également sur ce format 50 km. Un peu plus de 1200 finishers. Ils étaient au départ, il me semble qu'ils étaient 2000. Alors, dans quelques instants, le podcast championne du monde qui va commencer sur la scène et sur l'écran géant, ici même sur cette terre d'arrivée. On va laisser les micros à une table ronde également. Donc, un sujet intéressant pour vous, public. Et puis on vous retrouvera tout à l'heure avec Fergus pour la night. La soirée pour les finishers de nouveau jusqu'à jusqu'à l'ouverture des night clubs.
Ah, tu voulais bien manger ce soir. Non? Et si vous voulez manger un bon italien ce soir, on peut vous recommander Deep View. C'est juste après le lit d'arrivée, c'est au début de lit d'arrivée. Restaurant Deep View. Tu fais la queue, mais ça vaut la peine. Oh, moi je choure. Non, comment tu dis? Il vole pas, il dit que ça. Des fois, il me voit venir et quand il me donne. Ouais. Il me regarde, il me pense Dieu. On comprend pas pourquoi il fallait. Non, il doit bosser plus à... Ouais. La visionnette, elle a pas rien non plus. C'est pas que... On va choper de la vie, des onions. Ah, ça va alors. Ah, David, il dort. J'espère qu'elle a pas 800 balles par jour. Plus l'hôtel 3 étoiles. Hein? Il te dit mon hôtel. Là, j'ai dormi où j'étais l'an dernier. Impossible. J'ai dormi quoi? C'était 2 heures par nuit. Alors j'ai trouvé mon hôtel, qui est ok, c'est 300, mais ça paye 130. Ça va. Regarde où c'est là. Justement l'opéra. C'est au même endroit que le camion. Je suis pas loin. Si j'ai envie de skier, je vais skier là-bas. Qui c'est qui paye? C'est l'air qui paye? Non, ouais, après c'est eux qui... C'est pas la minute qui fait le podcast. Comment il s'appelle la minute qui fait le podcast minute là sur ouais. Comment il s'appelle déjà? Ça c'est la fait ça. Ça fait un podcast. Si vous voulez non, pas encore. On peut faire l'apéro. L'apéro pendant 20 heures.
Allez, le podcast, les amis, qui va être diffusé sur les enceintes du village de tout ce site UTMB Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB. C'est le podcast championne du monde que vous retrouverez bien sûr sur les plateformes et qui va être enregistré et à votre disposition maintenant. Allez, c'est à vous, c'est parti. Le micro est à vous, mesdames, mesdemoiselles.
Génial, c'est parfait, je crois qu'on nous entend, ça fonctionne. Merci beaucoup pour le lancement. Bonjour à tous, bonjour à toutes. Alors si vous nous entendez et que vous ne nous voyez pas, on est sur la scène juste à côté de l'arrivée. Si jamais vous voulez venir nous voir, vous arrêter, écouter un petit peu, on va être là avec vous pendant 45 minutes, 1 heure à peu près, pour parler d'un sujet qui me tient à cœur et qui tient à cœur au podcast. Le podcast championne du monde, d'ailleurs l'épisode sera de nouveau disponible après cet enregistrement si jamais vous n'avez pas tout écouté. On va parler du trail au féminin. Merci beaucoup d'ailleurs à UTMB Group d'organiser cette table ronde et de mettre en avant, en valeur les profils de femmes très traileuses. En tout cas, voilà, donc ça me tient beaucoup à cœur. Merci beaucoup à eux. Et je vais tout de suite présenter nos 4 invités sur ce podcast. On a aujourd'hui avec nous Lucie Muller. Lucie, tu n'as pas eu de micro encore, ce n'est pas grave. Il faut juste appuyer pour le démarrer. Qui vient tout juste d'arriver du 50 km, donc merci Lucie, vous pouvez l'applaudir, bravo. Ça va Lucie, pas trop fatiguée? Ça va. Et normalement on devait avoir avec toi Emmanuel, ta maman, heureusement, mais elle est encore en course. Et donc du coup, elle arrive probablement peut-être à la fin. Donc on verra. Merci beaucoup Lucie d'être avec nous. On a également avec nous Claudia Bernasconi. Est-ce que ça va? Je l'ai bien prononcé, Claudia. Merci Claudia. Tu es suisse, tu es une coureuse élite et tu es alignée demain sur le 20 km. Donc on te retrouvera demain avec grand plaisir sur la ligne de départ. Merci beaucoup d'être avec nous. Également Léa Ramous en charge du programme Célébrons les femmes chez UTMB Group. Bonjour Léa. Comment ça va?
J'ai vu qu'il était vénère. Moi je dis je vais le calmer un petit peu. Sinon il va commencer à taper les clients.
Exactement, d'ailleurs je crois que c'est toi un peu du moins que cette table ronde a lieu aujourd'hui.
Oui, c'est 2h du matin, beaucoup moins que... Ouais, il faut qu'il y ait le micro qui est beaucoup. Ils sont réglés pareil, mais j'ai envie de monter... Parce qu'on a l'habitude de bien, mais les deux autres ils sont largement bien parlés. Parce qu'elle sait parler. L'air, des athlètes. Qui parlent pas bien.
Merci beaucoup en tout cas. Et enfin, avec nous, Anne Duberdidu, coach, professeur de yoga et sportive passionnée des sports outdoor.
C'est le métier, le micro.
Comment ça va, Anne? Merci beaucoup. Alors, on n'entend pas, apparemment, on n'entend pas très bien, donc si j'aime. Ah voilà.
Il y a très bon boulet là, monsieur.
On va vérifier. Tous les micros sont ouverts.
On joue au football avec ça.
Tout le temps.
À Marseille. Eh ben voilà, comme tout le monde le sait.
Parce que j'ai la voix qui porte, mais non, il est plus fort. C'est un bloc. Et ben c'est un bloc, et ben c'est pas grave, on va faire comme ça. Sinon on va échanger. Oh les Sinon on échange les micros si jamais. Ça tu préfères qu'on t'entende pas trop?
Ah non,
bon, on va faire comme ça. Là en tout cas on m'entend bien, au pire je vous donnerai mon micro si jamais on m'entend pas assez bien, c'est pas grave. C'est parfait. Du coup notre sujet aujourd'hui, effectivement on disait on va parler du trail au féminin, mais plus globalement c'est vrai qu'aujourd'hui en 2025, courir pour de nombreuses femmes ça reste encore un acte fort. D'autant plus en montagne sur des formats trail. Donc c'est vrai que j'avais envie en tout cas qu'on puisse discuter, vous avez 4 profils très différents, qu'on puisse discuter un peu de ce que ça représente finalement pour vous le trail. On parle d'un espace d'émancipation, il y a un rapport aussi à la santé, il y a un rapport au corps. Je pense que pour chaque femme en tout cas, son rapport à la course à pied est très différent. Donc moi la première question déjà que je voulais vous poser, c'était pourquoi vous vous êtes mis à courir en fait, tout simplement.
Moi, je suis allée faire mes études à Lyon et je suis originaire de Nice de base et du coup je m'embêtais chez moi. Donc j'ai pris mes pieds et je suis partie courir.
T'as pris tes pieds sous le coude.
Et bien entendu, j'en faisais déjà un petit peu avec ma maman du coup, mais c'était pas du tout de façon régulière. C'est pour l'accompagner moi et mon frère sur ses courses. Mais donc c'est elle qui m'a donné ce goût on va dire à la base.
et qu'ensuite j'ai développé ta maman du coup qui est en train de courir, on l'a dit tout à l'heure. Il y avait déjà un goût pour la course à pied de famille ou c'est quelque chose que vous avez découvert?
Ça fait pas mal de temps qu'on depuis qu'on est petit, moi et mon frère, c'est vrai qu'on a été habitués à la course à pied.
Très bien. Claudia, comment est-ce que tu t'es mis à la course à pied?
Alors c'est un petit peu au fur et à mesure des années, mais je suis mise sur le tard en fait. J'avais déjà passé 20 ans, je me suis
ça va.
Et puis j'ai commencé à courir des matins comme ça.
Le voix, ça va, c'est pas trop aigu.
Par pur plaisir. Et puis après ça a continué. Après j'ai rencontré mon mari, qui poussait à en faire.
C'est la même chose.
Et puis là, à partir de 25 ans, j'ai commencé dans un club. Et puis là, j'ai beaucoup entraîné, et puis j'ai commencé à adorer ça. C'est liberté. Et c'est devenu en fait juste une passion. Et j'aime juste courir. Il n'y a pas plus de raison. Je dis à chaque fois, après quoi tu cours?
Exactement.
Moi-même en fait.
Bon, on y reviendra justement après parce que c'est intéressant cette raison. On parle beaucoup, et surtout en trail et dans des longues distances, du pourquoi on court. Donc c'est vrai que c'est un sujet qui est intéressant. On vous posera la question après. Anne, toi, comment t'as commencé à courir?
En fait, Mathieu,
c'est bon d'arrêter de te faire engueuler.
Ça sonne faux. Il y a plus de
C'est marrant parce qu'il y en a. Claudia, toi tu dis j'ai commencé à courir parce que ça me faisait plaisir. Généralement quand on commence à courir ça fait pas vraiment plaisir. C'est pas vraiment la chose qui nous fait du bien quand on commence. Toi par contre Anne était un peu. Tu disais non, au début c'était pas facile mais finalement au fur et à mesure c'est vraiment une routine qui s'installe.
Franchement, moi j'ai souffert au début. J'ai commencé par 5-10 minutes, c'était un enfer. Mais en s'accrochant, en arrêtant 10 minutes, 3, 4, 5 c'est pas mal. J'ai pris le goût et je crois qu'au bout de 1 mois, 1 mois et demi, j'étais tellement fière en fait de pouvoir faire plus loin.
En avant, on n'est pas là.
Là, on parle de courir, de running. Là, sur des courses comme l'UTMB, on est plutôt sur le trail running. C'est pas la même chose que courir sur route. L'effort est différent. C'est une discipline qui est quand même assez différente également. Pour vous, justement, c'est quoi la différence entre courir sur route et courir en montagne? Quelle est la différence du trail running? Qu'est-ce que vous cherchez dans cet effort-là qui est différent? Claudia?
Je pense plus le contact avec la nature. Moi, je pratique vraiment les deux. Je fais aussi la longue distance sur route. Et je trouve que dans le trail, c'est vraiment ce contact connecté à la nature. Et pour moi, c'est plus un jeu du coup, que sur la route. Sur la route, je vais beaucoup plus attaché au chrono. Et là, sur le trail, il y a des moments où on s'évade un petit peu plus et puis on est beaucoup plus en connexion et on va plus jouer avec le terrain. Donc c'est plus le jeu. C'est comme je cherche sur le trail, je plaisir à tracer mes pas pour aller vers des paysages particuliers. Et quand je choisis mes trails, par exemple, je fais attention avec les cheveux.
Ok. Lucie, toi, c'est la même chose. Tu as suivi ta mère?
Non, pour le coup, moi, c'est le contact avec la nature. Le fait qu'on peut se rendre dans des paysages assez exceptionnels avec ses pieds et beaucoup rapide que la randonnée.
Ça dépend. Pour qui, du coup?
Mais ce qui est sympa aussi, quand on est à la route, c'est de pouvoir varier les allures, prendre le temps de regarder. On peut aussi discuter avec les gens, alors que sur route, c'est un peu plus compliqué parce qu'on galère plus, quoi. Donc, voilà.
Est-ce que aussi, c'est intéressant ce que tu disais, Claudia, sur. Tu parlais de. Quand tu cours sur route, l'aspect performance, tout de suite, il est beaucoup plus important. Est-ce que justement, et ça, pareil, on y reviendra après, mais est-ce que c'est pas aussi un truc un peu féminin, malheureusement, mais en fait, à partir du moment où on enlève un petit peu cet aspect performance, on se sent peut-être plus à l'aise et plus légitime d'aller vers ce type de discipline.
Plus légitime d'aller vers le trail, vous dites?
Ouais, exactement. Parce que finalement, le chrono compte, mais dans ce qu'on vous dit toutes, c'est qu'il compte quand même un petit peu moins. On est moins sur quelque chose de rectiligne, on l'a dit, on cherche à tout prix à faire un chrono, à battre ses records personnels. Enfin voilà, c'est beaucoup plus libre.
peut-être qu'il y a aussi peut-être moins de jugement si on le pratique. Parce que justement, il associe peut-être moins à la performance, les gens de l'extérieur. Du coup, des fois, peut-être vous êtes moins jugé à vous dire ah, tu prends un peu beaucoup de temps, t'es trop dans la compétition, alors que t'es maman, ce genre de choses. Moi, j'ai eu beaucoup de remarques comme quoi j'étais maman égoïste. Donc, j'ai eu des remarques d'autres parents qui disaient ah, moi, j'aurais jamais pu montrer de route. Alors qu'en fait, ils savent pas le revers et puis comme on dit, moi, je m'entraîne à 4h30 du matin. J'ai jamais raté un seul boucher de mes enfants.
En même temps aussi cet aspect au début, ce qui t'a emmené, parce que tu fais plein de disciplines en fait, c'est ça qu'on a. Moi j'ai dit que t'étais une passionnée des sports outdoor, mais t'as fait un Ironman, tu fais du trail, tu fais plein de choses. Est-ce qu'il y a une discipline d'ailleurs que tu préfères et qu'est-ce qui te plaît particulièrement vraiment sur le trail, plus que les autres?
Tu fais du trail. Donc je suis moyenne partie pour les sports. Après je trouve qu'en trail en fait on a moins ce côté performance parce que c'est très difficile de comparer. Chaque performance peut faire 50 km à Nice, 50 km à Chamonix. Et le fait qu'il n'y ait pas ce pouvoir comparatif,
parce que jamais personne n'y va.
sortir de la performance et d'aller vraiment plus dans le plaisir. Et de pouvoir gravir l'école, d'aller au bout de soi-même sur un objectif. Et que ça, c'est ce que j'apprécie sur le trail, c'est que j'oublie ma montre. Et des fois, sur mes montres, j'ai que le dénivelé parce que c'est le part qui m'intéresse. Et je prends plus de plaisir, je suis pas dans le stress finalement de la performance, de rechercher telle allure.
J'aimerais qu'on fasse un petit point aussi finalement sur, parce que Léa, je ne t'ai pas fait parler encore pour le moment. D'ailleurs, pratiques-tu le trail? Quand même, on veut savoir.
Alors oui, également. J'ai commencé par la course sur route. Moi, c'était juste après le Covid. Un peu la classique, je sortais parce qu'on avait envie de sortir, de voir un peu autre chose. Et donc, au début, vraiment, je détestais ça. Je me disais, mais pourquoi je fais ça? Quelle idée! Et au fur et à mesure, j'ai pris du plaisir et c'est devenu vraiment. En fait, je trouve qu'on peut courir 30 minutes et vraiment se sentir confortable. Contrairement à d'autres sports où on n'a pas ces sensations de transpirer, de vraiment être au bout du session. Alors qu'avec la course, après qu'on met de la puissance, on sent qu'on peut avoir vraiment cette sensation d'être au bout de ses limites et d'aller au bout des limites. Et au début, j'étais vraiment. Le trail, ça m'intéressait vraiment. Je me disais, quel est le point de montée?
Pourquoi vous mettez du dénivelé en fait là-dedans?
Pourquoi faire ça? Et en fait, je suis rentrée du coup avec UTMB et c'est un peu.
Pas une chose. Disons les choses.
Alors, non, c'est beaucoup de personnes dans le thème court et du coup ça allait très vite. J'ai commencé à courir sur des petites distances de trail, faire des 10, des 16 et je me suis en fait le mouvement de groupe de tous les, on va dire, une bonne partie des salariés s'inscrivent à des courses UTMB, il y a un peu cette excitation de la course et du coup je me suis inscrite sur la restauration. Puis j'ai fait la MCC et c'est ça qui a fait que vraiment j'ai pris du plaisir à faire des trails et surtout à admirer les paysages parce que je me disais c'est absolument important et c'est ce qu'on aime dans le trail. Et quand je me suis remise à courir sur du plat, je me suis dit ok, là c'est super dur en fait. Parce que moi le trail on peut marcher. Le plat, on est beaucoup moins. On est jugé si on marche, on se dit non, c'est pas possible de marcher. Alors que le trail, c'est complètement ok de marcher.
Exactement. T'es en charge, je disais au début, du programme Célébrons les femmes chez UTMB Group. C'est vrai qu'il y a vous avez publié des données justement sur la pratique du trail running chez les femmes. Le nombre de pratiquantes du trail running a été multiplié par 2,6 de 2022 à 2025, donc en 3 ans. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a plus du double de pratiquantes en trail running. Ça a été une volonté justement, ça a été cette observation-là qui a lancé le fait de créer un programme à proprement parler pour les femmes.
Je pense qu'il y a des ce fait-là d'augmentation, il y a vraiment on a vu vraiment la tendance augmenter énormément. Et il y a aussi énormément, je pense, le Covid qui a joué soirée où les gens, les femmes avaient envie de courir, de être libre et de se sentir légitime à courir comme qu'un homme. Et c'est pour ça que UTMB Group, enfin, c'est ces raisons qui ont poussé UTMB Group à mettre en avant la femme et surtout essayer de rendre le plus accessible possible les courses. Donc ça passe par plusieurs actions.
22,95, Chloé. Team 26, ouais, je confirme, toujours Chloé en tête. C'est bien. Well done. Allez, c'est bien.
À la première, allez, bravo champion. Ah, vous avez un sac,
Allez, vas-y, tu lui apportes. Il n'y a pas de souci, il n'y a pas de souci. Allez, on va Désolé, tu veux que j'arrête, c'est pas de souci. Je peux détourner, c'est comme tu veux. Ah oui. Alors, c'est bon, il est passé?
Ouais, nickel.
C'est pas Edouard à tout hasard?
Non, il s'appelle Paul.
Ah oui, ok. Par contre, j'ai croisé un certain Edouard, la que je connais bien.
Ah, c'est la première fois. C'est super super simple.
Il est en médecin, là, par hasard?
Non, il est cuisinier, chef cuisinier.
Vous êtes plutôt
Attends, je vous donne vos infos. Il m'a dit l'adresse du Touraine, j'ai déjà oublié, merde.
Moi aussi, toi, oui.
Si ça te dérange, j'arrête. Désolé, j'ai des consignes. Hein. Mais je peux arrêter à tout moment.
Hello, folks. Welcome back. Here we are rolling. 8 hours and 32 minutes has gone past in our 100k distance here today at the Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB. Thank you for bearing with us, taking a bit of a break as we cut back to some of the action here at the event. Some of that good old aid station action. Rolling with it here. We have our first and second woman on the split screen with us right now in the aid station of Levens or Levin. Chloe Sauvin is here, moving through the aid station.
Allez, bravo.
Absolutely, allez, bravo here. Celebrating this transition through that aid station, which sits at 500 meters elevation, 63.8 kilometers into the race, and that is one of the aid stations that is allowed to have crew, the runners' crew, and be a part of that. Having our first woman just leave that aid station, and our second woman, Ingrid Dugunderson, is getting into that aid station now, as you can see. Getting the assistance and all the crewing support that you could ask for. Red Bull Power 24 hour. I think that's how that saying goes. Look at that, not much distance at all separating our first two women there, but you can see that gap is just going to grow because Chloe Sauvin has left the aid station and is moving where Ingrid Dugunderson is sitting down and getting the last bit of aid she needs before she heads out of that aid station. So that move through 63 kilometers into the race, 63.8 kilometers into the race, and they've done just under 3,000 meters of elevation already, which is a huge amount of elevation to cover over that distance. So they've done the majority of it with a couple of 1,000 meters climbing still to go over the remaining 40 plus kilometers. 47 kilometers. So they've had a huge day out so far, and they've still got a decent bit left. It's still looking very hot out there as well. We have seen a lot of runners move through these aid stations, pouring a lot of water on themselves, etc. And we have our leader of the race right here, 27 years young, and she is back to it, running where she can. Running where she can and hiking the rest. So she is definitely got some legs still left. And yep, our second female has left the last aid station and is on the move. So just under 64 kilometers is that aid station, and you can see she is poles out and on a charge afterwards. So we have the timing of when they entered that aid station, but not the actual timing of when they leave the aid station. So at the time that they moved through that aid station, there was just under 4 minutes separating Chloe Sauvin, separating her from Ingrid Du Gunderson. Chloe is running for France and Ingrid for Norway as they move through that aid station. So just under 4 minutes separating their arrival into that aid station. And we have Caroline Claudia Erhardt from Switzerland due into that aid station in approximately 11 minutes. So that is the close proximity that we are being able to witness here at the 100-kilometer race. It is tight, and they are shifting along, which is awesome to see. Awesome to see. That is what it's all about. That is what it's all about. Here we go. Helping each other out and providing that support. Awesome to see. 44.5 kilometers until the finish line here for Ingrid. You can see the sun is getting which is getting closer to these runners moving into the night. Are they good? Wow. I think yes, she's got the energy to talk and have a bit of a joke with the camera. That is a good sign. And I think a very positive sign for everyone to see her have a little bit of a laugh with the camera runner. It suggests that there is still a little bit of life in those legs, and most certainly a little bit of life in those legs, and definitely a lot of energy for trail running the rest of this day through, which is cool. So there is
Allez, bravo, c'est bien.
certainly a little bit more daylight to go, and I think these two ladies at the front of the race are going to make the most of it before they have to get out the head torches and charge on into the night. 8 hours 42 minutes has passed in this 100-kilometer race. And we can have a little look here. Some of that slow-mo action. This is from the front of the men's race there as well. Golden hour, absolutely. Yeah. It did not even occur to me, but Ingrid here on the screen right now, Ingrid Gunderson was the winning female of this edition of the race last year. The Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB. Ingrid won the 100-kilometer edition of this race last year in 15 hours and 2 minutes. The race last year was a little bit shorter with a little less elevation as well, but Ingrid was able to win that race, and she's back now taking on the event again here, and she is doing a great job, really putting herself back in that hot seat after winning the race last year, and so is the reigning champion. She placed 31st at the CCC just recently at the World Series final, the UTMB World Series final at UTMB Mont-Blanc. So that was a long and good day out for her. 31st at that race is no small effort. And she also was at Chianti 100-kilometer earlier this year, placing 15th. So yeah, it's awesome to have a reigning champion come back and have another go at defending the title. There is, however, one lady ahead of her at the moment, putting on a very, very strong effort and making sure that she is not going to go down without a solid fight. Chloe Sauvin is out and getting amongst it, just under 4 minutes ahead of Ingrid at the last aid station.
Ravitaillement, c'est en 2-3 bornes. Ouais, c'est ça. T'as une belle descente à faire.
All right, folks, and the very, very front of this race with the lead male coming in here to the 78 kilometer mark, which is getting a huge chunk of this race complete. Which means we would expect him to be at Torleven's aid station very soon. That is at 82.7 kilometers. They are able to see some crew there. So our leader at the moment, Virgil Morissette, is coming in hot, looking smooth, still looking smooth as ever as he makes his way down into this the final couple of kilometers before he hits that aid station. From Lyon, another ex-cyclist here on the race, which is just amazing how many professionals, ex-professionals we have seen from other distances at this race. Had ex-cyclists, ex-kayakers. It's it's a melting pot for all of these other disciplines coming to the world of trail running. He had a recent DNF at CCC. Again, another runner who didn't really have the day they wanted out at the UTMB World Series Grand Final. So having a DNF there is a big thing. Second place at the Marathon de Mont-Blanc, 90 kilometer, and a win at the Grand Raid, a 73 kilometer this year. So some incredible results, along with a disappointing one at the CCC. But Virgil is going to be doing his best to maintain this kind of effort and this pacing, this position as well, as he moves closer and closer to the next aid station and to see his crew. Some cool split screen action there, also with a little moment there of the third place female that is also making their way to Chapelle Saint-Michel as she has gone through the Le Mans aid station to Caroline Claudia Erhardt from Switzerland. So it's all happening here, folks. The front of these races is tight, and yes, there is a good amount of racing to go to really test all of these runners and make sure that they are going to put their best foot forward. So we've had our top three lead females move through the Le Mans aid station at 63.8 kilometers. We've had the top three females move through there, and we are expecting our top three males to hit the next aid station, Tourette Le Mans, and they are going to be moving into that aid station